are going to take one or two items home. Tuko pamoja? DJ unaweza tupatia wimbo ndio tuchangamke kidogo. So as your neighbors join you, our goal is simple, to tell them to be attentive and to ensure that their expectations are met. Are we together? Yes. Tell them we have two thematic areas, look at them and ensure that by the time we are concluding this session, we have taken something home that will make a difference in our lives in totality. Welcome. How are you? Good morning. For those who are here earlier, we said we are in day 2 and we are eager. We are ready for this day. True of us. And we agreed when you get your neighbor, ask them, how are you? Mwangalie tu. Some of us are already tired, and we said life is for the living. So turn to your neighbor and greet them kindly. Tell them to receive greetings from Wagare. Yes, they receive greetings from Wagare. Once they receive my greetings, ask them, what is your expectation for today? What are you expecting? I agree we are in the digital age, and some of us, when I'm telling them to speak to their neighbors, they are speaking to their neighbors who is in Facebook, in WhatsApp, in TikTok. Wanajijua. So how kindly speak to your neighbor? Very, very important. Very, very important to speak to your neighbor so that when you're having this session, you are able to understand who you are seated next to. Sinivo? Mobility is important so that I can see from all the corners of life. Hi-fi your colleague. Musalimie na hi-fi. Tushatoka kwa COVID. Hi-fi the next one. I can see we are happy. And we are the people, and we are the ones who are here. I want to sing a song. Ask your neighbor, are you ready to sing a song? Are you ready to sing a song? This is the day that the Lord has made, that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it, and be glad in it. This is the day we will rejoice and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made. This is the day that the Lord has made, that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it, and be glad in it. Oh, this is the day that we will rejoice and be glad in it. Oh, this is the day that the Lord has made. These are the people Lord has made, that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad with them, and be glad with them. Oh, these are the people that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad with them. These are the people that the Lord has made. And we can sing. Tell your neighbor we can sing. Do you want another song? If you're happy and you know, say amen. Amen. If you're happy and you know, say amen. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, say amen. If you're happy and you know, clap your hand. If you're happy and you know, clap your hand. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hand. If you're happy and you know, rise up. If you're happy and you know, rise up. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, rise up. If you're happy and you know, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know, smile a bit. If you're happy and you know, smile a bit. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, smile a bit. If you're happy and you know, turn around. If you're happy and you know, turn around. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, turn around. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hand. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, say Zetech. Have a seat. Thank you very much. Our Chancellor, our Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, all protocols observed, good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this day that we are having our day 2. And right now, we will start with the thematic area of climate action and environmental growth. As we take part in this session, I would wish to invite Mr. Solomon Kimaita so that he can lead us with a word of prayer.
So good morning. Let's go for a word of prayer. Everlasting Father, I want to thank you that you've been so gracious to us. We are grateful for the gift of a new day. We are grateful for the gift of life. And we thank you, dear Lord, even for the gift of good health. We also grateful, dear Lord, even for this second day of our research and innovation conference. And as we start, dear Lord, we invite your presence to be with us. We pray, dear Father, that at the end of the day, we'll live not the same way that we came. And we'll be careful to give thanks and praise to your name. We pray this, believing and trusting in your name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon. We can appreciate him. I take this opportunity to invite our moderator, Madam Faith Gige, HSC, so that she can take us through the session. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So, Vice Chancellor, our Chancellor, our keynote speaker, our panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. My name is Faith Ngige. I serve as the National Coordinator for the Kenya Platform for Climate Governance, which is the Kenya chapter for the Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance. We are pleased this morning to have curated this session of climate action and environmental sustainability together with the Zetech research team, and it's nice to see it come to pass. So our topic is addressing the climate crisis through green skills, education and training in green economy for a sustainable future. I have a rapporteur with me, Mercy Mogambi, somewhere. Thank you. And therefore, I'll just give the background of the session, then introduce our keynote speaker, and then we do our panel together. So the climate change crisis is one of the triple planetary crises that significantly affects the world today. The impacts of climate change, such as rising sea levels, extreme weather events, loss of biodiversity, are being felt across the globe, and scientists warn that the situation will only become more severe in the coming years. For information, last year was declared to be the hottest year in the world ever. And this year, we're experiencing the impacts of the same. I'm sure you can see the weather is a bit different. As the world grapples with the crisis, there's a growing recognition of the need to transition to a green economy. So climate change is a problem, green economy is the solution, two sides of the coin. So the imperative for a green economy is driven by the urgent need to address climate change, resource depletion, and environmental degradation. According to a report by the Global Commission on the Economy and Climate, transitioning to a green economy could generate about 26 trillion in economic benefits over the next decades. However, this transition is not without challenges. It requires significant investment, it requires new technology, it requires new innovation, it requires new infrastructure, as well as changes in the regulatory environment and policies. It also requires a change of mindset. For us to view environment as a resource to be used efficiently and valued, and that we use our natural resources in a manner that preserves the future generations. Investing in education and training for green skills, therefore, is an opportunity to cultivate a workforce equipped to drive innovation, implement sustainable practices, and create a more prosperous and sustainable future for all. This session, under the pillar of climate action and environmental sustainability, themed addressing the climate crisis through green skills, education, and training in green economy for a sustainable future, will explore the interlinkages between climate change, green economy, regulatory frameworks, as well as the essential skills, knowledge, and education and training required to thrive in a green economy. To start us off, I wish to bring to you our special guests, who is a keynote speaker from the Office of the First Lady, together with a panel of distinguished experts that will share their insights, perspectives, their solutions, and innovations around the subject matter. And to start off, I will invite Mr. Arnold Kipchumba, who is the Director, Environment and Climate Change, as well as the Acting Food Security and Livelihoods in the Office of the First Lady. Arnold is a climate change and environment expert with extensive experience leading environment, natural resource, and climate change programs across Kenya and in the 47 counties. He has contributed immensely in the review of key policies and legislation in these sectors. He currently serves as the Director of Environment and Climate Action and Acting Director for Food Security, Livelihoods, and Capacity Building at Mama Doing Good, an initiative of the First Lady in the Republic of Kenya. He oversees flagship initiatives including the First Lady's Landscape and Restoration Ecosystem Program, as well as the Mazingira Awards, the National Mama Kitchen Garden Program, focused on strengthening food security at the household and community level. Welcome, Arnold. Let's clap for him as he comes.
Thank you. This works. Good morning. Yeah, thank you so much, Faith. And I must say, as I was walking in, I must say that this university is indeed really beautiful, and you're really lucky. And Vice Chancellor, good job on that. It's really, really beautiful. As you've heard, my name is Arnold Kipchumba, and I'm the Director for Environment and Climate Change at Mama Doing Good at the First Lady's office. And I'm really excited to be here, Vice Chancellor, the faculty members seated here. I'm looking at a number of students who are also seated here and people attending this conference. I was just looking at the thematic areas which had been highlighted here for this conference, and I was thinking that explains everything that I want to talk about. And you know, I think such convenings and such conferences are really important, especially for the students, because I believe the students play an active role, and we need to start having a conversation about the role of students in driving how we think as a society and how we think as a country. So it's a great honor to join you today at the 7th Zetech University Research and Innovation Conference. The theme, Education for Sustainable Prosperity, Empowering Lives Through Innovation, captures the urgent and the challenge of our time. And Faith has just mentioned about that, how to shape the future that is just. And yesterday and the day before, we were together with Faith in a discussion here in Nairobi at Pan-Africa Hotel. And we launched yesterday a program about the just transition principles. So this conversation actually contributes to that. So a future that is green and inclusive in empowering young people, and most of the people in this room are young with the right skills, the right knowledge, and the right values. The world is changing rapidly, and you've heard last year was the hottest year ever recorded in history. So climate change is no longer a distant threat. It's something that we experience now with the changing climate, extreme temperatures, the floods that we experienced last year. In 2022, if you remember, December was the worst drought Kenya ever faced in the past 40 years. So these realities are with us now. But amidst these challenges, there's an opportunity. And the opportunity that presents itself is to build a new economy, one that does not work against nature, but one that works with it. And that's the green economy, and that's what Faith was talking about. And so the green transition is already underway across the globe, bringing with it a major shift in the world of work. And you'll start hearing, and I'm very sure Faith will be talking a lot about the future of work. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that by 2030, over 100 million green jobs will be created. We're already experiencing that in Nairobi. I'm very sure when you go out, probably you're using a boda. Nowadays, it's not a petrol boda, it's an e-boda, isn't it? So the green jobs are already being created now. But we need to be ready to be able to adapt to these green jobs that are being created. So these green skills range from technical knowledge in renewable energy, and I believe some of the people are pursuing environment, organic agriculture, sustainable construction, to soft skills like critical thinking. It's very important, the young people in this room, critical thinking, creative thinking, innovation, it's very important. So just to also encourage you, and environmental ethics. Kenya has already made significant strides when it comes to the green economy and green skills. And last year, Kenya adopted what we are calling the National Strategy on Green Skills and Jobs. So in terms of the policy framework, the country is already providing direction in terms of where we need to go. What is also important to note is the demographic dividend and Kenya's median age of around 19. So the Kenyan population is largely youthful. It's young. It's really, really young. And so with that young population, I think it creates an opportunity. But with this opportunity, we have to be very intentional with providing this young population, what we call the demographic dividend. What you invest in it is what you get out. And as we talk about the green economy, is ensuring that this young population has the right skills to be able to adapt and to benefit and to make use of these opportunities and the future of work. And there are other policies that also support this. Of course, the Green Economy Strategy, we have the Climate Change Act, and all these legislations, young people and students of Zetech, I want to encourage you to start interacting with them, because these are policy frameworks and engagements that guides how you are led and the direction of the country, and also including the National Climate Change Action Plan. And Faith will talk about it. It has a chapter, a dedicated chapter that targets young people and the role young people play when it comes to environment and climate change. So, but at the heart of all this lies a deeper question. Are we preparing our young people for the future? Do you feel prepared for the future? Do you feel prepared probably to even go to the moon? So to help that question, I just want to highlight one of the programs that we are implementing in the Office of the First Lady. And for us, what we believe is that before learners come to students, it's good to engage them at a younger age. So we are implementing a program that we are calling the First Ladies Mazingira Awards. So this is a learner-led annual environment climate change award that we are implementing in primary, secondary schools. And we're engaging learners through creative expression. So essays, painting, drawing, spoken word, poetry, to express, to creatively express themselves what they understand about the environment and climate change. What this does is that through this creative expression in a fun way, they're able to learn their role that they have when it comes to environmental conservation. But while the First Ladies Mazingira Award focuses on learners at foundational levels, at a very young level, institutions like Zetech have an equally vital role to play. And, you know, Vice Chancellor and of course the faculty, is that your role centers ideally at higher learning. You are incubators of green research. So how do we support the students here to participate in green research? Entrepreneurship, policy innovation. So you must not only respond to the green economy, you must lead it as a universities, as centers of higher learning, by embedding sustainability in the curriculum. It's very, very important. And I'm not sure about the common units that are done in Zetech, but sustainability, climate action, green economy, these are some of the fundamental principles and learnings that we need to ensure we embed into the students so that they're able to lead a green future and a sustainable future for Kenya. Collaborating with industry. I hope this keeps our private sector, but I was just looking at the partners. Most of these partners that are looking at private sector players, so that are we training, are we ensuring that the students have the skills ripe for the market? So constantly engaging with industry. Promoting student-led innovations. It's very, very important, student-led innovations. So, and then also supporting green enterprise development through incubators and accelerators. I don't know if there's an entrepreneurship club in this university, but those are pathways that shape and give a platform for students to be able to engage at an early age and to create and to innovate and to be able to tap to the opportunities that are changing climate and the green economy provides. So Zetech and other universities, to me, are laboratories of sustainability. This is where we breed the future that we want. Agenda 2063, the vision for African Union and Africa, the Africa we want. So this is where we breed that, not just in what we teach, but in how we operate. So even as a university, and as I was just walking in and as I mentioned, it's very, very beautiful. And so what we've done, we've partnered, for example, with USPAC, Universities and Colleges Peace Association, which was founded after the Garissa attack. And we've partnered with them to establish what we're calling Amani Gardens, centers of higher learning. and this is to commemorate what happened in Garissa, but also to engage students in universities to participate, in environmental conservation and restoration. So the transition to a green economy, and we'll hear this in the panel, is not luxury, it is a necessity. It's something that we need. It's a conversation that we need to start having now. The question is not whether we will change, but whether we will lead the change or lag behind. Because countries are moving very fast. And yesterday we were having discussions, and we came into a conclusion that nobody is going to come and save us as Africa. Nobody is going to save us as Kenya in terms of development, in terms of healthcare, in terms of education, in terms of opportunities, in terms of jobs, in terms of improving the standard of living of our people. The only people who will save us is us. So it's very important that we take full responsibility. So Kenya has the policies. I've talked about a number of them. We have the people, the young people in this room. What we must now do is align our education systems. We must align our education systems, our skills development, and our national imagination for the opportunities of the green economy. And also just to encourage the young people in this room that to really invest in your skills, because I think it's skills. For me, I'm a strong believer that if you are so fantastic in what you do, you cannot be dismissed in the workforce. So just to encourage the young people to really be so, let your time here in Zetech not just be an opportunity to just come get a degree and go. No, engage the faculty, engage the professors, learn, be so good in what you do. Be so good in what you do, and that's how we're going to transform this country. So let us move from awareness to action, from policy to practice, from research to practice, research to policy. We really need to engage universities, and universities really need to play an active role in policy. So thank you very much. And I want to thank you, and I wish you a lovely panel and a lovely conference. And thank you so much for inviting me to Zetech. Asante.
Thank you so much, Arnold, for that rallying call that it's time to move from awareness to action, from practice to change and transformation. Our role within the policy framework, within ourselves as students to be proactive, and that green economy is not a luxury. It is a necessity. You heard that? Okay. So I'll go to the second session of this particular moment where I'll have panelists, distinguished panelists, and they're here to share with us their insights and practice, how this looks like in real life. Sindio? Tusiongee tu vitu za shule, za theory. Yeah, so in real life, how does this look like and where do the opportunities lie? I'd love to really, in a humble way, to bring in our first speaker. Ideally, I should have been so happy if she spoke first, but we are home. We are where she is. This is home. This is Professor Alice Njuguna, who is the DVC of Academics, Research and Student Affairs of Zetech University. Welcome, Prof. Let's give her a round of applause. Then I welcome Madam Ruth Nderito. Ruth comes from the National Environment Management Authority, commonly known as NEMA. You've heard of NEMA? Yeah. So here NEMA is there live today. Then we have Sylvia Washira. Sylvia is the coordinator of the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice from the Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance. She does great work across Africa. Then we have Mariam Wangeshi. Mariam Wangeshi comes to us from the Nairobi Citizens Hub. She's a coordinator there. I have a very special panel today. I'm one of those people who is always very sensitive around gender balance, and it's always the other way around. So today you'll allow us to take charge of the podium for the green transition, and it's being led by the ladies. We clap for them. Thank you. So let me welcome Lynn Kathomi. Lynn, she's a student innovator. So we clap for her. Thank you so much, Lynn, for doing what Arnold has told us, taking charge of your moment. And maybe for this one, I'll just allow Professor, as I introduce her, she will come here. I just feel honored she should come and stand here and, like, for 3 minutes, expound to us what Zetech is doing as far as green skills are concerned. I feel we should learn. So it's better when you speak, when you stand, then we hear and understand with a lot of authority. So she's a Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics, research, and student affairs here at this university, a position she has held since 2017. She has over 25 years experience in higher education. She's a seasoned expert in IT education, curriculum development, education technology, and student engagement. She holds a doctorate in IT education from Capella University, master's in computer-based information system from the University of Sunderland, and I think that explains why the largest faculty for the school here is IT, and a business education degree from Egerton University. She has played a very pivotal role in advancing digital literacy and integrating technology in education. Her leadership training includes programs from institutions such as the Kenya School of Government, UNISA, and the University of Texas. She has collaborated on various international consultancies and contributed to the national ICT policy development. I love it that she is a member of professional organizations such as SCM and Women on Boards Kenya and FAWE and the Internet Society of Kenya. She advocates for excellence and innovation in information technology education. Is that how you knew her? Have I created my things? That's how you know her. Welcome, Prof.
Vice Chancellor and our Chancellor and the members of this session present and my fellow panelists and Faith, good morning. Well, I don't know how many of us have never planted a tree. Don't put up your hand. If you have never planted a tree, don't put up your hand. If you have ever planted a tree, put up your hand. I can see a few hands who have never planted a tree. A few of them. A few. And thanks for being honest. I always tell people, whenever you travel home, carry a tree. Carry a seedling. You may not have land of your own. And I was speaking to the main speaker this morning, and we were discussing, and maybe that's why the panel is entirely female. I was giving my own example and my own mother. When my father passed away and my mother found that she could no longer do farming, she decided to plant trees. Lots of trees. Lots of them. Every time she would go and find a seedling, she would plant. And then the trees started to propagate themselves. And who is cutting the trees? My brothers. Who's cutting the trees? My brothers. My mother plants, my brothers cut. That's why maybe this panel is largely ladies, because ladies are the most affected by climate change, because they're the ones in charge of food security, finally, at the home level and the like. So for me, to be a call for all of us to plant trees so that we can all get to benefit from it. So I just want to say that our speaker has said things that the university is already doing, and I'll just outline some of the things that we're doing. One of them is the greening of the university. As you've seen, we actually do have a nursery just right behind here, and we encourage every visitor who comes to plant a tree. And I'm hoping that this team of panelists will plant a tree. Yesterday, we actually planted 2 with the key speakers. We have a nursery. We encourage all persons of Zetech University to come and plant a tree. About 3 weeks ago, we had a session with the Commission for University Education, they had come here to plant trees. Every time we get seedlings, we advertise and we allow the members to actually come and do that. And that goes up to the community. We also do a lot of cleanups around where we stay, particularly through the clubs. Roiro, we've done quite a bit of cleaning. We've done quite a bit of cleaning, which we believe is contributing towards the environmental checkup of what we are doing. And then we also do a lot of innovation, and maybe one of the students will talk about it. We have students who have done an innovation on the collection of carbon credits using technology so that we are able to move with whatever the rest of the globe is doing. We have an innovation that is dealing with electric cars, and probably if you came to our last year's conference, you saw that. And that is in a bid to ensure that we are reducing carbon emissions. And we have another company, and they were exhibiting yesterday, Totosai, who do a lot of recycling of e-waste so that we are part of the entire movement. Zetech University is a clean place. If you find a paper around you, then you know you're in the wrong place. We have dustbins everywhere. We're always encouraging students to dispose. And even as late as yesterday, when we were planning for today, when we were doing the wrap-up for yesterday and planning for today, we noticed that some of our exhibitors who came yesterday were dumping. And we were actually saying, this is not right. This is not Zetech University. We ensure that we should be able to do something that talks about it. Other things that we are doing, we want to look at solid waste disposal. We met with our Chinese partner called Zetech just this week, and we want to partner and work with the community around us to ensure that as we build smart cities, one of the things we shall be able to address is solid waste disposal. And the Chinese tell us that 15 years ago, they were able to deal with solid waste. We believe that as a university, we can be able to lead in this. And we just signed an MOU, and my colleague John was there. And it is one of the projects that we are going to be undertaking in a few days. And actually, to this effect, we'll be taking 10 students to China in October so that they can just go and benchmark on how this is actually done. So that, because we believe it should be student-led, as you have alluded to, so that they actually drive the process. We're also looking at our curriculum, as was said, on climate change. We've been reviewing our common units because a few years ago, the common units were HIV, which we then moved to something like health and wealth management. And then there were others like communication skills and the likes. So what we are trying to do is to review all our common units so that students get to know what is trending. And as we look at AI, one of the things we shall be looking at is climate change, AI and climate change. We want to have students who can be able to use AI models to predict climate change and forest cover and waste disposal. And we believe that this is going to be done by all the students of Zetech University. In addition to that, we have a new curriculum that we shall be launching under the School of Business, and that is a postgraduate diploma in climate finance. So I can see Dr. Wycliffe looking at me like he has forgotten where it is, climate finance, so that we are actually able to do all that. So as a university, we really are a university that is focused on SDG 13, on climate change. And, you know, with young people, as has been alluded to, that makes it easy. And finally, and last but not least, that for the last 3 years, our Research and Innovation Week has always had a theme on climate change. Always had a theme on climate change. So we are encouraging our communities to ensure that our innovations are on climate and climate change, that we are trying to manage e-waste, we are reducing carbon footprints, and of course we are doing with renewable energy. We are actually moving to solar. We are about to start an engineering degree, and our main focus will be solar energy so that we are able to do that. So as a university, we believe you're on the forefront. Of course, as a result of this, we hope that we will now be able to take the findings of our research conference and even inform policy within the institution itself, like ensuring that we're talking about environmental conservation, we're talking about renewable energy, that in our rooms we have, you know, the ones that conserve energy, so that the bulbs that conserve energy, so that we're not in the room, the lights go off and all that. So a lot is happening, and we have clubs that actually also deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for showing us that you are actually leading by doing. Standing before you is a lady who led this country in formulation of the Sustainable Waste Management Act, policy, and extended producer responsibility regulations under the authority of NEMA. And that is what earned me the HSC, the Head of State Commendation. So I'll be glad to be part and parcel of the transition to the circularity of the university as far as waste management is concerned. And I'd be happy if you'd have a club, the Green Growth and Climate Change Club. We will be happy to work around it so that we're actually leading the transformation for the higher education. So you can put that in your considerations as we transit, and then we'll share more of the things that we have experienced. So allow me to bring in Ruth. And Ruth is from the National Environment Management Authority, an authority most of us here sometimes want to run away, especially for those in the environment space. But it has been a friendly space as far as green growth is concerned. So today we'd like to hear the other face of NEMA. What are you doing to help this country transition? And where are the opportunities for green jobs? All these young people want to have jobs when they have finished or as they continue working. So in 2 minutes, you can highlight to us what the authority does and where the opportunities are.
And good morning, all of you. My name is Ruth Ndirito, and I work for NEMA. I'm an environmental educator. That's what I call myself, because most of the time I'm out there to the public, to the institutions, and seeing what we can do according to the laws. But who is NEMA in this space for green economy and green growth? National Environment Management Authority, as all of you know, we coordinate all matters related to environment and therefore supervise. So we have the two aspects. That is one, we are coming up to supervise, so meaning there have to be so many regulations and law, regulations that are there to handle issues to do with the environment. And also we now coordinate. So that many like-minded, like the university, we bring them together and we are now looking at how then can we put forward the agenda of environmental, of environment to the public. In this then, we are also very happy that the Constitution of Kenya says that all of us has a right to a clean and healthy environment. And therefore, we're trying to ensure that all of you live in a clean and healthy environment. But also, it also gives us another aspect that we have to have the responsibility, that is 69 and 70. It says you have to have a responsibility. Therefore, you are planting trees, you're cleaning your neighborhood, and there are so many things that are put in there that you're doing environmental impact assessment, and you're doing all things that are going to ensure that the area that you're living in is clean, and even reporting. And then what is our role then as NEMA in this aspect? We have formulated several regulations, and you can name them from the waste management and sustainable waste management regulation. We have other regulations after MCA. We have the waste management, we have the water quality, we're talking about biodiversity, we're talking about issues to do with noise pollution, and we're talking about also issues to do with even climate change. And all this then brings a lot of opportunities to us as students, as practitioners, in terms of one, the sustainable waste management actually talks about segregation of waste from our household. And therefore, we are able to separate waste from hazardous waste. We are able to get waste that is recyclable. We are able to get waste that is also compostable. And in such a way that we can be able now to have several innovations towards management of that. And one of the quick wins maybe for the young ones is how then do we ensure that this waste from our household, from wherever we are living, from our universities, how then are we making it as a resource and not only seeing it as waste? And that's an aspect. The issue of MRFs, that is material recovery facilities that can also come in these space of waste management. We also have other areas whereby now we are looking for monitoring environment in terms of research. You have so many, I had all its technology. How are we able to monitor our environment in different areas? And what are the tools that you're going to use then to be able to do that? And in terms of also water quality, what are the things that we're going to do so that our water is clean? You are able to know our water quality. And therefore, this one we do more so. From where I stand, then we do a lot of education and awareness that comes in. We have already now been able to meet with several stakeholders in terms of how then are we going to move the agenda of waste. And you're also welcome for this. In terms of TVETs, in terms of NITA, how are we going to then transition from where we are in waste management to ensure that we are able to move forward? Issues, air
Allow me to
quality.
cut you, Ruth, when you're there.
Yes.
Sorry, allow me to move on to the next person. I think what I can pick up from Ruth that is very significant for all of us to do when going forward, is it the Act, the Sustainable Waste Management Act 2022, tells us all of us Kenyans must segregate waste at source. So it's a law. It's not an option. We must segregate waste at source. And last year, NEMA issued the color codes. They're official. The green for organic, the blue for?
Blue for recyclables, and the black one for general waste.
Yeah, so the next time we walk around, we will be inspecting if you have those 3 bins and if you are doing it correctly. We also want you to go home and do the same. That's very important. Somebody will explain why that is important. So it begins from there, personal responsibility. Segregate waste going forward into 3 fractions. Allow me to bring in, she's called Lynn. Lynn, we've had Ruth talk about innovations that will help sustain our environment. Kindly share with us what is your innovation? And I can hear you are leading a women in tech group. And how does it contribute to the ongoing conversation? In 2 minutes, please.
Thank you for the question. Number one, I'm Lynn Kadomia, software engineer and co-founder of Trash Off. So it's mostly of taking waste. It's like a smart dustbin where it is integrated, where a dustbin can open, measure the level of waste. And then after that, we have partnered with another one for oil recycling, where we can make coal from it, where we can use to cook. So that's my innovation in part of climate change. And then being a part of Women in Tech, in Zetech, we have organized a lot of activities. Like we mostly come together in a circle. We discuss on what we can do to make a change in the environment. And mostly sometimes we go and plant trees. Yeah, and I think that's the major impact we have done with Women in Tech here in Zetech. Thank you.
Smart bins, there they are. So we have the solution. We need to see them around the next time you're walking around and see how they're helping us segregate our waste. Allow me to bring in Mariam. Mariam is dealing with things to do with innovation from a community perspective. Please tell us how that is driving innovation and the significance of the same in the realization of a green economy.
Yes, thank you, Faith. So I'm Mariam Wangeshi. I'm an architect by training. I coordinate an organization called Urban Better, which is an Africa-led global organization that is focused on ensuring health in cities, so urban health. So we do this by 3 main tenets: physical activity. So we bring on board just general residents of an area, in this case, Nairobi. We have activities. So like 2 weeks ago, 17th May, we had a physical activation and a campaign where some people were running and others were walking. And we also have citizen science. That's the second aspect. So citizen science is essentially bringing on board residents to be part of the scientific process of your advocacy. So in our organization, we use wearable air quality sensors, and as we are running, I coordinate 10 youth who are called run leaders. So these run leaders are trained, they go through a training, which is online, and I'll plug all of you in the room. Then they're able to collect this air quality data using wearable air quality sensors. We also have a smartphone app that enables you to observe the natural environment, what is positively or negatively contributing to health in terms of air quality, in terms of the water people are drinking, and in terms of the food people are eating. So for example, we walk, we observe maybe the woman who is cooking the street food is not using hygienic practices, or maybe she's using coal, which now, contributes to emissions. And the third aspect is we bring in youth. We provide the platform for youth to meaningfully engage in the policy making processes, because so far youth are brought on board just to observe or as tokens, but we bring you on board to actually have the voice to contribute to maybe right now Nairobi County is crafting a Nairobi air quality action plan. Yeah, so in fact on 10th June we have a citizens assembly where we are inviting youth, and I can give 2 spots to the youth in this room. Whoever is excited about such, yes, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. 2 spots extended to Zetech to be part and parcel of the Urban Better initiative. Sylvia Washira comes to us from the Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance. She runs a program known as the Nairobi Summer School for Climate Justice, a summer school that brings together Africans from all the African countries. And last year, I think he extended all the way to America. What is that about, and how does that contribute to the green transition?
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to this 7th Zetech University Research Innovation Week. I'm very privileged to especially network with the young people and share about this. So I'm Sylvia Washira, and I am from the Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance. And the program that I run, the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, is an initiative of Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance. We call it PACJA. So maybe I can talk about PACJA a bit. PACJA is a consortium of over 1,000 organizations, and we are present in 54 countries. And our vision, we advance. We have a shared vision to advance people-centered and right-based, just and inclusive approach to address climate and environmental challenges facing our people. And our membership includes grassroots organization, farmers, NGOs, and all that. And we in countries operate through national designated platforms, which a national designated platform is like the movement of the organization that brings different organization in that country to be able to to advocate for climate change. And Faith is coordinating the Kenya platform for climate governance, which is one of our platform. And so I said PACJA, we do a lot of advocacy. We are the civil society organization, the largest in Africa, that advocate for climate change at global space, at national space. We make sure that at national level, we are there influencing policies to enhance climate justice. So where did Nairobi Summer School come about? So as you know, I'm sure you've heard about the COPs, the Conference of Parties, the UNFCCC, the UN Framework on Convention on Climate Change. So every time you're seeing a lot of people going there discussing climate change and all that, discussing things. And sometimes I'm very sure none of you knows what is, maybe most of you don't understand what is discussed there. And these people that go there, they actually go there to represent the grassroots people. But do you think the grassroots people get feedback from what is happening there? No, they don't. So as Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance, we came about with Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice because we saw the gap. we saw the gap that the people that are really impacted by this climate change, they are actually not aware about what is happening. So we talked about the triple planetary crisis. The triple planetary crises are climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution. Beyond that, we have other crises. For example, we have the youth bulge. The youth bulge is where we had Mr. Arnold talking about that, like 60% of the young people are actually below 24 years old. You know, that is the youth bulge. And these young people, they are, yes, now most of them are educated, they're graduates, they're unemployed, they're in the rural areas. Then we have another crisis. The funding has been cut. You know, climate change is affecting us a lot. You've seen how the severity of the climate change, the flooding, the severe droughts, it's getting worse and worse. And as the people being affected, which is Africa, the developing countries, we contribute less. So these meetings that we go to climate change, we are always telling them, we contribute less, we are being affected a lot. Who should be paid for this? Who should pay for this? And that's why the issue of climate justice comes about. That those people that are contributing, they should actually contribute to us, to help us adapt. So for example, when a flood comes, a cyclone comes and clears the whole area, destroys classes, kills people, kills animals, how will these people recover? So when they talk about climate finance, this is what we are talking about, that we need to have climate, they need to give us funds and not loans, funds and grants. This is what we are pushing for. Now, recently, President Trump came in and he's not prioritizing climate change, and there's no funding for that. So how are we going to adapt? You understand? So now, as Nairobi Summer School, what we do is that, number one, we have designed a training program that it takes two weeks. Since our first summer school was in 2021, 2 weeks, we target young people from Africa, grassroots leaders. And by targeting, we mean we target young people that have an initiative, like you're at home, you're trying to do an initiative, and you just need capacity. Those are the targets. Indigenous people, farmers, pastoralists, those are the people we target. We bring in them to the training, and the training, we don't choose jargonish language. We use language that they can understand, and we bring experts in the room to come, and we tell them, don't choose those language you use in COPs. So we train them about what is climate change, the science about it, and the interlinkages of how it connects to agriculture, to water, you know, to climate change and health, climate change and, you know, security, climate. And then we also have a module called Green Economy, green skills, green jobs. There's that and green jobs, and also this one on advocacy. So the purpose why we do this is that so that, you know, when we train them, they can be able to relate and to see the opportunities that are there. I talked about youth badge. These young unemployed people that we have many, and I know, like, I'm sure even most of you are worried after we graduate,
So
where do we go?
A minute, Sylvia.
Yes.
Wrap up in a minute.
Yeah, so let me wrap up. So the whole idea is about, we train the young people with these skills so that when they go there, we can be able to convert these youth unemployed young people into productive young people, youth dividend, demographic dividend, so that when they are trained, they will go and do you know, initiatives. I know I'll be given another chance to talk about how the Nairobi Summer School, the impacts of Nairobi Summer School, what it has done. But basically, this is the essence, that we train young people to go there and become our champions and our advocates, and so that they can understand what is climate change, so that when they are invited into meetings, they are not just going there to receive allowances. They can speak out and express themselves and tap into the resources that are there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, for turning young people from people who take photos when you go to meetings and look for allowances to people who can make contribution to discourses in a substantial manner. That is what the Nairobi Summer School for climate justice does. And you can see she gets that justice movement as she talks. So you have to tell her to come back home. She's mentioned a very important treaty that I think I need to mention in this particular forum, the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It's an agreement that countries got into in 1995, and around 196 countries have committed to combat climate change in the world, and Kenya is one of them. So every year, there's an annual meeting that happens when the parties have agreed to meet. Last year, they met in Azerbaijan, somewhere in Baku, and this year they're meeting in Brazil. This meeting is not just a meeting, but it's a process towards taking stock from the day we committed to ensure that the world does not become hotter beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade and at most 2 degrees centigrade global warming. Where are we? And as I indicated earlier, last year was the hottest year. So clearly something is amiss somewhere, and we need to take stock if we are really true and committed to this cause. So that is what we would love to see you coming forth and being able to contribute to, even as we speak matters climate change and sustainability. So I'll give my panelists one minute, each of them, and I'll kind of direct what I want them to say. So for Prof, I'll ask you what kind, you already have demonstrated partnerships. They are here, there's so many. We can see Kirdi that does innovations for the country. We can see Anza Village, we can see Pakja, we can see Tropical Heat and all this. How have you managed to bring all this partnership together, and what value does it add to the green transition that Zetech would like to lead? I'd love to see you lead it like private sector leading. We've always started with private sector, then the rest of everybody comes in because it is a tested model. So you can share with us the role of partnerships and collaborations in leading a green transition, and how practical can we be, especially for us in the academic space. Yeah. For Ruth, I'd love you to just give us 2 or 3 highlights, what industry is doing to drive the green growth, and can our young people find jobs within that green space. For Sylvia, it's a minute of how those young people have contributed to the COP negotiations, the ones that have come out of your hand. What have you seen them do? Or do they get the training and just go back to their countries? For Mariam, what is the biggest shift that you'd like young people to take? The mindset. Change starts from the mind. What is this that we need to appreciate today as we live here? And for Lynn, what kind of support has the university given you that has made you to do what you're doing now, and what would you recommend? So for all of you, a minute, kindly. I believe all the questions are clear. Thank you. You can take it away, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much. About partnerships, I don't believe that any institution like a university can work on its own. You always require the industry and the partners. And remember that the 3 cornerstones of any university is teaching, research, and community service. And we've ensured that we've done that with our partners. One of the things that our partners do is provide a lot of mentorship to our students. Almost every week, we have people coming over to talk to the young people on topical issues. And one of the issues you always end up being about the environment, things to do with e-waste, because we focus quite a bit on technology and a lot of how to use the emerging technologies in the use of in supporting the environment. So mentorship becomes an element that as faculty, we may not be able to do that. And the partners are able to now come in and talk to our students a lot about that. The other thing we do with our partners is support for our innovation hub. We have an innovation hub called IZET, and that is basically the hub that is even driving this particular research conference. And a lot of the industries, a lot of our partners come in. If you look at all those people, the CIC group, you look at APHRC, you look at all those people who are listed here, they come in to get funding, because sometimes even for you to reach the market, you require someone to provide you with funding. So a lot of support for that. A lot of help with the incubation of the innovations that the students come up with. And now we have entered into partnerships that are helping us to be able to help our students commercialize the products that they have come up with. Then you also work with partners in reaching the grassroots. Like, for example, we believe that we have really changed the community around this particular campus and the other one around Ruiru. You know, these days you cannot just go into Vitaidia, for example, and start preaching. You'll have to work with the community workers. So we work a lot with our partners, the churches, the civil organizations, even the local governments. We work a lot with Juja here, for example, to ensure that if we want to talk to the partners about planting trees, it is them who actually help us. And of course, partners help us with joint research, because you cannot do research on climate because we are not yet having a research degree here. It's the one we're introducing. So that's the way you can come up with. We want to do a lot of research, and of course, research that does not stay on the shelves, research that, for example, help us in biodiversity. Which trees would do better in Juja? Which trees would do better around the Ruiru season, the Ruiru area? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe Ruth is happy to know that there is research and innovation to help reduce emissions. So Ruth.
Okay, thank you. You've realized that the regulations have brought out new way of doing things. We are no longer doing the way things were happening, and therefore the opportunities that have come out is issues of partnering with other like-minded people in this space. And therefore, we are looking at the industries that are regulated communities. What are they bringing in? And they have changed the way they are doing. So we are looking at the bigger broad CAM, KEPSA, and how they are doing it. We have also gone to the institutions, research. We have a whole document called a research agenda. And therefore, we're looking at how can these space be able to get more innovative ways of cleaning our environment. There's the issue of trainings. We've actually partnering with different institutions to come up with skill-based to handle the issues of environment. And also we are encouraging innovations in our way of doing things so that we're no longer thinking that old way. How do we do our beans? How will our bean look like? And therefore I'm actually very happy because of the innovations that are coming on board towards that. Because by doing that, then we are able to clean the environment and make it better. Issues, tree planting, how are we going to do it anymore? We're talking about adopting a tree and making it up, following it up to the way it grows. And we are doing with different partners in all these things, yeah.
Okay, Silva, young people, do they just get certificates and they're happy?
Thank you so much. From the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, I would say it has been actually a very great success. We have seen the young people, advance in several areas. Like, for example, when they go back to their countries or to the rural areas, they have come up with innovations. Normally the challenge with the young people is that after you graduate and you don't know how to adapt to the normal life. So they are able to connect what they studied and to solving the real life solutions. So you've seen some of them go there. They're doing beekeeping, they're doing vegetable farming. They're even taken the initiative now to even train their parents or the other farmers on skills, agricultural skills, even value addition. We have seen that happening with young people. And an example is in Uganda. There was a young person from Uganda. She is a lawyer and she's a young person. She had an initiative of doing paralegal, because there was crime in their country. And she was seeing how to help the young people. But when she attended Nairobi Summer School, she learned about other things, like how to engage the young people. So she started the initiative of beekeeping, training them on agriculture and other skill sets. And the other one is that in the negotiations in these conferences, as you know that most of our negotiators, the experts in climate change, they are older and they are actually coming to retirement. So the Nairobi Summer School gives the opportunity for these experts to network with these young people. And there's a transition, because in COPs, when we went to Conference of Parties, our organization probably supported 15 only, But when we went there, we found almost 100 alumni there. Why were they there? The government supported them, other NGOs supported them, meaning that they're very lucrative and they're very recognized. And we were very happy to see them in platforms, sessions, reading sessions, and they attribute to the training that we gave them to understand these things. The
Thank
other
you,
one-
Sylvia. Mariam,
Okay, thank you.
have to do that because of time.
It's okay, but I'll also just build up on what she said, how they took a lawyer and the lawyer was now interested in solving problems in the community. So the biggest mind shift I would urge my fellow youth in the room, first of all, I hear us throwing in some words like bills, acts, laws. Are you understanding what we're saying? Like when we say the Waste Management Act, are you getting it? Are you? Yes or no? Okay, go Google now that you've had it, or GPT right now where you are. But what I'll say is the biggest mindset shift as youth we need is, let's say there are techies in the room, ground your skills to what's happening on ground. For example, what Dr. Arnold said, like be so excellent in terms of you're maybe a data scientist. So what can my skill do in the real world? What solution can it provide? Then when you think of that, you now come to see, oh, if I want to make a change, maybe I need to collaborate with other people. So maybe I need to collaborate with a lawyer who understands the Waste Management Act, or I need to collaborate with like an architect myself who understands the city dynamics and how to implement these solutions. That's one. The second is we need to start looking at green initiatives as career opportunities, as places where we can actually, earn. Yeah, so as we are doing it, we don't think, oh, this is just for an environmentalist or someone who studied climate change. At the end of the day, these things that we are discussing will come and affect us. So I'll give a brief story of a friend I know who
Maybe
works
a
in town.
minute.
Very
a
brief,
minute.
very
Yes,
brief.
Yes.
A friend who works in town and he has his house in Ngara, but he realized that his kids are suffering based on the air quality. So they are getting sinuses, respiratory diseases, skin diseases. So he had to move his family out of Nairobi. So you see those issues, you think, hii ni kitu ya environmentalist, but really you have the skill, you can do something about it, yeah? So let's also not underestimate ourselves and believe we have a part to play in the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay. The support the school has given me, like just looking at me, I'm a product of Zetech. To be brief, Zetech has done a lot to my life. Let me just say like two things. Number one, your lecturer has the key to your destiny. Let me give a shout out to one of mine, Mr. Kega. Like he has been holding my hand, everything. I'll just even text him and he'll reply. That lecturer you see in your class has the keys to your destiny. Number two, if you're in technology and you have never gone to IZ, let me just be true. You're wasting your life. IZ has everything. IZ will fund you. IZ will give you resources. IZ will connect you to everything that you want. And then my key takeaway, like, you are not less. You are the only limiter of your life. Let me quote another quote like Mr. Kega once told me. You'll finish school, just going to class and going to bed. And then after that, you'll meet your lecturer in the street. Will you ask your lecturer for work, or will you ask your lecturer to guide you on your projects? Yeah, I think I'll leave you from there.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for all of them. I think they have inspired us. You are not less. You can change. You can transform. You can begin where you are. Honestly, I never went to such a meeting when I was in the university. I never did. I believe Sylvia is shaking her head. She says she never did. Ruth is also shaking her head and saying she never did. So Zetech is, according to a very unique opportunity, linking your training with practitioners. Today we brought you policymakers. I deliberately brought you policymakers because I thought it's important you also understand the rest of the regulatory framework that shapes this particular discussion. So if there were many acts spoken today, laws and policies, fault me, but I believe it was important that we also have a discussion at that level and link what it is that we are saying. So the keynote speaker, Arnold, Kipchumba, they're all my friends, by the way. So you heard them call my name, and I hear them call their name, and I'll add Prof. and Lynn into my database. Why are we here today? I'm actually here today and opened this Zetech for the rest of my network, courtesy of Joseph Kwendo. You know Joseph? Joseph is your PR person. We worked with Joseph in my previous workplace, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And we developed a very good rapport. And we all have gone to different organizations, but we have maintained the network. So what am I saying? The people that you see around here are the key to your destiny. Connect with them. They will shape what is coming up to you. We have had a rich dialogue and shared a lot of insights and hands-on experience on opportunities and approaches to climate action and green economy. There indeed exist opportunities for scaling up green skills that are necessary to build a sustainable green economy for the future. Investing in education and training for green skills is an opportunity to cultivate a workforce equipped to drive innovation, implement sustainable practices, and create a more prosperous and sustainable future for all. By working together, that is academia, industry, government, that is the regulators, innovators, community actors, and all stakeholders, we can create an economy that benefits both the people, the planet, and the prosperity in a sustainable manner. Allow me to really thank the organizers of this particular session. I have learned about the power of mentorship, and Lynn has said it much better. And I want to believe that this session has enlarged us all, inspired us to act for people, planet, and the economy for a sustainable future through climate action and realization of a green economy. Thank you very much once again. It's me, Faith Ngige, signing off. Until next time. So I believe there is a photo that is taken, a group photo. Yeah, program back to you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Faith. We appreciate them with a 5 factorial. We start. Thank you very much. Before they leave, we are going to gift you. So I take this opportunity to welcome our Chancellor and also welcome Mercy, who was the rapporteur, so that we can gift each and every one of the panelists. We have learned a lot, and I think from where they are studying, our Chancellor is going to join so that each and every one of them is gifted. We appreciate, we have learned a lot from the act, from the green skills, and we do believe that we are moving from this room better. Pass the gift. We will start with Faith, then we go to the DVC. So we appreciate what we have learned today, and we do believe that now that we have known who cuts the tree and who plants, once we move from here, we will also plant. I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. 'Cause in the sky full of stars, I think I saw you.
I wanna die in your arms. She get lighter the more it gets dark. I'm gonna give you my heart. I don't care. Me apart. I don't care if you do.
Mercy.
Cause in the sky, full of stars, you can see you can see
So thank you very much, our panelists. Thank you very much. We have had a successful session. As we prepare to go to the next session of quality education for all, I request first of all we rise. We rise. We are going to take a tour to Mombasa. We take a tour to Mombasa. So give me your hearts. So we are writing the C. We write the C. All of us, let's write the C. Then you put the O, the C again, the O again, the U. Let us have a big U, a very big one. Let us put the T. Then we call the waves. Let's call the waves. Let them come. We can take them up. We take them down. Again. Let's have a seat. Thank you very much. As I welcome Dr. Catherine Joki, who is going to be the moderator for the next session. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Gladys, for giving me this opportunity. So our next session is about quality education, and it will basically focus on digital equity in education, and we are going to look at bridging the divide for inclusive learning. That is what we shall be talking about in this session. And I want to give a warm welcome. I'll have certain people here that will come and talk about this. They'll give us insights into what they understand about this particular session. And I'm going to invite Gideon Murenga, a senior TVET and labor markets advisor. I don't know whether he's here from GIZ. Okay, karibu hapa. You're welcome. That's it. And I'm also going to invite Dr. Simon Chege. He's one of us here. He's a lecturer at Zetech University in the Department of Media, Arts and Design. Karibu sana daktari. So we start with those two, and I'll first give Mr. Gideon some time to talk to us. He's our guest. He is our keynote speaker. So he'll talk about that particular theme. But before he comes in here, I want to give just an introductory sentence about this particular session. In an increasingly digital world, access to technology and equitable learning opportunities is no longer a luxury. It is a necessity. Yet, disparities in digital access, skills, and infrastructure continue to widen the gap, leaving many learners behind. Today, we explore how we can bridge this divide to ensure that quality education is truly inclusive and accessible to all. So we have a lineup of speakers who will come later, and they will share insights in achieving digital equity. But before they come here, I'll invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Gideon, so that he can introduce himself and tell us what he has for us. Karibu sana, Gideon.
All right, good morning, everyone. Yeah, so my name is Gideon Mrenga. As it has been mentioned, I work for an organization called GIZ. That's the German Agency for International Cooperation. And I work on a project called Promotion of Youth Employment and Vocational Training. And that's why from what I'll be speaking about, I'll be a little bit biased to the skills development economy, because that's the space that I work in, because that's the space that we need to work on to transform this country, to transform our economy, and be at par to many developed countries around the world. And even as I speak about this, of course, there are three major disruptions that have come to our end that we cannot be able to run away from. One of them is the topic that was just discussed here before, climate change. That's a major disruption to this world. The second one is demographic change. That's a disruption to the way we have been doing things. And the third one touches on the topic that we'll be looking at here, which is digitization. So these disruptions means that we have to start doing things in a different way. Various studies, research reports have been shared. There's a report that was done by African Development Bank indicating that in the next 20 years, by around 2050, Africa will contribute to 33% of the world occupations. So from the global occupation and jobs, 33% will come from Africa. But are we ready to take up those jobs? That is the question. Are we preparing ourselves to take up those jobs? Why? Obvious, because of obvious reasons. We're in a space where, you know, what's happening in Europe, there's an aging population, and there's need for them to continue being at a level where they have been, but they need a competent and progressive and dynamic workforce for them to continue industrializing, for them to continue innovating, which aligns very well with the theme we are talking about on innovation, empowering lives through innovation. But are we innovating enough? I look at Africa, we are rich in terms of raw materials, but we export 75% of our products in primary form. Then we have to import it back. Are we innovating enough? What are we doing to promote innovation? Africa is an emerging economy. Kenya is an emerging economy, for example. Are we building the right skills for an emerging economy? Or are we overambitious? We are focusing so much on high-level skills. Are those the kind of skills we need? High-level education. Is that what an economy needs at the moment? Is that the reason why we have a lot of challenges with unemployment? Because we have trained but not fit for what our economy requires. So these are questions that we have to look and ask ourselves. Are we moving in the right direction? Are we preparing for what our economy needs? Of course, there are a few areas that we are doing very well. Perhaps in the business space, we are doing very well on that particular space. But yes, we have our development blueprints, the Kenya Vision 2030. We want to become a middle industrialized country economy, but then we need skills to be able to achieve that level. So there's a lot of things we have to change even in our mindset for us to transition to what is required. We need to train for relevance and not for esteem. Unfortunately, a lot of us are training, we go to school for esteem. You want a title. I criticize a lot when I see presentations taking, if we analyze conferences like this, maybe 25% of the time was spent in just doing introductions. We take pride in titles. We are training for what? What are we training for? And that is the generation we are also preparing for. For titles, for esteem, and not for relevance. And that is one of the things that we have to change and shift for us to be able to transform our economy. So the digitization is a space, as I've mentioned, is one of the transformation that has caused a shift and disruptions to the way we do our things. And within as a project that I mentioned on the promotion of youth employment and TVET, we work on the competence-based system with various public TVET institutions in Kenya. One of the ways that we have integrated digital equity is one on the curriculum space, where we developed a hybrid learning curricula, which is technical on a course area in industrial mechatronics. And this we worked with about 2 TVET institutions in Kenya, building e-learning system, simulation, converting those lessons plans to storyboards, making them interactive, and building digital content across various trades. Of course, then to support that, we have also worked on trainer, because then you need the right trainers. We know during COVID, a lot of trainers had to transition to e-learning and digitization, but then after that period, we resorted back to factory settings. So the trainers' capacity is also key in ensuring that digital pedagogy is also inculcated in them, and they can be able to support blended learning. And this is also something that we have worked on the project. We also work with special schools, because when we talk about inclusion, there's also special needs students. We have worked on also supporting things like assistive technology for the students, supporting areas on visual impairments, and this is what technology gives in terms of an advantage. Now, the project that I'm implementing is jointly funded by Germany government and Finnish government, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. We have tapped on the knowledge that exists in these countries and identified the institutions in Finland that are actually mentoring selected institutions in Kenya. They have embraced digital learning in Finland, and this is also one of the things that we saw will be best fit to be able to transfer this knowledge and skills to selected TVET schools in Kenya. And we have a total of 7 of them, University of Applied Sciences. Now, there's a difference between the academic universities and the University of Applied Sciences, because University of Applied Sciences, they offer higher level training in the technical, practical based training. I've just mentioned 7, I think they have more. I don't think we have any University of Applied Science in this country. We are still very academic in our approach. The labor market inside itself, there was a discussion about the involvement of private sector industries. Right now, we have bonded or twinned about 1,200 industries with various institutions. And they're able to inform curriculum, provide feedback. They are able to support training. In fact, the training we are currently implementing, Students spend 50% of their training minimum in the industry. The remaining time they train in school. And we have introduced a rotation model where every term you alternate. You start from the school, you go to the industry, come back to school, go to the industry, because then it's plug and play during employment. In fact, all the graduates, it's always competition from employers to be able to employ them. Of course, digital infrastructure is also an area that we have supported in terms of ensuring these institutions have the right equipment, modern technology for training. And the other areas, for example, on the robotic space, AI and the transformation about AI. I think in the morning, we were just briefing with the Vice Chancellor, an informal discussion just about what people are complaining about with AI. And I remember there's something he said, it's like AI is like breathing. It will be there. You cannot live without it because it's already there. So there's a fear, but we have to embrace. What is the transformation that AI is bringing? Yes, some jobs will be lost. That's true. That's a fact. But new jobs will be created. So we have to learn how we're going to embrace and fit into the new jobs. In fact, estimates indicate that about maybe 85 million jobs in the next 10 years will be gotten rid of because of AI. But maybe about 97 million will be created. So there's a net gain of jobs. We just need to have the right skills for us to be able to fit for that job. It's estimated that AI could pump about $15 trillion into the economy in the next 20 years or so. But who are the people who are going to benefit? Those who will embrace AI, because AI will make you a superhuman, AI-enhanced superhuman being. So what you're doing now, you can do better when you embrace AI. So we have to look at, as AI is coming, how are we going to adjust ourselves? I pity the professors who are still old school, looking into the structures of proposal paper. This topic is not aligned, this abstract is missing A, B, C, D. I pity you, because if that is the way we are going to continue, I think now things have changed. But then it means we have to look at things differently. It's about what is the idea that is in that research paper. How practical is it to the world that we are living in? That is the transformation we are talking about. I'm in a few WhatsApp groups for professors. I look at some of the comments and I say, oh, but yes. So these are the changes that are going to happen. And we need to embrace this change for us to be able to remain at par with the transformations that are happening globally. Of course, public-private partnership is also key. That is one of the things the project has strategically introduced, working with private sector institutions to be able to set up or train on the digital space, on digital skilling, and also supporting a placement of these young people. They provide also financing and supporting these young people when it comes to areas of training. So generally what we are saying is that the transformation with digitization is something that we have to live with. Everything has transformed at the moment, but we have to embrace that for us to remain relevant in the space we are operating in, for us to remain competitive as an economy, for us to be able to ensure that whatever we do remains relevant even for the next coming years, even as the transformations are taking place. So, ladies and gentlemen, education must empower, but it can only empower if it includes. As I conclude, let us commit to building a system where no one is left behind. We need to make digital equity a pillar of Kenya's industrial transformation. And let us do this together. And we can be able to achieve this through partnerships, policy innovations, and the commitment we need to make amongst ourselves. So the topic of innovation is very relevant, and I'm glad to have been invited to participate in this conversation, because we need to innovate to create jobs. Some of us enjoy spaces or work in places that someone else came up with. But we also need to create jobs. We need to innovate. I've read reports where countries file about 27,000 applications for patent every year. Those are new innovations. When you look at the African statistics, as much as we are home to 18% of the world population, we only contribute to 0.1% of the patents globally. 0.1%. We only contribute about 2% of the world research output. It means there's a lot we need to do. It's good to have this discussion. Let us translate this into actions. We do so many conferences. Kenya, we do so many good papers, so many good policies. In our TVET space, we are aware that there's some policies we developed a couple of years ago. Another country came here, benchmarked with us, picked that policy. When it implemented, a year ago, a team from Kenya went to that country to benchmark on how they have implemented their TVET system. Yet they use the same document that we developed. So let us move away from this space. It's good to discuss, but if we don't translate this into actions, this will remain wishful thinking. Thank you so much.
Not going to clap for him yet because I expected Mr. Gideon to brag about who he is when I called him and asked him to introduce himself. But because he has refused to brag, I'm going to brag on his behalf. So Gideon Murenga is a seasoned education and training professional with over 15 years of expertise in the technical vocational education and training, that is TVET sector. He's currently serving as the Senior TVET and Labor Markets Advisor and the National TVET Coordinator for the Duo TVET rollout, which is implemented under the Promotion of Youth Employment and TVET project at GIZ in Kenya. He plays a pivotal role in advancing vocational education, fostering youth employment, and linking TVET institutions with industry partners. Gideon's extensive experience encompasses various aspects of TVET, including implementation of dual vocational education and training systems, policy advice to government, private sector strengthening, and institutional capacity development. So you can see who we have here. Let us give a clap for him. So Mr. Gideon, I would like you to tell us what are some of the key strategies that GIZ has implemented to promote digital equity in TVET institutions across Kenya.
Thank you. I think I had already touched on this because there are various things that as a project you have been able to do. Obviously, a project is bilateral in nature. That means agreed upon between the governments, Finland, Germany, and Kenya. And we have worked on spaces around curriculum development. We have worked on spaces around trainer capacity development. We have worked on the infrastructure development space, so supporting building digital infrastructure. We have worked on mentorship with external institutions, which I think is also something that I talked about, and supporting just our young people through the TVET institutions to ensure that they get they are resourced, they get the right skills, they get the right competencies. Introducing partners, relevant partners, whether it is private sector partners, to ensure that then they're able to support these young people or support the relevant institutions in training. So there's quite a lot that the project has been able to implement, if I start talking about all of them, it will take maybe the whole day, because the project is 6 years into the country. And there's a lot of things that it's supported, especially the Kenya government and the TVET institutions. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Gideon. We've been very privileged to have you here. And I think now we can give him 5 factorials as we lead him off the stage. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I have other guests that I'm going to invite to call to the stage so that they can also add some insights to the topic we are talking about. And I have a gentleman called, sorry. I have a gentleman here called Christopher Arunga. He's a talents manager at Zone 01 Kisumu. Kindly come to the stage. Let us give an applause as he comes to the stage. Then we have, thank you very much. Then we have Doreen Cherono. Doreen Cherono, she's an educator, Kip McGrath Education Center. Doreen, kindly come to the stage. Doreen, oh, I think she's not around. We have Mr. Isaac Kega, Powerland Project. Let us give an applause. Then we have Albert Kipto Ngetich, Programs Officer at Teach for Kenya. Kindly come. All right. So I'm going to. Oh, Doreen is online. All right. I understand Doreen is online. So once we are connected with her, I'll tell you more about who she is. So these panel members here, I start with Christopher Arunga, the talents manager at Zone 01 Kisumu. Yes. Oh, he wants to leave. All right.
Sorry for the brief introduction. Madam Murenga has given us a very good talk, and I'm sure we'll be doing a follow-up. And because we'd like to excuse him, I'll invite our Vice Chancellor to brand him blue, then we can excuse him. Karibu Bwana Vice Chancellor. Karibu Bwana Murenga.
We want to appreciate the speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you, Mr. Gideon. So I want to talk about Christopher Arunga. Christopher Arunga is a talents manager at Zone 01 Kisumu, an innovative software development and digital talent training hub based in Kisumu, Kenya. Zone 01 Kisumu specializes in discovering, training, and hiring full-stack developers through a tuition-free peer-to-peer learning model that prepares talents for technical roles in areas such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity, and mobile and web app development. Christopher leverages his extensive experience in placing digital talents and business development within the financial services industry to contribute to Zone 01 Kisumu's mission of nurturing world-class tech talent and connecting them to global employment opportunities. So this is the man we are talking about. Another applause for him. Then Doreen, I was told she's online, but let's first talk about Isaac Kega, Powerland Project. Mr. Isaac is a lecturer in the Department of Applied Sciences at JKUAT Karen Campus, Kenya, specializing in data science and IT courses. He also serves as the principal of the PLP, that is Powerline Project Academy, at Powerland Project Plan in Nairobi, where he leads curriculum development, student mentorship, online training, and academy management. With a strong focus on learner-centric strategies, he oversees program design and implementation to ensure impactful and engaging educational experiences. His work involves strategic planning, collaboration with instructors and mentors, and ongoing feedback analysis to drive continuous improvement. Isaac holds a PhD in IT, a master's in software engineering, a bachelor's in information technology from JKUAT, and a Microsoft 21 CLD educator certification. His expertise and leadership contribute significantly to building inclusive, high-quality learning environments across both academic and professional settings. Let's give him another applause. Albert Kipto Ngetich. He's a programs officer at Teach for Kenya. Albert Kipto Ngetich is a programs officer at Teach for Kenya, where he coordinates and implements program activities, supports participants, manages data and reporting, and fosters stakeholder engagement to drive impactful educational initiatives. He's a Harvard Humanitarian Initiative Fellow, Harvard Leadership Fellow, McKinsey Forward Program Fellow, and a passionate advocate for population health and sexual and reproductive health rights. Albert is also a certified mental health advocate with the Nivisha Foundation and holds credentials in predictive project management from the Project Management Institute. With a strong background in project management, monitoring and evaluation, and research, Albert is committed to leveraging his expertise to improve lives socially, economically, culturally, and emotionally. He has contributed to research and development efforts with the Equal Trade Alliance and provided mentorship to young professionals through Generation Kenya, focusing on digital customer service, psychosocial support, and SRHR advocacy. Albert's leadership is grounded in integrity, humanity, and a drive for sustainable impact. He thrives in team environments across nonprofit, humanitarian, and public sectors, and is dedicated to advancing gender equality, mental health, and community well-being through innovative, evidence-based programming. An applause for him, please. Yeah, so now that we have welcomed our panelists on the stage, I want to start with Christopher. How is Zone 01 Kisumu promoting digital equity through its software engineering programs?
Thank you. Maybe let me just start by saying what O1 means. So O1 means we get you from 0 to 1, where you didn't have the talents for software development, and now you have them. We play in the space of trying to bridge the gap where probably you've gone through formal education, but you still don't have the software development skills. So we take you through a 2-year program where you are then, the program then helps you to gain hands-on experience. And by the time you leave the project, you are an intermediate level software developer. So how do we bring equity? So we are impact-based organization. So to a large extent, we select those who are underserved, and the only criteria that you need to get into the program is that you play a game. Most of us here know the Squid Game. So you play a game that is similar to a Squid Game, and that game tests your aptitude test, your cognitive abilities, and then you're accepted in. And we target, the way we bring equity is that we target those who are underserved. Like we go deep into the communities, recruit those who never even think of getting into software development or do not have the money to be absorbed into formal education. But if you have the aptitude test ability and the cognitive ability, then you get into the program. Again, one of the things we contribute is that we give these developers a stipend, because we don't want them to choose between going without food and going to learn. So you're given a monthly stipend, 15,000 for 2 years, and that basically helps you to stay in the program. And then thereafter you get placed. So my work is the most difficult part of the program, is to find ways in which we place these talents into jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give each speaker, once I ask you a question, do it in like 2 minutes because I don't want to cut you short because of time. Mr. Isaac, how does the PowerLearn project tackle digital exclusion among youth in underrepresented communities?
Thank you, Dr. for that question. So first of all, PowerLearn is a Pan-African social impact organization. We have a goal of training 1 million developers. So that's our main goal. So how do we bridge that gap? First of all, we have to look at the mode of training, which is basically online. We usually have our own inbuilt learning management system. Also, we have partnered with county governments like Kilifi and Baringo, where we use their county innovation hubs or even technical hubs where they take the learners who have been accepted into the program to be able to do the training. We have also partnered with university hubs like J-Hub. We also have one in talks with Zetech here for IZ, because we believe that accessibility is the main challenge when it comes to the youth in Africa gaining the necessary skills. So if I talk about the other challenge, which is basically about the ratio of male and female in the tech ecosystem, we usually have a threshold of 40% of the people who will be accepted to the program must be female. So that is one of the ways in which we are able now to also try and bridge the gap. And also we have also partnership with organizations like ILO, which is in the works, to go and train refugees in the refugee camps of Kakuma and Dadaab. So that is also where we are going to look at digital inclusivity, because even as the person who was here before, Gideon Murenga, when he said that by 2050, 33% of all the jobs will be in Africa, it's very true. So we have to look at ways of how we can be able to impact the youth. And the main thing is knowledge is transient. If you stay with it, it becomes static. But if it goes out, it becomes dynamic and it builds up to better things. And we better look at how partnerships can evolve, not just working in silos or things like that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Albert, how is Teach for Kenya addressing educational inequalities that are worsened by the digital divide?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. for that question. First of all, I think it's important to say what Teach for Kenya does in terms of advancing SDG 4. That is our main SDG as Teach for Kenya that we promote, quality education. And how we do it is we have a vision that one day every Kenyan child will have access to quality education regardless of the socioeconomic background where they come from. And it's interesting that there is something that is cutting across. Even our panelists have said, and we shared earlier, even in the earlier conversation, about underserved communities. So we recruit graduates fresh from the university, either in their final year or have recently graduated, and we train them, on, among others, digital literacy, how they can work with the communities and the schools that they have been placed to come up with initiatives that are related to ensuring that that learner who is in Muguru Kwanjenga, let's say Nairobi, Kisumu, in that Manyata slum, or Machakos, and now we are even expanding to Wajir, that child is able to enjoy, learn about coding, learn about AI, so we build the capacity of these fellows that we recruit to our 2-year fellowship. It's a paid fellowship, and the unique part of it is that in their second year of fellowship, leave alone now the aspect that we have trained them through a very intensive leadership institute before placing them. In their second year fellowship, we challenge them to come up with innovations, and that is what we have been discussing today. That is the way to go. So they come up with innovations to address specific challenges that or barriers that affect access to quality education within that school and the community. And one thematic area that is projects that they come up with is EdTech and digital literacy. And we have seen tremendous impact from these innovations. And, we work with 62 schools currently, and the impact has been monumental. Over 50,000 learners being impacted. There is aspect of gender equity, and that is another aspect where we come in as Teach for Kenya, whereby we have projects that extend beyond just the classroom, okay? Because learning, and it's not only about the academic outcomes, okay? That is one of the priorities. But now with the CBC, there are other issues that affect our learners and the communities. There is issues of gender equity. There are gender-related barriers to education, whereby we still talk about these things, and it's not like we have addressed them conclusively. Issues of teenage pregnancies, early marriage, forced marriage, female genital mutilation, among others. So we have initiatives related to that to be able to empower all learners, regardless of the gender barriers that are there in the communities, working with the communities to address those barriers and making them understand the importance of all, both boys and girls having access to education. We have climate-related innovations. If you visit our booth outside here, we have very impactful projects, and I encourage all of us to pass there to see what that fellow. Zetech is one of our universities where we recruit. We recruit from all universities, and we recruit from diverse backgrounds. It's important that I say that. So we are not only looking at those who have done education, but to that engineer who can come to the school and say, there is a challenge with infrastructure in this aspect. That person who has done ICT, passionate about coding and other things. So we recruit from diverse backgrounds. So far we have over 200 fellows in our schools and 33 alumni who are driving change related to promoting quality education and also addressing now the key, the key trend and the key topic of the moment, AI, digital equity, digital literacy, and secondly, climate change. Okay, so I think I have answered in that part, and the aspect of how we do it, identifying fellows from diverse backgrounds, recruiting them, and challenging them to come up with very innovative projects. Our recent recruitment just ended, but we are going to recruit next year from April as well. And we challenge all of us to, share this information to all of our young people passionate about addressing digital equity in education and advancing generally quality
Thank you.
education. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. So I want to ask Christopher another question. How do you measure the impact of your digital learning initiatives on local communities?
So basically, the way we look at impact is how many people did we pick that are excluded? Basically, these are candidates that would have not gone through the program if the program wasn't there. So they would not basically had a chance to go to formal education. So we look at that the number of excluded communities that we have brought onto formal learning. The other way we measure impact is how many talents have we placed into meaningful jobs. So we are training these people on machine learning and AI and placing them to work in the UK, US, and stuff like that. And this is important because this is somebody who probably would have not even made it to formal education, but now has an opportunity to serve not only in the local market, but also in the, in the space out there. And finally, also the ability to speak up and to present the ideas. How are these talents able to speak up? Most of the people have spoken here, but one of the things that Kenyans are lacking, given that I have a Pan-African experience, is that we do not have that capacity to showcase whatever we have. We have big thing, but we show it in a small way. Nigerians have a small thing, but they show it in a big way. So what we're trying to do is also to be able to give this talent space to express themselves, particularly the women in tech. We give them the opportunities to host the events, to come together and showcase to the world what they do. And we see a lot of leadership characteristics coming onto them because of that. So we are moving towards trying to be like Nigerians, but in a good way. Because we have big things, we just need to show it big way. And I'm not saying that we have small things, but we are doing big things, and we just need, as a country, to have a way in which we can be expressive out there to the world. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Isaac, what policy recommendations would you make to improve digital equity across educational levels in Kenya?
Wow, that's a very interesting one, since our government launched its national AI strategy just there. I think for me, the policy would be basically looking at it at three folds. One would be infrastructure, because if I go to resources and I've not met the infrastructure for digital inclusivity for tech, then I would just be shooting myself in the foot. So the first thing would be, as the government would be, or even us as education institutions and everything, would be to equip the infrastructure. What are the necessary computing resources? Funny enough, in Kenya, we don't have a supercomputing headquarter here. So I believe that is one thing which we need to take care of the power grid. I think that's one. Even this guy from Vietnam, he came and he really dissed the government when he said that we want to attract investors, and yet we are still a monopoly in terms of power. So you see, that's one thing when it comes to manufacturing and also in terms of computing power. So how do we improve on that? And I'm glad even the conference is talking about climate, because one thing is going off grid. Using solar, we have a lot of solar out there. Why can't we even tap that power and be able to create our own supercomputing aspect? So for me, that is infrastructure. The second thing would be resourcing, TOTs. If I look at the way this country, I believe it's the United Arab Emirates, which had a full-fledged policy to implement AI from pre-primary all the way to university. So one thing is to resource the trainers. So how do we resource the trainers? That now comes back to the university. So you, Dr. Chege here, me, myself, we are the TOTs. We are the trainers of trainers. We are the gatekeepers of knowledge. So why don't we go out there and train these learners and these teachers? And that's how even at Powerland Project, we also have our own specialized TOT program. Like we are partnering with Tatu City to train some of the primary school teachers within the area for what they call an AI after school program. So this AI after school program is basically to train the primary school children in that area on AI. So we have to go provide the trainers for them. They train their trainers. And lucky to say, some of the trainers whom we have picked are basically learners from Zetech University, Akinalin and everything. So they are going there to train those people on how to use AI and then be able to train them on their learners. So for me, that is training on trainers. And the other one would be resources. So we have to look at basically how do we resource, how are we able to partner as academia and industry. Like I like the way MIT and OpenAI have partnered. OpenAI has actually opened the back end for their LLMs for the students in MIT and Harvard to test on that. And that's why you find them that they're having all these LLMs sprouting up now and then, even from China. And I think one of the greatest challenge here we have as Africa is basically how do we manage our own data? Because data is the key to unlocking our full potential.
Yeah.
That is the main reason. So how do we manage our data? How do we let that data be accessed by researchers and everyone out there who needs to create these solutions so that we can have that whole inclusivity system from pre-primary all the way to TVET and even to university. So I would like to say it's not all about talk, but it's all about implementation. So the vision is there. It's all about implementation.
Okay, thank you so much, Isaac. So I want to put my last question to Albert. Albert, what changes would you recommend to ensure technology access becomes a right and not a privilege for every learner?
Yeah, thank you. I think picking from what Isaac has mentioned, I think first of all we need to, what do we have? What is the available data? What is the available information that we have? Then are we able to have forums that we are able to discuss this with policymakers? Are we able to write a memo, involve all stakeholders, whether it's the, for instance, learners or children, schools, and say from this angle, this is what we need to do, and maybe share this with the, especially the gatekeepers, the government, so that, and we push and advocate that these policies are implemented. We have, how often do we visit some of the places that we want these policies, or what is in these policies to be implemented, whether it's a school, for instance, a primary school. How often do we visit there really and listen to those who are affected by these policies, so that even as we are trying to advocate for solutions, it's not what someone, we have taught it from, only as experts, but also from those who are impacted. And there are also challenges to do with resourcing infrastructure, like some of the schools, for instance, that we serve ourselves, they are not only understaffed, they are underserved, and there are challenges. For instance, computers, for them to access or even to purchase computers, it's a challenge. Yet that is a very good resource that they need. For us, we empower the teachers, our fellows to find ways to be able to deliver that digital content or that information, digital literacy, within that school, within the available resources that they are there and the capacity that he or she has. But we have a very big challenge on infrastructure, computer halls, computer rooms. If they are there, no internet, not equipped. So we need to know who are these stakeholders who can come in to support. Skills. How many of our teachers are empowered to, okay, 1 second, 1 minute. How many of our teachers are empowered to know now what AI is, what is digital literacy, and so forth, and how can they cascade to others who may not be within reach of those skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Albert. So our last speaker for this session is a special guest here that we have, Dr. Simon, who is our lecturer in Zetech University. He'll come here and summarize for us a session. We'll give him 3 minutes to just say something about this special session. In the meantime, I'll invite our rapporteur, Solomon Kimaita, to also come to the stage so that he prepares to give a recap of 2 minutes after Dr. Simon is done. So welcome, Dr. Simon.
Thank you very much. Speakers have spoken fascinating things about digital transformations that we're experiencing as a society. And one such digital transformation that is in the mouth of everyone is AI innovations. And it is AI innovations that have stolen the stage in terms of the discussions that we've had. And I want to talk about what we are doing as academicians. And I'll talk about a research that we are doing, but before I come to that, let me say that as you've heard, every sector is experiencing the transformative role of AI. We are all experiencing the impact of AI, including what we are doing as students and lecturers in academia. And we are not living, I was sharing with someone who happened to study before me, and he was giving me experiences of doing research, for example, in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s. Do you know, at a particular point in time, you could not access information if you didn't go to the library and look at a book. Do you know you had to walk many kilometers to go to the library and read a book? But what is happening now? We have the information with us wherever we are. We are working with information. Information is around us. You just need a gadget for you to be able to access the information. So for students and lecturers doing research, for example, teaching, mentorship, is so much enhanced to the extent that it's so simple that you only need to enhance your skills and embrace these technologies. Then you are good to go, and you'll be doing fascinating things in your area of specialization. So I want to talk about a research that we are conducting with my colleague, Dr. Mwindi, in the department. As scholars, we're interested in exploring perspectives of key stakeholders. Here I'm talking about the students, lecturers, admins of universities, industry experts, and government officials. And the study intends to understand their experiences, explore their practices in the use of AI, and also understand from them how they feel AI can be leveraged or harnessed to transform university education in Kenya. And our study also intends to develop guidelines. As you've heard from the speakers who have spoken before me, AI, we still have a number of gaps in AI development. And one such gap is very much pronounced in the policies and practice. We find gaps in practice, policy and practice, or in AI application. And therefore, our study intends to develop guidelines that could inform policy and practice in the adoption of such tools in learning, research, and education. The study is funded by Zetech University at a tune of 1 million Kenya shillings through the VC's grant. The study adopted a mixed methods approach, where, as I've said, we are talking to stakeholders. You're also getting their opinions through a survey. And when I mean talking to them, I mean interviews. And right now we have the preliminary findings, and the findings are being presented in this conference, actually tomorrow. So I invite you to, you can look at the program. I invite you to attend our presentation because we have fascinating findings about what lecturers and students are saying about AI. If you listen to me, you realize that we are taking an interventionist approach because we don't want just to develop research findings or come up with research findings and we go and shelf search in the shelves. Rather, we want to use the information that the study is going to gather to inform policy and practice in the adoption of AI in universities because you noted there is a big gap there. Come and you listen to the findings. I mean, you get to hear what the findings are saying, and particularly on ethical issues, because our study is also looking at ethical issues, because there are a number of ethical issues that are that we are grappling with in academia related, for example, to academic integrity, dishonesty, and such are also being taken care of in the study, just to explore what the students are saying. So we feel very privileged with my colleague for getting the opportunity to do such a study, because we also noted that such studies are not very common in Kenya. So we believe that our study is going to go a long way in informing policy and practice in the adoption of AI in universities in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I want us to give this team 5 factorials because of time, so that we can be able to conclude this session. So 1, 2, 3. So I want to invite Gladys so that she can come and conclude for us this session.
Thank you, Dr. Joki. We appreciate for the panelists and also in taking us through digital equity in education. As you have realized, but I don't know whether yourself you have realized, our first panel was composed of who? The second? Now ask yourself, are women fearing tech? But we do believe that the composition at the end of it all will be better. I take this opportunity to welcome our Vice Chancellor and also Mr. Kimaita join the team so that we can brand you, and we are going to brand them wholesomely. And welcome, Prof. You can raise the panelists so that we get to be branded.
Everything you put your hand go up, you then go open doors. You step to be a boss. Everything you put your hand go up, you then go open doors. You step to be a boss. Every hustler getting paid. Every hustle go back to pay. You're holding down the tail. If you don't find work to your name, God stuff go to you, and flesh go cover them. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. Everything you put your heart Remember open doors. You start to be a boss. Everything you put your hand on. Remember open doors. You start to be a boss. Sister, we want my seat. Until we get one day you will come to this. Come up with a losing job. One lock up. One day you will be good news will locate you.
Just a moment, DJ. I know when the songs start flow, they don't like a break, but unfortunately we are going to break. So we are going to have a healthy break. And after the health break, we are just going to take 15 minutes. We are going to have breakout sessions. We will have one session here with Dr. Kibor. So if you have a program and it is saying breakout room A, this is the room that we are going to be in. Then we have breakout room B in PG3, ground floor, PG3. Our session chair will be Dr. Wycliffe Anyango. Then breakout C, we are going to have it in PG4. PG4 with Professor Owen Gumi. So once we go for the break, for the students, I request we remain here. Students, we are remaining here. Where I come from, they say, hunger is not borrowed stories. So, because we want to maintain that, I request the students to remain here. And for the presenters and the team, we are going to follow the ushering team. And thank you very much for being patient for that session. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Tu es le Dieu des temps et des circonstances. Tu es le Dieu des temps et des circonstances. Yozalizabe yaba sekwese inatati. Yozalizabe yaba sekwese inatati. Tu es le Dieu des temps et des circonstances. Tu es le Dieu des temps et des circonstances. C'est pourquoi je chante un irada. C'est pourquoi je chante un soyez des c'est pourquoi je chante un society, but they don't know what it's like. It's really life, but it's really life. Face real ghetto pain, to face real ghetto pressure, to face real ghetto pain, to face real ghetto pressure. On and on we go, but it's like an uproar. Our brothers turn to crime, killing each other for a dime. While the oppressors say, say make I no go enemies, they set trap. I walk out with the leg like who they sell a job. Normally I no fear, my body had a turn. If Corona boss me, I no see where man.
Say, remember when we don't feel the chest back? When we feed the pushy, I just go to first stack. This is my story, you go feed left. That's not the guy, but I went to fit to red class. Babylon, Babylon. Me a go da till I find them who's scared. Babylon, Babylon. Me a go da till I find them who's scared. When it's cold and clouds are raining outside, do. Oh, I'll bring a blankie your way, do. And if things go bad, you're on your last card, do. Oh, I'll bring a lot to your way, do. If when the sun don't shine in the morning time, I see how much you make it shine. So I'll chase the darkness away. So I can never understand. You said you need time and space, only on the weekend. But I listen, kept on driving away.
Me, I'm never gonna let this flashing light deceive me. Only time we see is celebrities on the TV. Remember when I said about myself, they didn't believe. Now I'm up in the jets, going straight to Abu Dhabi. Couldn't even fall in love back then, nobody sent me. All the pain where I feel they for my belly. Whoever thought that I'll be riding on this belly. Smoke, but we go on your matter inside the trenches. People be very evil. And I know they can't see through. Don't wanna be a mechanic, oh Lord, I wanna be a baller. People be very evil. I know they can't see through. Don't wanna be a mechanic, oh Lord, I wanna be a baller. Catching no feelings, have you heard of a nigga? I be walking down the trenches with my dirty looking nigga. I focus in a slippers, I couldn't even get no sneakers. Mama said she didn't kill her parents, are picking up the killer. So I be loading up my gun, I'm praying for forgiveness. Mama shed a tear when they said I was good for business. So I walk inside the room and then I left no witness. I didn't even want to show love, now I got a miss. Standing there with my cloak and dagger. Tell me to send you to the holy father. Now I'm surrounded in a dawn on fire, my messiah. Standing there with my cloak and dagger. Tell me to send you to the holy father. Now I'm surrounded in a dawn on fire. Couldn't even fall in love back then, nobody sent me. All the pain where I feel they for my belly. Whoever thought that I'll be riding on this belly. Smoke, but we go on your matter inside the trenches. People be very evil. And I know they can't see through. Don't wanna be a mechanic, oh Lord, I wanna be a baller. People be very evil. I know they can't see through. Don't wanna be a mechanic, oh Lord.
If you think this song about your girl, then it is what it is. And the pipe where they run higher, what I know it is. It is what it is. Me realize, they should legalize. If you feel wine, then I realize. As you look wise, no they follow lies, but you no go die. With the big boys, and we outside. They be like ice, and we outside. They make a must shine, till they must wine. When she go down, you like spice. She like to party late, I don't castigate, I just facilitate, I voice activate, congratulate, I life appreciate, it take her participate, take her back to me place, we start to fornicate, her legs start to be shake, phone start to vibrate, her boyfriend is suspect, a day after segment, her things come bubble later, more. Maybe I lies, they should legalize, if you feel wine, then I realize, as you look wise, no they follow lies, but you no go die. Boys, and we outside, to be like ice, and we outside, and they make a must shine, till they must find, down.
It ain't my zone, Put down for a day, six selfies, something that it wants more, yeah. Push on my way, my feelings heavy. I'm just living on somebody's babe, oh no. I can't get that love from
Grouchy in the mix.
everybody's fine, but they can't be you. Even if they want to do, even if they try, I say envy you. But you belong to someone. I'm just craving for somebody, babe. Oh, no. I can't get that love all for myself.
If they want Angola, I be David for life. Oluwade Masa. Over them. If they want Angola, I be David for life. Oluwade Masa. Over them all. Over them all. Over them all. Over them. Over them all. Over them all.
Follow your lead, you be ninja. Any killer got is something wicked, ninja. But your own is bigger, ninja. Make you ginger. Follow your lead, you be ninja. Any killer got is something wicked, ninja. But your own is big. Pick up for your body, baby. No be poison. Anytime when you call, baby. Go they call, do love happy like. For your body, baby. No be poison. Anytime when you call, baby. Go they call, do love happy like. Baby, ginger. You be ginger. Baby, ginger. You be ginger.
When you see, come give me that. Never from my body like animal. Dance make you feel like animal. I go lock you down like a criminal. One touch feeling like 1 million. People just say what you like a cinema. Wine bandit thing like animal. Make sure you do nobody else.
Yeah, we've been together through this year, through 2023, yeah? Pick up on yourself one time, right about now, if you inside sour. This is a wake-up call, Grouchy in the building right about now, yeah. Now let's go through 2023 one time, real quick, let's go. Hey, wake up, some more.
Baby, don't mind when you see, come give me that.
Come on.
My body like animal. Dance make you feel like animal.
Wake up one more time. Hey, sing it with me, say.
Just say what you like a cinema. Wine bandit thing like animal. Make sure you do nobody else like me. Just that approved and trusted. Just that approved and trusted. Oh, please believe.
Sing it one more time, say.
Just that approved and trusted.
Tested. Approved and trusted.
When you see them, give me that. My body like animal. Dance make you feel like animal. I go let you down like criminal. One touch feeling like 1 million. People just say what you like a cinema. Wine bandit thing like animal. Make sure you do nobody.
Oh, nah, baby. You ask one. You know I wanna love you. See them yellow beauty. You know you're my one and only. I wanna love you till I can't. No. Yeah. My girl, she a Cinderella dance till she fall off. She not care for money even if you're big enough. She do it for the love. She a little shy till she tipsy. That the dancing, yeah. No, you already know. When I see you, it's going down for sure. No be the egg out, this ain't for sure. Nobody got me.
You give me some. You another hour, you wiggle them slow. Everybody knows say yeah, you pretty and cool. You they light up the party, be like with the man blues. Yeah. Oh my God, yeah, you got me in my feelings. Number one, yeah, you be top feeling. Anytime I deal with you, I feel like I'm a winner. Oh yeah, my baby girl, I be tuna. You didn't tell me up, playing like a celly. Never ever see a kind, everybody tell you. Everybody feeling you, it's everybody feeling you. My body they ginger anytime I see you. I'm in love with Maria. Now she be the sweet Maria. If you got a lot of biggie, better than Nina. Just from Maria, now they got the killer.
Oh, na, baby, you know I wanna love you daily. You know you're my one and only. I wanna love you till I can't no more. Oh, na, baby, you know I wanna love you daily. You know you're my one and only. I wanna love you till I can't.
Anytime I look at you, see how my dreams come true. Crazy girl, I knew. If you make a burst some blue forever. I got you, anyway possible.
Let's show you one more time. Sing with that one special someone right now. Sing it.
Look at you.
Look at you. Yeah. Trust when I say I believe in you. One time 2024. My dreams will come true. Hey.
I got you, anyway possible.
Listen.
She got a pretty ass face and a pretty ass smile. Many watch, but she they walk past. She forget body, but she no get time. Wanna live fast, as she they drop like.
Listen, this is how we sound this morning, yeah? Let me do one more time. What about now? Yeah. We got them inside right now. Smile, let's go.
She got a pretty ass face and a pretty ass smile. Many watch, but she they walk past. She forget body, but she no get time. Wanna live fast, as she they drop like. Yeah, she don't wanna fall in love. Yeah, she don't wanna fall in love. Yeah, as long as the money don't stand for you. But if I'm honest, I don't think that you know what you want it. Give me chance, make I block to your socket. But you come, they post me like a comment. I'ma give you my body, my soul, and my heart, and my conscience. I don't know who pushed me, but I'm falling. Give me chance to your heart, make a lock in. You anything for my baby, you go. For my baby, you go. Me no go play you like baby, you go. I keep my baby, you go. London. Another banga. Come here, wait till the body you. Green body make I rock, yeah. I know you seen your me. I get the money pass your papa. Wait till you want way I don't feel do for you. But you want the booga one. Share you be kiss and any. You better drop your body, I'm a sucker. Suffer with this body, make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. They get to go move where you know go. Breathe, come make a drive your come make a drive you so jalo. Baby, allow me. Tip you off for the alawi. See body, oh. See body, Egg body, oh. Bossy my bololo, bossy my bololo. Please help me, oh, me I don't jam with sympathy. See body, oh, see body, egg body, oh. Bossy my bololo, bossy my bololo. Please help me, oh. Ever since I don't set my koro eyes on you, I know that I will fight for you. I know that I will participate in any competition. If the price was you, I will go to any length to compose the sentence. I will fully capture your essence. I
spend zero expense, cause you get more sense than bachelor degree or master's. I'm already a bachelor, so got my bachelor already. Government, you don't pass it already. Say I love you, no be crime. Say I love you, no be felony. Wedding marriage counselor, make it a counselor already. So many damn butterflies in my tummy. I wanna open up, I wanna show you, I wanna show you the amount of love where I get. If you feel like 11 baskets, if you feel up San Zero, I could be your number one hero. Till I enter casket, amount of love where I possess. If you get pass waiting, I go fit to profess. You could feel up San Zero, I could be your number one hero. Till I enter casket.
It's how we build the vibes this morning, yeah? Like, yeah. Act like you know right now. Hey.
What be the reason? What be the action? Say now your way they give me satisfaction. Say now your lifestyle or your fashion. Or now your smile where they cause attraction to me. Yo, maybe one day you go come to me. If not, I go run after you, go after you. Cause there is one thing missing in my life and I think it's you. And after 10 days, when you get back, surely you're dead. Nothing less, you to find, write you a check. But it's so bad, you can people man or less. Yes, from my chest, from my head. You always on my mind, so how can I forget you? But then I feeling not true. It's yours, I'm already a bachelor, so I'm a bachelor. Government, you don't pass it already. Say I love you, no be crime. Say I love you, no be felony. When the marriage counselor, make it a counselor already. So many damn butterflies in my tummy. I wanna open up, I wanna show you up, I wanna show you the amount of love where I get. If you feel up 11 baskets, if you feel up San Zero, I could be your number one hero. Till I enter casket, amount of love where I possess. If you can pass it, I go fit to profess. Baby girl, how you feeling? I know you feeling lonely, but if you call me, I go come. So many things I want to say to you. I wanna know all about you, and I wanna know the things you like. So if you call me, I go come. So many things I want to say to you. Find on me, I find on you, and I'll stay with you when nigga come over. Find on me, when I show you stars, and I'll stay with you when nigga come over. Fuck up for that, fuck up for this, and fuck up for that. Go, fuck up for that, fuck up for this, and fuck up for that.
Just when I say something about that time, you lose yourself with me right now, yeah. Listen, the vibes are out for this morning, yeah. Sing it loud, say it.
I don't really like to the next for you. Oh no, no. Oh baby, you are right and I am wrong. So make we kiss and make up. I don't really like to you. When I lie, I dey confess. I know I make my baby to see me as I know Tokoto. Oh Tokoto, yeah. Fair on me, fair on you. But I stay with you when they got come over. Fair on me, when I show you sign. But I stay with you when they got come over. Fair on me, fair on you. But I stay with you when they got come over. Fair on me, when I show you sign. But I stay with you. This year, blessing, morning, testimony. Go to follow you to go. This year, good news, tired, plenty body. Go to follow you to go. Everything I've been wanting, manifesting for my life. Everything you've been wanting, manifesting for your life. Even before you call, you don't answer prayer. My papa is too sure you don't fit for your head. Even before you call, you don't answer prayer.
My papa is too short.
Everything 2024. Manifesting right now, Sawa. If you're watching this right now, can we sing this one time? Yeah. Speak it to life. Let's go. Hey. Hey.
Testimony. Gonna follow the girl. This year, good news. Giant testimony.
It's how I want it. Let's go. Hey.
Sensational. What did I do for you? And I know, I know for you. Love like a riddle, yeah. Give me that clue for the riddle. Oh, wow, that's a little, yeah. Life's pretty sweet, can be big on this one, she's fine, oh, yeah. She want this, and she got this, no big control, oh, yeah. She dancing, she want it, make me want give her body, back shots, body, give her body, back shots, body, give her body, back shots, body, oh. She the way I jump for NYC. Big girl, she got the best I've seen. Steady, ready, the assassin. Sweet in my belly, you're like cake, I see. Jelly, eggplant emoji. So train when I slide it. Now she watching me like Telly. Sensational. Waiting I do for you, girl. And I know for you, like a riddle, yeah. Give me that good for the riddle. Oh, wow, that's pretty sweet, can be
Kukaye, what I do with my life. If you don't like, I'm with Fatima. Kukaye, what I do with my money. If I go broke, I go container. Okay, thanks for your concern. I can manage it. So no worry about me, worry about your airline. Underrated, but I'm still cashing out. You go shock, you say I get money, but your faith. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own. My G, on my day, oh, my G, Shuluwo to spend on your own. My G, on my day, oh. Big step.
First of all, rest in peace, Virgil, I blow. Don't spill no drink on my clothes when I'm Louis V dripping. No life stress in my dome. Straight to the head when I'm 1942 sipping. Been ready since morning. No, they talk to me in public. It's my drink with a little money. To the claro, Lamborghini driver, Robbie for 58 Italia. Happily really spent $1 million to steal Richard Millis and a problem with the milli to the city. Where is in London? Where is in Spanish? Don't know they talk to me in public. I'm in a different place. If you see me tonight, you can clearly see that I've been wavy since morning. Big step. Ridiculous them, seconds to drink that. Pick up the whole of them. Come on, get a no idea. Anything I do, headline news. If I'm putting a no do, they go say I do. Nothing but the truth. When I step up in the booth, no die my life, no be smarted. Remember last Christmas, Santa Claus give me the kids with the switch that. To some people, no go see this Christmas. And then my grasses, most of them not even Christians. Click bang, body sinking at the quicksand.
Yo, what I say? I told them, come on, say.
And if you make I come in, know the enemy, them a free, I mean, no, they're not sorry for me. People are ball and a skin, can we bad than we mean, bloody crime scene, calamity. That's how we shoot up, we and figure Canada G. Make them have a experience, no gravity. Tell them to see when I laugh, when I take that. Violate people are dead that. Should I keep in your bed, cause Taliban's them a make war. When I laugh, when I take that. Badness is where we end us. When I shoot people, we end up in a red.
Let's keep it partner. Tell them, come on.
Girls in my crib, 0 Snapchat, 0 Instagram. Fuck up the vibe right there.
vibes.
I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV. That one don't mean nothing to me. Don't need a shower, oh baby, I need a free. Lick it like ice cream, as if you mean to be disgusting. It's not enough. Jump my banana, one side I like it, no stopping. Go shopping.
Better be ready. Better act ready. Are we stomping that feet right now? Let's go. Say, hey.
Dama, go yeke, jello, go yeke, go yeke,
Mama Sheba, come back on. Make me the start to the paragon. Start to the halagon. Cause you know some my people they calagon. Oh, no, my power. As I hate it on us, make me my yamo. Now be my fagasso. Cause you know say I come from potato. That's why I'm a jago. Start to the dance, I'm the gado. Money to lago. I go show you some outside the lago. Cause I be city boy. And I said they for the street, they give me joy. Love will give me boy.
Yo, my city boys inside. Do that thing. It's a vibe. Do that thing right now. You know. To the truth, one time.
Oh, my love. You make it too easy. I'm feeling it. I'm loving you. You make it too easy. I'm touching you. And I'm loving you. You make it too easy. You make it too easy. You make it too easy. Cause any cousin on the time. I go on the online. I go on my name. Cause any cousin on the time. I could be shallow, no hard to go comments. Offense, they may work a defense, to be honest. I just wanna be with you and I know best. I just wanna be with you and I know best. I just wanna be with you, yeah. You elevate, and when we did together, we marinate. And everything you say, I reason it. And when I day inside you, you do it. I really on fire, too easy. I'm feeling it, I'm loving you, you make it too easy. I'm touching you, I'm loving you, you make it too easy. You hold my waist, I like I see they go. Come dance to save myself, but see outside the road. Beauty pleasures, I take part in those. Disconnect the internet, cause I'm feeling it electron. I can't stay up in the pressure. I can't stay up in the tension. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away the pressure. I can't stay your skills precious. You can't change the whole direction. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away the pressure. Oh my ways, oh my ways, oh my ways. I like I see they go. I like I see they go. Oh my ways, oh my ways, oh my ways. I like I see they go. I like I see they go. Make your body come, my body make a cool my tension. I'ma give me a nothing like your body, they call my attention. Big ways, 5 days, I'm not gonna lie for you, I don't place for you. I'ma get a dog place for you. Follow me, you can chop life for Dubai. Anything you want, girl, I go buy. You they put me for high tension. I want this one, I'm my confession. I want we go do holiday for Dubai. Anything you want, girl, I go buy. You they put me for high tension. I want this one, I'm my confession. I'm all you got it like I wanna love you for life. I don't go lie to say goodbye. Now you is my disease, so where the tension's way too high. You know the buttons to press to ease up my stress. You cannot compare you. You can't stay up in the
feeling the tension. Move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away the pressure. I can't tell your skill is precious. You can't change the whole direction. Move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away the pressure. Oh my ways, oh my ways, oh my ways. I like I see they go. Baby, I like I see they go. Oh my ways, oh my ways, oh my ways. I like I see they go.
Competition for my lady. Oh no, cause she got everything where I need in a woman and more. My lady, if you see my lady, oh, it's not no more. You go don't say people fine. You go don't say God design in a LLA. Oh, na LLA. Oh, she na ya show.
Problem in all the finish. We can try to enjoy. But in all the finish. We can try to enjoy. Take a kata uru not the finish. We can try to enjoy. Problem in all the finish. We can try to enjoy. We dance like Luana. Luana. We dance like Luana. Luana. Dance like Luana.
Problem, you know they last forever. Make you try to enjoy. I walk up from Pelemuja to Apollo Meta just to find a mentor. Now who talk they hear what follow? Now who watch they fear God?
Bana, bana, jeje, until now so then they call me for fun, say my person, don't give it person, how will they consign me, I don't know, problem in the finish, it's okay, Sapa, I be the best friend, sure you know, problem in the finish. We can try to enjoy. Bahala in all the finish. We can try to enjoy. Sekata kata uru not the finish. We can try to enjoy. Problem in the finish. So we can try to enjoy. We dance like Luana. Luana. We dance like Luana. Luana. We dance like Luana.
My love is bigger than the ocean. For your skin like a lotion. Loving you is my devotion. Give you girl full potion. Oh my beautiful addiction. With a sweet vibration. The two of we is a vision. Anytime I slip your name I dimension. So tell me girl where you there? Just me I go let the fire blaze. Anytime you want your ways. Watch out the man them the grace. Hey man, tell me where you there? Girl, I've been loving you for days. Anytime you wind up your waist, all I demand them the grace. Baby, I dey go look for your love. I demand for your love. I demand for your love. I demand for your love. Your love, your love, your love, your love, your love, your love, your love. Come give it to me, baby. Platinums. Me, I'm giving thanks to the creator. Your mama born you well better. You ma come funga utoneta. Kina vyo pepe kimweta. Oh na na. Odi potisa nyonga makiliti. Odi na gonga za mendichi. Usinichomeka kidonda na spiriti. Then you get on me. Baby, you got me falling in love. Fall in love. Oh no. Fall in love. And Mona Lisa, my teaser. Hope you might be reason your body give me fever. I done the shiver when you hold me tight. When you my baby, I dey go for your love. I dey mad for your love. I dey go for your love. I dey mad for your love. Your love, your love, your love, your love, your love, your love, your love. Come give it to me, baby. Baby, I dey colo colo, eh. Colo colo. Baby, I dey colo colo, eh. Baby, I dey colo colo, eh. Baby, I dey colo colo, eh. Badass. You know. Tune into the king of songs and blues. Initiating rage process. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. 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 I'm sorry for who won't be my matter sorry. I'm only human, so make nobody para. Say I carry woman, say that man way I for carry, fuck all the rumors. I need that when I talk, say I be pastor. If you know, you can walk. It is not I got no. Call the Holy Coco, I'm unavailable. They know they see me. 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 My life. I don't have no time, side. Come see me shining like too many birds on my eyes. I'm changing my life. I'm a mama proud. She got me going. This fun on my feet. I'm a stay for the wash. Look at the last got a big banana. I'm a big propeller. Stay for the wash. Look at the last got a big banana. I'm a big propeller. Stay for the wash. Look at the last got a big banana. I'm a big propeller. Stay for tonight. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable. They know they see me. I'm unavailable. They know they see me.
In breakout room A, and we are going to have our session chair take us through this process. We are glad to have Dr. Joy Kibor, and our rapporteur for this session will be Madam Fidelis Kavana. And therefore, we are requesting that you ensure you ask as many questions as possible from the panelists when they do their presentation. Welcome, Dr. Joy.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session. I am Dr. Joy Kibor. I'm delighted to be your moderator of the day. Without taking much of your time, I would like to give a guidelines on how the session will go. We will have our panelists in which they will give us an insightful presentation. I will request you to ask as many questions as possible. Settle, kindly settle so that we can be on the same page. So, this session promises to be insightful and thought-provocative. Ask as many questions as possible. Make sure that you get out of here with something. So I will introduce our panelists. I will start with our esteemed Daniel Njeru. Welcome to the stage, Daniel Njeru. He will be presenting a paper on a systematic literature review on the rise of a recommender system in course selection process among learners in Africa. Our next presenter will be Nzoke Moses. Moses, is Moses here? Hey, welcome. Welcome, Mr. Ngoze. He will be presenting a paper on micro, small, and medium enterprises in Kenya, the challenges, intervention on mechanism, and achieving sustainable development goals. Another presenter will be Daniel Githi. Is Daniel here? Daniel? Welcome, Mr. Ngozi. Another presenter will be Buta Mwangi Waweru. Buta Mwangi Waweru is around. I think he is in his way. Our next presenter will be Dr. Kiogora. He's on his way. So we will start with our online presenter. I don't know if Daniel Githi is online.
I am on.
Kindly
I'm online.
Media team. Daniel.
I am on. I'm on.
Okay, welcome to this session.
Thank you.
So you are here. Can you see him? Make sure that you ask as many questions as possible. Welcome, Mr. Daniel.
Were they to project, or I can project from here? Oh, I think sharing is not allowed. The ICT team. Okay. Wanting to share my slide, but it's not allowing me to share. I don't know. ICT team, maybe I had shared with the teams earlier. I don't know whether it's available. Yeah. Thank you. I hope my sound is fine. They can hear me. I will be sharing about leveraging public-private partnerships for enhanced industrialization, innovation, and infrastructure development. bearing in mind that we have had many challenges as a country to develop our infrastructure, to develop our industrialization, and also to develop an innovation ecosystem. It is my considered opinion that for the country to address the three issues, that is industrialization, innovation, of course, industrialization and innovation are closely related, and also the infrastructure that is needed to support that industrialization and innovation. We all need to bring in the private sector. Micah, you can go to the next slide. I'm arguing in the introduction basically that industrialization and manufacturing are a key for us as a country to move to the level where we can enjoy socioeconomic development, which will improve the living conditions of our people. The Vision 2030 goal or target for manufacturing is that it should contribute up to 20% of our gross domestic product by the year 2030. At the same time, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 9 calls upon nations to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, also fostering innovation. Of course, manufacturing in Kenya has faced a lot of challenges, inadequate access to modern and enabling infrastructure. There's a lot of financing challenges, a lot of technology issues, a lot of innovation issues, a lot of efficiency, effectiveness, and there's a lot of informal sector manufacturing or informal economy kind of thing. Of course, we know we are in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda under the current regime, which has identified 9 value chains that are important for manufacturing, including the leather, cotton, dairy, edible oil, tea, coffee, research, and other natural resources, and the building materials. Therefore, application of PPPs or public-private partnerships is expected to help us address the infrastructure and bring more manufacturing and also bring more finances to the development of this aspect. Next slide, please. Yeah, so many people ask me what is PPP or what is public-private partnerships, and I will say that there are many definitions that have been accepted or that have been used. I start with the definition by the United Nations and the World Economic Forum, which defines PPPs as a voluntary and a collaborative relationship undertaken between different actors within the public and the private parties. Of course, there are many terms and many definitions that can come in the process of using PPPs. Canadian Council, of course, Canada is one of the countries that has heavily used PPPs. They define it as a cooperative venture between the public and the private sectors, wherein the parties are looking at the expertise that is resident in each of them. The World Bank, on the other side, defines the term PPP as a long-term contractual arrangement between a private party and a government agency, wherein the contract is aimed at providing a certain public service or a public asset in the process of development. Our own PPP Act 2021 defines PPP as an arrangement between a contracting authority and a private party to perform specific function or provide a service on behalf of the contracting authority, which means government in this case. Next slide, please. So I've tried to summarize the definitions into 4 key areas. Number 1, there's a lot of optimum transfer of project life cycle risks to the private party in a PPP. You remember when we're doing a normal project, all the risks in that project are with the government or are with the public sector. Under PPPs, most of the risks, most of the challenges are given to the private party. The second element is that government will focus now from managing inputs to managing outcomes. In a normal project, government is managing both the inputs, the money, the technology, the materials, and it's also managing the outcomes. How does it serve the public? How does it help the people? How does it really manufacturing? The third element is that the public sector in a PPP arrangement will retain the ownership of the project, will be the buyer, will be the enabler, or will be the creator of a good environment. Number 4 is that the private party will be paid based on the satisfactory performance of the asset being developed. In normal government cycle or normal government projects or even programs, sometimes you overlook these issues. But in a PPP, we will be focused on how the service can be of help to the public. Next slide, please. The theory, I don't want to dwell on this, but the theory that is behind the PPP is the principal agency theory, where the government is the principal, then the agent is the private party, and therefore the government being the principal contract the agency to undertake some functions on its behalf, and therefore PAT, principal agency theory. The principal is the government, the agent is the private sector, and then they combine to do some services. And the principal agency theory has been developed by many people, including at Front and many others. And it can also it borrows some aspect of the contract theory, of the stakeholder engagement theory, and other theories that are related. And therefore, under principal agency theory, we are looking at the accountability mechanisms, the delivery mechanisms, and the enabling services mechanisms. Next slide. We have seen many countries using PPPs, and many countries have tried to use PPPs in a variety of areas, some for industry, some for innovation, some for infrastructure, and others. Of course, there are 18 critical success factors for using PPPs, including a stable macroeconomic environment, stable legal environment, a lot of appropriate risk apportionment, a lot of strong and efficient private sector, and availability of good governance principles. Of course, the successful PPPs are based on the fact that what is good with the private can also be leveraged for public projects, and we can agree on some projects to be funded together to develop or to address some needs. Of course, there's a lot of coordination, there's a lot of active public and private sector involvement in an agreed manner to be able to make PPPs a success. Next slide. Why are we using PPPs? Why are we talking about PPPs all the time? I would say that PPPs have been with us since 381 BCE, that is before Common Era, where an independent city-state in Eritrea, not Eritrea in Africa, but this is in Greek, contracted a private party to build or to drain a lake. And that project done in 381 BCE, and a lot of common elements with the modern finance elements, like the contractor was paying some talent to the city, the contractor was given the field that he reclaimed to cultivate for 10 years, and the contractor was given a lot of powers also to retain the product that came from that process. And of course, the role of private sector financing in infrastructure, in industry and innovation increased in the 19th century because of many challenges that were there in the 19th century, including a lot of societal changes, a lot of rapid urbanization, a lot of expansion of the market, and a lot of successes of the private sector to drive these things. Of course, there was an attempt to do municipalization where there was I thought that did small areas or authorities or municipals could provide services, but then there came the nationalization where people wanted the countries to do as a state most of their product. But beyond that, there were a lot of challenges because of the wars, because of the recessions, and therefore there was an attempt to go to privatization, whereby government could give in some services to the private sector completely, but all this faced a lot of challenges. Next slide, please. So nationalization, of course, where we could have a national oil company, for example, where you could have a specific government agency dealing with some certain programs, failed because there were challenges of price controls, there were challenges of the tariffs, there was the challenges of over-regulation, and therefore all these challenges, the failure of nationalization, the failure of privatization, the failure of municipalization led to the embracing for countries to embrace the use of public-private partnerships. UK, of course, United Kingdom, has been a global leader in the use of PPPs. And I must say, my dear listeners here, that even the colonial project, where UK or Britain colonized most of the world, was also a colonial project, because the Imperial British East Africa was a privately run company that explored and managed resources on behalf of Britain across the world. So Britain has been a leader in the use of PPPs, and because of many operationalization of use-up changes, of public right of way, all these projects. And of course, PPPs continue to grow, and of course, lend to improvement of infrastructure, because there's a lot of mobilization of resources from the private party, and most of the railways, most of the canals, most of the roads, most of the mega projects done in Europe, in Americas, in Asia, have been done through public-private partnerships. Of course, Africa has been lagging behind in the
Daniel,
yes.
Kindly conclude in 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm there. I'm almost there. So Africa lagged behind. You can go to next slide. Africa lagged behind because of the in the use of PPPs. My guy, can you go to next slide? Yeah. So I'm trying to build a case for PPPs, how they have expanded from basic contract and how they go to the full extent, where sometimes you may consider giving complete to the private party. Go to next slide. Of course, objective here, I was looking at how can we use PPPs to drive industrialization, to drive innovation, and to drive a lot of infrastructural development. Of course, desk review of various data, and also including my publications as a researcher from my postgraduate diploma all the way to the PhD level. Go to the next level. Go to the next slide, please. And of course, what was able to come out is that Kenya has the right environment, right laws, right regulations for the use of PPPs. Of course, PPPs will lead to a lot of reduction on cost project cost overruns. I've tried to document the different cases there, how it was able to do in the UK, the differences and all that. Next slide. World Bank, of course, has a database where 105 countries are using actively PPPs. You can see the list there. Many countries. Go to next slide. Of course, what was coming out is that the private party has a history of collaborating with the public sector in many projects, and of course, our whole private sector is very good in contributing to the gross domestic product. Next slide. And of course, there are many case studies that I built using at Rwanda, looking at Rwanda, for example, that is using PPPs for its energy sector to drain methane gas. Go to next slide. And also, next slide, please. I'm also looking at the case study for Kenya, where we are using PPPs to do or develop the Consa Technopolis. Also India, which is using PPPs to develop its industrial capacity, and also Ethiopia, which is using PPPs to develop its textile industry. I think I could stop at that and could get some reactions.
Thank you. Clap for him. That is a good presentation. It is aligning to our theme, this 7th edition of Zetech University. And if you can rewind on what he has said. Yes, he has talked about industrialization, innovation, and infrastructural development. And our theme, who can remember our theme? Our theme, mekunywa chai, na crips. Who can remember our theme? I will choose USA, valuable. What is our theme this session? We have some spectators here. It is good that you ask questions, write something. Education for? How is our presentation integrates with that? Education for sustainable prosperity. How is our theme integrates with what Mr. Daniel has presented? That is a point of thought. We will ask questions at the end of the session. So I want to welcome our next presenter, the expertise in tech industry, our lecturer here at Zetech University, Mr. Daniel Njeri. Welcome to the floor. And as I welcome Dr. Henry Kiogora to the podium. Karibu sana.
All right, thank you, Chair, Dr. Joy, for this opportunity. I want to begin by saying good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope you are well, and I will be making a presentation on some work that I am doing, and so I am here also to be able to learn from you know, the many feedback or comments that I will receive from you. So I'm hoping to get that as well. Yeah, and so let's see how that goes. So my name is Daniel Njeri. I am a faculty here at Zetech University in the School of ICT, Media and Engineering, Department of ICT and Engineering. This afternoon, I'm going to be focusing on one of the thematic areas, which is quality education. And my presentation is focusing on a systematic literature review on the use of recommender systems in course selection process among learners in Africa. Maybe before I begin, I should ask how many here. And let me start with the students who are here. How many are here and you are sure that the course you're doing is a course you desired to do since you knew yourself? How many? The course you're doing is what you desired to do since you knew yourself. I think I'm seeing one hand. 2, 3. Okay. So I think that's the question that I would want us to grapple with this morning, just to appreciate some of the issues that we are dealing with in terms of course selection among learners within our region. So let me paint a picture. Recommender systems are basically technologies that help us to provide suggestions on items to be used, to be of use to a given user. And I know many of you here are on TikTok, for example, and the moment you start watching videos of a particular caliper, yeah, the next time you log into the very same account that you have on TikTok, you get so many other suggestions that are of the very same nature of the videos that you are watching. And think about that as actually a recommender system within TikTok. And I know this is an area that has been explored very well in the entertainment industry, but I'm just wondering why we have not actually thought about it as far as career choices are concerned. So, so they have potential to actually assist students on how they can choose their careers and make decisions in a very proactive manner, but also to be able to make informed decisions, to reduce dropout rates that we are seeing among students, and also to provide options for personalized learning, whereby you know what you want and you know how to go for it. So some of the challenges we're seeing with students, I don't know if there is any one of us here who relates with this, is we are seeing academic and career setbacks, whereby someone gets into year 2 and they are wondering, what am I doing here? What brought me here? And I was just talking to someone, and he talked to me just before this this meeting, and I was asking him, so why did you choose the course that you did? Probably he didn't know that I was trying to understand something that I'm presenting, and he told me the power of the government. Yeah, he told me it's the government who said I should do this course. Yeah, and so there is setbacks that we're seeing among students. We're seeing psychological issues, so anxiety, depression. We're seeing a lot of wastage of time, effort, money, because people are doing careers that they are not even liking, or it's not something they want to do. And you know what? One of the things that I've noted with Gen Zs is if you don't like it, you will not stay there for a very long time. Yeah. You have to be very passionate about what you're doing for you to actually sustain it, particularly with the Gen Zs that we have. And so there are many technological solutions that could help us in how we make smart decisions, particularly smart decisions that are informed by the data that we have been able to accumulate over time. And some of those is AI, which is the big thing right now, fuzzy logic, adaptive testing, and enhanced personalization of career advices, okay? There is also real-time individualized career insights that we can get using machines that we are developing or machines that we are using. There is also access to training programs and educational matches. So if we are able to come up with systems that can match us with the interests that we have, then that would help us in a big way. And there are places that this, especially in the global north, where this has actually been explored. So the tools for students to explore suitable academic paths have been explored in developed countries in the global north, but we are lacking that in the global south as well. So game-based also and chatbox-enabled platforms that boost user engagement and accessibility is also something that we are seeing, and we need to explore that within our region. So, so I did a systematic literature review to see how some of these technologies have been explored within the African context. I will be taking you through my findings. But before I do that is, one of the things that I realized is that technological innovations are transforming career guidance through specifically online platforms and decision support systems. So when we have online platforms that can help us or can enhance, let's say just enhancing how we make decisions, then we are able to transform careers and transform career guidance and how we do that. But also recommender systems are assisting learners to make informed decisions, and poor career choices may lead to the challenges that I've just spoken about. And recommender systems improve understanding of career planning and support university career services. Technologies such as AI, fuzzy logic, adaptive testing, enhanced personalized career guidance, and mobile-based AI tools and chatbots offer real-time interactive career support. So let me just, in the interest of time, to take you through the research questions that I was trying to answer in this research. One is I was trying to understand what literature exists in terms of the use of recommender systems for course selection among learners that are here in Africa. But also I was trying to look at how has various technology stacks been used in development of recommender systems to support learners in course selection process. And lastly, I was trying to see the gaps that exist and the recommendations that we can be able to make so that recommender systems can be used for, by learners within our region. So I did a systematic literature review, and This was just the various phases that I went through. So starting with the planning, where I identified the needs for the review, specified the research questions that I want to address, and developed and evaluating the review protocol. Then I went to the search strategy. I did also study selection criteria, study quality assessment. I did extraction of the data. I did analysis. And lastly, I did reporting, which was basically to look at the structure the extracted results are providing, which I'm going to share with us in a short while, and then discussed the results. And I wrote a report, which is actually a journal article. So the data that I was evaluating was stemming from January of 2019 to January of 2024. So I was looking at all the papers that have been published within 3 different databases that were published between 2019 January and 2024 January. Okay? And I was focusing on papers that are talking about recommender systems for course and career decision making within the African context. The databases that I was extracting data from was IEEE, which is a renowned database. There was Google Scholar, and then there was ERIC, because it's a database that is very, very common with educational journal articles. And those are some of the search strings that I was using when I was extracting the data that I was getting. So these are just preliminary of what I received or what I got. I was able to extract 154 articles from these databases. Of those, 56 were coming from Google, from IEEE, 76 were coming from Google Scholar, and 22 are coming from ERIC. And so out of those, I was able to get 16 articles, which are constituted of 10% of the articles that met criteria that I was using to review. So this is just a Prisma diagram to show you how I went around the systematic literature review. So initially I had 76 from Google Scholar, 56 from IEEE, 22 from ERIC, and then I was able to look at, I have the exclusion and inclusion criteria, which I'm going to be talking about, that informed how I removed some of the articles that were not meeting my criteria. And then I was also removing the conference papers. I was not considering conference papers, except one that was, I termed it as gray literature because I found it relevant, which was presented and published in IEEE. And then, so after just going through identifying the article, screening, and doing inclusion criteria, I arrived at 16 articles for review, which I used in this process. So the exclusion and inclusion criteria that I was using is a peer-reviewed journal article that was written in English. All the articles I used, I had full text access to them. Then I had focus on recommender systems, or journal articles that had focus on recommender systems and course/career decision making, but also they must include recommender systems within their titles for me to consider them. The exclusion criteria, like I said, conference papers, opinion pieces, theses, and peer-reviewed content, all those I was excluding them. Studies unrelated to education and student career choice, I excluded them. There was also articles without full text access and relevant focus on missing key search keywords. So the findings led me to realize that course recommendation or articles that were focusing on course recommendation, 8 of them, 5 focusing on dropout risk prediction. And then there was personalized learning, which is actually a very an area of interest to me. That was having 7 articles. Career discovery, we had 4 articles, and then decision support, we had 6 articles. Okay, so what I realized is that if we have tailor-made support for diverse learning needs, and also added guidance, we can be able to improve the outcomes of how students are able to make career choices. Also, in terms of technology stack, which was part of my objective in this case, I realized that some of the technologies that are being used, one is machine learning, and it was actually the most prevalent approach that is being used. Data mining, which was traditional but very effective, especially using algorithms like April algorithm and others. And then also we had deep learning. Deep learning here, we were looking at this as an emerging area, but has a very high accuracy in terms of prediction. And then neural networks, which is growing adoption. And this is just a graphical representation of how those technology stacks were showing up in those articles that I was reading. In terms of technologies and frameworks, or rather, I think that's a typo there, but in terms of the factors that are considered by the learners in terms of career decision, I was looking at personal factors, quality, data quality, socioeconomic factors, and also environmental factors as those that could inform what we consider when we are making recommender systems, and they were featured in the articles that I was reviewing. So in conclusion, as I end, is recommender systems are vital tools for improving course selection and career decision in Africa. And as you may have noted from this audience, we had less than 2% of us who are agreeing that they are doing a course that they always knew they wanted to do. And that's a big problem. Even if you were to think about it, even from a sustainable development goals perspective, or African Union Agenda 2063, or even our very own Vision 2030, I mean, that's a big problem because we are developing people who are not well aligned to what they really desired. What if we knew that what you are doing, what if you knew what you are doing is what you wanted to do when you are 5 years old or something like that? And so we are looking, can we use data to be able to inform how you learn, how you build your career, and how that is organized. So, so I'm looking at recommender systems as a very good tool to make that happen. But also I realize there is a possibility of us integrating various technologies. And some of those that I noted, which is just my own conclusion in this research, is use of AI, machine learning, data mining, and if we can have a collaboration of all these technologies, it's possible to even achieve a greater impact in terms of systems that we build that give personalized recommendations to learners on the areas that they should learn. So the recommendations I have is that we need to prioritize localized system development for African contexts, systems that can help learners to predict what they are going to do, even in campus, before they join campus, okay? But also encourage innovative and interdisciplinary research in this area and aim for a scalable, ethical, and student-centered recommender systems to enhance workforce readiness across the continent, which of course resonates very well with the theme of this conference. So the research gaps that I established in my research, I actually realized it's only one systematic literature review was done in this area by Mavuso et al. In 2022. And in his research, he actually established that only 13% of studies were conducted in Africa as far as this area is concerned, which is indicating a very significant gap in terms of localized solutions and research in this area. But also industry 4.0 alignment is something that I'm seeing as a gap that we can be able to fill with this. The need for systems that support skills development relevant to the emerging technologies and the industry demands. And second last is the scalability considerations. And in this case, we are saying limited focus on scalable solutions that can handle diverse African educational context is something that we are seeing, and we can leverage on that. And lastly is the evaluation metrics. So lack of standardized evaluation frameworks for measuring system effectiveness in Africa is also an area that has a gap that we need to address. So I give acknowledgements to USIU Africa Graduate School, where I am a student, and it's work in progress that I'm working on. So these are some of the sample references, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Njeru. You deserve a clap, and a good clap, sindio? No. Hiyo ni kienyeji sana. We can do 3 factorial. Who can lead us in 3 factorial? You have prepared. Lead us in 3 factorial for Mr. Njeru. So thank you very much, Mr. Njeru, for that insightful presentation. And I'm really glad that it touches each one of us in a personalized way. As we wait for the next presenter, I want us to dissect the theme of the day: education for sustainable prosperity, empowering lives through innovation. It directly relates to what Mr. Njeru has presented. How many of you have heard they say that education is key to success? Nani wamesikia? Education is the key to success. Ni mtu mmoja ndiye amesikia only? How many of you have heard that say, education is the key? Hey, those who are on TikTok, education is the key to success. How many of you have heard that? How many of you believe that that says true? How many believe that that says true? How many of you don't believe? Hey, mbona unasema na ufinyo hivyo? Kwani education imekufanyia nini? You don't believe. So, it is okay that you don't believe. That is why he has said that early
to lectures. I'm also a lecturer, and we do lectures, right? Yeah, we do like this. Breathe in, breathe out. Thank you very much. You can have a seat. Thank you very much. The organizers, the session chair, Dr. Kibor, and my co-presenters. Can I call you students? No. I call you the participants, isn't it? The participants. Good afternoon. Yeah, I suppose I'm coming back to the presentation. I did presentation, my first presentation that I did in the international conference, 98, USA, and I'm coming back again to do presentation. I've been a little bit dipping, but now I'm back to the presentation. Now, Ngoze Moses is my name, and I'll begin this way. Let me live from that traditional lecture that we do in class, because I've also been teaching the university. This is my 25th year, so I move from that, and then I try to facilitate, not to be a lecturer. So I'll be able to be asking you some things. Now, our first presenter gave us a synopsis about the PPP. What is PPP in full? Maybe we were listening. Maybe the participants, PPP in full. Okay, it's not Q&A. You know, in the university, when you start to do that Q&A, during our time, you'll be told, can you go for the tutorials? These are not tutorials, excuse me. So PPP means public-private partnership. So he told us about how the private sector can now team up with the public sector to do what? Facilitate the growth of the economy. So one of the partner, or one of the sector that is mentioned there, private. And what is the private? In Kenya, we conceptualize it as micro, small, and medium enterprises. Micro, small, and medium enterprises. So I'm trying to look at the state of this particular sector in Kenya. The sector is domiciled by some sort of confusion. And sometimes in entrepreneurship, we say that particular confusion can bring in what we call frugal innovation. And of course, it's true, because some of the innovations that are coming up in Kenya have come from these MSMEs. Remember the keynote speaker who was speaking today morning, Murenga. Murenga mentioned something about, Kenya pivot policy being borrowed and being implemented somewhere, and it's running big. So we are going to have that. So in the introductory part, looking at these MSMEs, micro, small enterprises. Why should we have them? A lot of reasons have been given out. One of it is economic development. The other one is what we are talking about, the challenges that are being faced. And then when you look at most of these enterprises, they seem to be, playing a role in the government. And therefore, I'm delighted to be able to share its state. Maybe in 90s, I know some of you had not come to the world, and then look at it in the current state. So that is just the agenda, which I've already mentioned. Now, facts about Kenya. When you look at Kenya, basically at the moment we are being told that our population now is approaching 65 million, 60 million. You can be able to Google the population every minute. You see the population is really growing up. Now, of course, the reason for the population is that no jobs. Now, if there are no jobs, then what next? The International Labour Organization study tells us that we should look for jobs. And where are the jobs? The micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, it is important to see that in Kenya, we have got areas, especially the urban areas, where we have these enterprises. Now basically, we have got this particular SMEs being, we have got micro. We start with the micro. Now, micro is very small. When you look at the act, this micro is just nowadays that we have a little bit improved to 1 to 9. But initially, it was 1 to 5, according to the World Bank. And then the small enterprises. Now, the small enterprises, when you look at it, we basically categorize it as employing up to 50, from 10 to 50. And then look at the amount of capital or money that can be able to generate. Still, when you look at the US, compare the developed world and our country, we are still small. However, this sector, we celebrate it. Now, I've mentioned about the economy of the country. We are talking about jobs, and now the better transformation under our new government indicating that we are going to be exporting labor. But on the flip side, my side, I could be able to say that it's not quite good for us to be exporting labor, because you'll be able to discover that our best brains are being taken to America, are being taken to Germany, and even Dubai. So what are we remaining in Kenya? Not that bright. We usually call brain drain. That is, we are taking there. So this sector has been thought of contributing some jobs and also the GDP. So this basically up to the linkages of the network. When we talk about linkages, we are talking about these particular firms. Like, for example, I know maybe there has been subcontracting in this particular conference in some facilities. Like, for example, probably there's some subcontracting on maybe when you talk of some maybe stationaries being provided and so on. So this particular sector provides linkages, provides what we call the training ground through what we call apprenticeship. What is apprenticeship? Now, apprenticeship is training on the job. You train on the job. And these sectors, like the carpenters, you get people trained on the job. Now, that is the state in the pictures. That's what I was indicating. Look at that state in 1990s. Now, we first of all start with our own Gikomba. How many of you know Kamkunji sheds in Nairobi? Kamkunji sheds, Gikomba. How many of you have gone to Gikomba, Nairobi? Thank you. That is where now the first study in Kenya in 1978, through ILO, they discovered that people are doing what we are calling the second picture, panel beating. You can now see that particular person. If you pass through the Ladis, heading to Jogoo Road, you will see people, to doing what is called panel beating. And of course, fish selling, the same place. And also some mamas selling the tomatoes. Now, what would you contribute about our technology there? It is archaic. It is rudimentary. So we need to think about it. So now these sectors cannot grow. And that's why sometimes as I'm moving on, you will see there's an issue of missing middle, the medium enterprises. Now, so these challenges can be looked at, maybe smallness due to finance, limited access to infrastructure, poor marketing, and then many of them are mainly inadequate financially. So financial skills, and also moving on, our technology is still the archaic. And in fact, when you look at our technology, we say we adopt it. We don't adapt it. We adopt it. You know, there's a difference between adopting and adapting. You know, the Chinese are adapting the American technology. That is, they are taking it, but changing in a different way. As we are adopting, just taking it the way it is, and we are not changing it, you know. So that makes our farms to be so small. So that is the missing middle that I'm talking about. So it's because so these particular farms cannot be able to move on and be big. Below, we have got lots of SMEs. Now, these challenges, maybe I'll not be able to talk much about Corona. Corona has compounded so much, you know. Some of the farms, even up to now, go to Nairobi area, go to urban areas, they're still closed. So that is the challenge that most of these farms, they cannot be able to cushion when a shock comes in, you know. Then look at the modern. This is where we aspire to be. Now, I mean, some in supply chain management, you've got machine learning, you know, Internet of Things, you know, having it in a way that even in terms of leather machines, not those ones that are analog, you know. So are we going to move there? That is the current state. So the big question is this: are we still having the SMEs that are going to be take up the new technology? So this is the state that we aspire. Is it there? Is it there? Maybe you can answer. Now, what are we thinking? We are thinking that if we can be able to have the Silicon Savannah, which various government, and the Silicon Savannah that we are talking is Konza City. You've heard of Konza City? We are talking about Konza City that is located somewhere there. I don't know whether it's Machakos or Makueni. We are thinking of, you know, Kenya, since Mwai Kibaki's time, and the current ambassador of Belgium, Ambassador, who was that? Who came up with it? He was a PS. Maybe the name has gone, but I'll remember. You know, this has always been there. The previous regime told us about having it, even a university, to an airport. Now, the previous government has gone further. I would say they have done something because there's now an open university there. So can it be able to provide incubator? Are universities having business incubators? Now, this is what we are talking about. So Kenya, we need to have that. So a lot of these things that are coming from Silicon Savannah, you know, we can adopt it based on the American model, but it might not work. Now in this, basically, I would be able to say that I did that content analysis of data, the semantic analysis that is looking at the documents, you know, desktop methodology, where you look. So to wind up, what are we thinking about? So the solution is the policy implication. Does our policy bring in what we need? Now, so many sessional papers that we have come up with, are they contributing since the 1992 to 2012? And then there's the Big Four agenda that came in, housing, and then now the better transformation. Is it really going to be a solution to this? Of course, if we have good policy, they'll be able to contribute to good ecosystem, MSMEs ecosystem. Then the assistance framework. Now, do we say that the government should come in and assist this sector? Yes, it should be able to come up. Like, for example, when you talk of government procurement to the youth and women, AGAGPO, you know, it's a good idea, you know, to benefit the youth. And is it fair? Then talk about accessing finance, the Women Enterprise Fund, and so many of the funds that are coming up. Then some recognized needs, you know, do we recognize, do we do researches, especially us in academia? What are we doing about it? And then the institutions, ranging from the Kirdi up to when we talk about the IBM lab that is domiciled in Catholic University that is storing our data. Is it doing better? So that is it. What about our learning institution? Are we doing it better? The entrepreneurship course, how is it being taught? So that we think about it. So about the academic programs and also the centers, do you have a center? Like now in my university, we don't have a center of entrepreneurship development, but I've seen here you have got an innovation center. And how is it, as students going there to pitch their ideas? And are they looking for them like in America where we have got the Silicon Valley, where students can go there and then access an idea. You've heard of so many tech, even the current Elon Musk, these are people who have come from there. So do you have that? So, so in nutshell, what we are saying is this. There's need to look at this SMEs, one, MSMEs, and should we be able to look at which particular level? We should look at them, from all sides. And then also the challenges. We should be able to, as a researchers, think about the challenges which they are facing. And then the policies. Of course, looking at those interventions that are happening, we academicians, especially in entrepreneurship, we have come up with an association which we have already registered, and we shall be looking at the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We share with the major players so that we see how can we be able to pull together ideas to make that. And then lastly, think about the SDGs, because these particular farms, these MSMEs, one or another contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. So once we think about this, the SMEs are going to be quite in order. So thank you very much. And that's my presentation. Thank you. Yeah, maybe the questions, if you've got the questions, you'll be able to come up later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Moses. That was an amazing presentation, and it relates to what we have on this century. As we wait for our next presenter, Dr. Buta, I will want us to recap on what he has presented. The micro, small, and medium enterprises. I know majority of us want to be business people, Cindy. How many of us want to be business people? How many of us want to be employed? How many of us just want to exist? You are not anywhere. How many of us want to be entrepreneurs? By show of hands. This girl doesn't like education, doesn't like being a business person, is nowhere. I will repeat again. How many of us wants to be entrepreneurs? How many of us wants to be employed? How many of us have ever started a business? By show of hands, any business, any kind of business. Let me not ask what kind of business. How many of us have been broken and they are still healing from the loss of those businesses? By show of hands. How many of us has eaten the capital? Umeenda Gikomba, umenunua nguo na umevaa zote. Umeanza business ya mayai, umekula stock. Umeanza hoteli, umekula kila kitu stock. Sasa unaanza from square zero. Those are some of the micro and small medium enterprises. And sometimes we say that government should come in. So how can government come in when you eat all your mayais? Where does government come in terms of micro, small, and medium enterprises? Those are the questions that we'll be asking Dr. Moses. So we welcome our next presenter, and as he is coming, I want to welcome Madam Anne to the podium, who is one of our presenters. Karibu, Madam Anne. Anne McKenna. As he comes, karibu, Daktari Yuta.
Yeah, thank you very much, Charlie, for the opportunity. My fellow panelists and participants. Barizen. Yes, I'm Dr. Buta Mwagi, and I'm here to present with Dr. P. Kalemba, who is not with us today. And the topic of our research is on empowering communities through professional portrait farming in Kenya, which is literature review. And the thematic area is on decent work and economic growth. Yeah, so we are an agricultural society, yeah, and 33%, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, 2023, agriculture accounts for that 3%, yeah, and it employs over 70% of the population. Therefore, it's a very critical area. And for those of us who want to be entrepreneurs, maybe that's the place that you seriously need to focus on based on the statistics. Yeah. And at the same time, the country faces unemployment levels, particularly for the youth, that starts at 35%, 35%, yeah, and many individuals, young people, are involved in the informal or low-paying jobs, yeah. And the poultry farming is projected to be one of the fastest growing sectors, yeah, and therefore it is very, very important, and it is projected that it has a global value of $22.97 billion, yeah. And it is contributing significantly to reduction of poverty and the unemployment. Yeah, so why is it a solution? Yeah, it offers a viable pathway to decent work. Yeah, yes, haina ushafu mingi hii kazi ya kufuga kuku kama ya ng'ombe na kondoo na nguruwe. Yeah, it is a very professional way of working. Look at that. Yeah, like now this is a cage. Yeah? You know, you have the deep litter system and the caging system. In the caging system, the water is automatic, the eggs just grow, and the manure just falls on the floor, and you're able to move it out. Yeah, it aligns well with the sustainable development goal and a bite of promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Yeah, and therefore it is a promising solution. Yeah, it has low entry barriers. The capital you require to rear chicken is not as high. Yeah, and we also have very high market demands on poultry products. Yeah. So it contributes 3% of Kenya's GDP, yeah, particularly the urban people. No, there is a lot of demand for eggs and poultry products, yeah, because people have also realized that the protein from poultry products is of high value, yeah, and therefore it continues to rise. And it is expected that by 2030, the consumption in the world will be at about 41%. And that is why you need to focus along that line. Yeah. The problem is that we have a lot of informal farming, yeah, formal farming, which leads to inefficiency, yeah, due to unstructured operations. There is a lot of kienyeji farming, yeah, and hence not getting the results, yeah, as we would want to have, yeah. And we have poor management practices, resulting in low productivity, and also high mortality rates due to lack of knowledge on how to manage diseases and matters of biosecurity. Yeah. Farmers also face challenges, yeah, due to limited access to quality feeds. You know, we have a lot of people who are producing feeds, yeah, some who are unlicensed, and therefore whatever is written on the package is actually not what is inside. Veterinary services are a challenge. Market information, yeah, which hinder growth and sustainability. Yeah. The research objectives, yeah, we are looking at how poultry farming can promote decent work, yeah, through creation of sustainable employment opportunities in the poultry sector. Then how it can also enhance economic growth by assessing the potential contributions of poultry farming to overall Kenya's economic development. The secondary objectives were to identify best practices in poultry farming that can be scaled so that at least people understand what is the best, what are the best standards, and benchmark with the best, with the people or organizations that are doing it very well. Yeah, analyze challenges faced by farmers and propose targeted interventions. Yeah, expand the role of stakeholders in supporting the poultry industry. Yeah, then we had the research questions that are based on the research objectives. Yeah, how can professional poultry farming promote decent work? Yeah, what are the potential contributions of poultry farming? Yeah, best practices, the challenges poultry farmers face, and what roles various stakeholders are playing in supporting the transformation of the poultry industry. Yeah, on literature review, we found that we have limited availability on quality feeds. That is, these are people who have done research, yeah, and established the challenges that are within the poultry sector. Quality feeds and veterinary services, inadequate market knowledge, and poor access to market data. And therefore, farmers are not able to make informed decisions. Yeah, you have a lot of brokers. So, and therefore, you might not know actually the actual cost because someone gets in between. Poor biosecurity practices, which result in disease outbreaks, like Newcastle and avian influenza, causing economic losses. Then high cost of inputs, limited access to credit, yeah, and therefore farmers are not able to invest better practices and technologies. Insufficient policies, yeah, and regulations that lead to market instability and lead hindering growth. Yeah, it's still unstructured. The poultry sector is still unstructured. The other day we were with the Chamber of Commerce, the Abu chapter, where they had invited poultry farming stakeholders, and there are still challenges, even of having a cooperative. People are not have the chapter was saying they don't even have data on the poultry farmers. Yeah, they have yet to establish standards. Yeah, the networking, the chain, having the chain. Yeah, so on methodology, we employed the literature review methodology. Yeah, and the resource and findings. Yeah, we found that there is need, yeah, to implement comprehensive vaccination programs, yeah, and disease management strategies through partnerships with local governments and poultry associations. This has been a challenge, and that is why you find so many farmers are discouraged. There are farmers who have been doing it, but they are discouraged because we even have fake vaccinations, and therefore you follow the procedure. But some unscrupulous business person is selling substandard vaccines, and therefore you end up getting these losses. Establish robust disease surveillance and reporting mechanisms. Yeah, you know, there are some diseases that come, yeah, like the avian flu, which can wipe out a whole village, you know, chicken in a whole village within a very short time. So we need to have those disease surveillance mechanisms, yeah, so that we have timely detection of outbreaks and the establishment of reliable veterinary services. Nowadays, before many years ago, we used to have veterinary services provided by the government, and they were free. Today is that you have to pay. And therefore, the county government, now that agriculture is under the county government, they should make sure that these services are offered freely to the farmers so that we can improve in this sector. Encourage the development of technological apps, yeah, for inventory management. It's an issue of technology, so that at the end of the day, you are able to do your calculations, so that you're able to know, am I making a profit or a loss? Yeah, so that it is not just farming for the sake of it. Yeah, and these apps can help you, even remind you of when you are supposed to do vaccination. Yeah, and you are in technology. These are the solutions that you also need actually to provide to the sector. Yeah, improve transportation and cold chain logistics. Yeah, to reduce post-harvest losses. You know, you could have a big challenge. You know, like now your hands have stopped laying. Yeah, and you want to dispose them, but how do you dispose them? Yet you have no market. Therefore, the cold chain logistics will help in ensuring that there is that harnessing, yeah, of all those poultry products, so that then they can get to the market without getting spoiled. And that is why we need to have networks, yeah, networks, chains, so that people can harness, you know, and work together towards making sure that you know where you can get access to those to these cold chain facilities. Yeah, create specialized loan products with low interest rates. That is important, and also flexible repayment terms. Yeah, this will help people who want actually to invest in this sector be in a position to do that. Yeah, aggregate small scale production through cooperatives or contract farming. Yeah, so we need people to come together. Yeah, have groups. Like now, that's what the Sheba is doing. They want us to have people coming together so that there is synergy. Yeah, and there is also what we are calling contract farming, where you start farming knowing that you already have a market. Yeah. Then regulation of the market to avoid cheap imports. We have had a lot of problems, particularly in Kenya, where people are importing, you know, from neighboring countries, making production, making poultry farming in Kenya very expensive and very ineffective. Yeah, quality of chick breeds. Yeah, we have a lot of mushrooming people everywhere. That I am a brooder, I have a brooder, but have they been certified? So that when you get those chicks, are they of the right quality? Yeah. Then unregulated poultry feed industries. Yeah, we have that challenge. Yeah, where if everybody now wants to start feed production. Yeah, but do you have the right machines? Do you have the right raw materials? Yeah, are you regulated? Are you licensed? Or are you just there as you a carry person who wants to make money? Yeah, due to high dependency on imports, volatile global prices, the inconsistent quality. Yeah, what is Zetech University doing in terms of addressing these issues? Because we just can't be there and do nothing about it. Yeah, so we have become a member of the Regional Universities Forum for Capacity in Agriculture. The forum, it has over 150 universities in the whole of Africa, and it supports, yeah, small scale farming. And we want to see how we can be able to come in and assist, yeah, the small scale farmers, particularly in the poultry industry, to move up. Yeah, we are also offering short-term professional poultry training programs. Yeah, and in our training, we are doing issues to do with farm setup, nutrition, vaccination and biosecurity measures, poultry manure management, particularly in urban areas, because we realize that if you want to rear chicken in town, the neighbor will bring a problem. Why? Because of the odor, the odor that comes from poultry farming. And actually, many people who are rearing poultry in estates are stopping these businesses because people within the estate come up in arms and say, you must stop this. So we want to address that. Yeah, the issue of marketing, investment and quality standards, feed formulation, animal feed safety and environmental sustainability. Then you also want to facilitate networking and collaboration within the poultry value chain, yeah, through community engagement initiatives. Like now I've told you about the Chamber of Commerce. We will be working with other organizations. Like now the other day we had someone from a company known as Ingrid, yeah, and we are working towards making sure that we can be able to bring the farmers, yeah, and all the people involved in the poultry chain business together, so that if you are starting it, then you know that you are assured that you'll be able to get value for your investment, yeah. So that at the end of the day, we even organize forums where we bring all these stakeholders together, and we are able to forge the way forward. Yeah, we had recently we had a training where over 50 farmers were trained on best practices in poultry farming. And if you want to access that, it is on YouTube. Yeah, you can access it and see what we actually train them on and their experiences, because they are giving their experiences that. And we also facilitate farm visits, yeah, to farms which are doing very well, both on the deep litter system and the cage system, yeah. The deep litter system is where you leave the birds to be free, Then the caging system is where now the photo was showing, where they are in their respective cages, yeah. And we are also organizing for farm plants visits, factories, yeah. Factories where people can learn. Like now we are undertaking animal nutrition training, and tomorrow we are taking farmers to Jubilee industry in Dhaka. Yeah, so it means as I finish that professional poultry farming can transform livelihoods. Yeah, and stimulate economic growth in Kenya. It requires coordinated efforts between, of course, academia, that's the running institution, the private sector, and the government. Yeah, there should be efforts to development of affordable poultry housing, hatcheries, feeding mills, and local production of high-yield breeds. Yeah, need for implementing renewable energy solutions like solar or biogas, so that the cost of production gets low. Access to financial services, training programs, and also encouraging cooperatives. Yeah, and learning institutions should also integrate poultry agribusiness modules so as to equip interested farmers with practical skills, regulate the market to deter sheep imports, have improved chicken breeds, and also intensify local production of raw materials, because that is a big challenge in Kenya. Yeah, that is why the cost of production is high in Kenya. Yeah, and therefore we need to intensify that. Yeah, on training. Yeah, dealing with the impacts of climatic change, value chain opportunities, and also investing in technology transfer initiatives for innovating farming techniques, automation, and use of digital tools in poultry farming. So I thank you very much. Let us continue inventing our future and do poultry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Buta. That was a very insightful presentation, and I know majority of you has learned a lot from it. as we wait for our next presenter, Madam Anne, I will want us to ask ourselves from the presentation of Dr. Buta. If now the chick farming is contributing 3% of the total GDP, and he has also said that it is projected to contribute how many percent? To contribute how many percent? 41%. So, from that analysis, where can you come in? That is a question to ponder. So, welcome, Madam Anne. We will take 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. You're going to the water sector. I'm going to talk about innovative financing models for smart water technologies in Kenya's rural water systems. I would like to talk about a brief introduction. Where we live or where probably our parents live, you find that, ile meter ya kawaida tu, that means that the meter reader has to come and read, si ndio? Na kama kuna leak, mnapiga simu. Mseme, maji imetoboka mahali, or whether there is something to do with the sewer, you have to call the office. Now, this research is all about how do we get from this traditional way of handling complaints, meter reading, billing systems, and do innovation so that we can empower lives. That is all about this study. You find that innovative financing models refer to non-traditional, often multi-scale holder financial mechanisms designed to mobilize and allocate resources for development goals in contexts where conventional funding proves inadequate. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Let's go to the first slide. Why the study traditional funding models fall short in rural water provision. And I don't want us to just look at the rural aspect of it, because even here where we are, it's not so urban as compared to probably CBD. When you look into the greatest, the biggest percentage of, this is Rujuasco, ama is Thika. Who is your service provider? The WASCO. You find majority, the biggest geographical area is in those areas that look not so urban. So you find the traditional funding models fall short probably in those areas. Why? Low financial literacy, fragmented regulation, and affordability barriers persist. Only 34% of rural project reports report use of smart financing. Is it true? Is it true? I don't think the WASCO has smart meters. In Nairobi Water we have, but very few compared to the 300,000 customers that we have. And then you find poor alignment between policy, finance, and local needs. High upfront costs of smart water technologies, deter community uptake. I think a smart meter is like 5 times more than the normal meter. A normal meter is about 2,000, but a smart meter can cost up to 20,000 Kenya shillings. And then the other thing is limited involvement of public investors due perceived low return on investment, and then inconsistent donor support and reliance on unsustainable aid cycles. Why are the donors inconsistent? Probably mostly is because of corruption in our nation. And then this disconnect between policy intent, financial design, and rural realities has led to fragmented investment ecosystem that failed to attract sustained private sector engagement. Consequently, there is that urgent need to investigate how innovative financing mechanisms can be unstructured, localized, and institutionalized, and support the equitable diffusion of SWTs across Kenya rural landscapes. This study, the methodology that we used, it used qualitative research approach, utilizing case studies, stakeholders through interviews, document analysis to examine innovative financing models for smart water technologies. The target population, of course, was the top management. We were able to go to 54 water service providers. It was easy for me because I work for one of the water service providers. And then 40 financial institutions. And then purposive sampling was also used. The data was collected through questionnaires and to gather quantitative data, and then closed-ended questionnaires, which were done through Microsoft Forms. And then the data analysis was done using descriptive and inferential statistics. And then what are the implications of the findings? Performance-based models like output-based aid are the most effective in stimulating investment, likely due to their emphasis on accountabilities and results. The other thing was grassroots-driven financing, that is community savings, proves critical, highlighting the importance of community ownership and participation, which is quite difficult. And then blended finance and social enterprises, while impactful, may require more targeted policy support, capacity building, and scaling mechanism to fully realize their potential. It's tricky because in Kenya, people believe margin ya bure, sindio? How many people really enjoy paying their water bills? You can imagine you telling someone mshikane kama group so that they can invest in acquiring some of these things. They even don't want to pay. They believe si mnatoa tu kwa mto, mnaleta wapi? Mnatuletea. So it's a thorn in the flesh. So the conclusion was high upfront costs are limited, and limited access to affordable credit are most significant financial barriers to adopting smart water technologies in rural Kenya. Why? You find water companies, to some extent, they report to the county government, and the county government, the boss is the governor. The governor is also interested in the donor money that is brought in. He's also interested in the collection that you collect. And Asama, there is no way an MD can manage more than I, who has done probably a campaign to be in the position that I am in. So you find these upfront costs. Not that there is no money, there is money, but the support iko chini. And then there is strong dependency on donor-driven funding and grants, with underutilization of sustainable models like insurance, social enterprises, and community-based financing. When this money comes, it is not used for the purpose it was meant. Or you find a part of it, mnaambua ni 16% ni ya something tax. There's this tax na inaingia kwa mfuko wa mtu. So you find that that dependency and the underutilization of funds. I can give an example of what was being reported like 2 days ago, that Kenya loses 6 billion. Did you see that report? Due to an underutilized project. So the same thing is what was concluded here. And then out-based aid and community saving schemes significantly influence investment in water technologies, with the OBA being the most impactful financing model. And then blended finance and enterprises are emerging as viable financing models, but face constraints related to scale, operational maturity, and policy alignment. I would like to give an example of what is currently happening in Western Kenya, where the president is trying to privatize the sugar companies, but there is a lot of hostility. So the same thing is actually happening. What are the recommendations? promote subsidized financing and microcredit schemes through public-private partnerships despite the opposition, invest in awareness campaigns and pilot programs to scale underutilized models such as community-based insurance and social enterprises. I believe if you show people the importance of paying for water or investing in those water projects, this one is going to be possible. You just need to enlighten them and then integrate out-based aid mechanisms into national rural water financing frameworks and strengthen community. Lastly, develop enabling policies and incentive structures to attract private sector investment and support the growth of social enterprises. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Anne. We are coming to the end of the session. We have one more speaker as we conclude Dr. Kiogora. As we wait for Daktari, what have you learned from her presentation? Just an overview. What have you learned from her presentation on water? Apart from water is life and life is water, what else have you learned? For me, I've learned about strong dependency on donors. Africans like to be helped in everything. Another one, I learned about output-based aid. What is output-based aid? Aid. What is aid? Kusaidiwa bado. So it means that as African, we like to be helped. In which, is it a good thing? Is it a good thing? Serikali saidia in everything. So as we ponder on it, let us welcome our next presenter, Dr. Henry Kiogora, to the stage. Karibu Daktari.
Good afternoon. My name is Kiogora Viga. We're making a presentation on PPPs. I think I'm the third person mentioning about public-private partnership. Daniel talked about it, our first presenter. Dr. Goze also mentioned something to do with that, and also Madam Anne. I'm again coming in. To make my presentation here and very easy for all of us to understand and move a bit faster, government has its own way of funding projects. The taxes that we pay, the government is able to raise revenue that is normally used to support or to come up with some of the projects, providing good health facilities, road, in terms of infrastructure and such. But at some point, it's good to have at the back of your mind that because of constraints in terms of resources, government may decide to have a partnership with the private sector, and so that the private sector are given some of the projects to develop them, offer services to the public, and come up with an arrangement how this private sector, they are going to recover their finances out of that project. So this is where the study is about those public-private partnerships that we have in Kenya. And it is good to make it clear to all of us, because I know majority, we have some of us here who are Gen Zs, and maybe the other day, and the current government of the day, when they heard that JKIA was to be given to a private investor, some of us, we thought that this is not a good thing to be done. But it's good for us to know that in public procurement, that we have such an arrangement that is acceptable, that the government can move in that direction to have such an arrangement, to have a private investor come in. But this research is not about all that. This research or my presentation is about the misuse, how that public-private partnership is misused. Let me start by the global and Kenyan context, where I looked at PPPs being seen as a strategic tool, like I've mentioned, of funding some of the projects that the government is not in a position to support, and therefore the private investors can come in to support such projects for the ordinary mwananchi to benefit. Some of the challenges that we have in the developing countries like Kenya is that we have weak laws that we have in place, and therefore implementing them is a challenge. We have those laws, as you're going to find in my presentation, but implementation is actually a challenge. They are faced with corruptions, we have favoritism and non-competitive practices. So when you're having such arrangements done, there is a corruption. Some of the projects are given through favoritism and no competition. In the Kenyan experience, we have legal framework, which I've mentioned that we have a PPAD Act that was actually put in place in 2015, and PPP Act in 2013, the one that I was saying, that actually it is justified that we have such an arrangement that is approved. The implementation remains to be poor, and that's why it's a concern. Kenya has adapted these PPPs to address some of the challenges that we have in offering some of the services in the health sector, transport, and among other sectors that we have. And you find that PPP Act in aim to try and put it or to make it work. It was amended in 2021 because there were noted that there were some loopholes from the first act that was that came or that was put to practice from 2013. But this has also been a challenge. We also have the PPAD Act 2015 that also talks about the same. But the challenges remain the same about the governance issues to do with these three key items that I'm discussing in my presentation: corruption, favoritism, and lack of competition. From the practice, you find that some of the projects, highly profiled projects, I've given an example of managed equipment services program. For some of us who are not aware about this program, this is a program that was put in place in 2015, just the other day. And interestingly, this project, it was about the national government pushing it to the county government, telling them that because you are having a challenge in the health sector, we want to bring to you some equipments, ICU equipment, cancer equipment, related equipment, dialysis equipment, and such. And there was an arrangement where each county was to get those equipment, and they were to be installed in 2 hospitals per county. The funny thing was, each county, the allocation that is normally done by the county, it was to be deducted. The amount was actually to be deducted from the national government. The county governments, they were never involved in such plans. And the plan to have those equipments being installed in the counties, the 2 hospitals that we have talked about, the cost was around 38 billion shillings, but the private investor who was to be included, who was, I think we had 5 private, actually international companies that were contracted to offer such, that service. The cost was inflated from that 8 billion to 63 billion. And the most unfortunate thing with the county, they were to just comply with the national government because the amount or the allocation that they receive was actually deducted before they receive the allocation. So the challenges with such is, you see, this service, because it's something that is intended to benefit the members of the public, because we are talking of such equipments that are going to benefit the members of the public. The problem is the county government, they were never involved. And there was a bit of political interference or political influence, because there was some motivation on why is it coming from the national government and not the county government, because the county government, they are the ones who are supposed to actually say that we have identified these hospitals where those equipments will be placed, and we expect that we'll be making the payments in ABCD, but they were never involved. It was also not transparent, which is also a challenge. And again, the aspect of accountability. So that thing, and most of the items that you find with the government, is that the funny thing about such services or where PPPs are involved, these things, they are never open to the public. They are said by the end of the day, you talk as the members of the public, and then you'll hear that there is a committee that is formed to investigate in such, and then in a way, it just dies like that. So what happened with this program is that the program just died like that because some of the facilities that were identified where those equipments were taken, there were no electricity. We didn't have trained people to work on that equipment. But you can imagine the national government has already forced that you must receive them and they must be received in the hospital where we don't have power to operate them and even people to train people to operate them. So the problem that we have is the enforcement of the framework because we have already noted that we have PPP Act that was even amended in 2021, but the enforcement still remains to be weak. In the literature review, I looked at some other scholars who have looked at the same area and have actually confirmed that this remains to be a challenge with effect or ensuring effectiveness of the use of PPP in offering effective services to the members of the public. The issues of transparency, political interference, and even some of the institutional weaknesses because you will find that we have such institutions that are put in place to ensure that that is implemented effectively, but that has not been working. The methodology is just a qualitative research methodology where I focused more on data that is available. Research findings, starting with the favoritism, you'll note that most of the PPPs, when they are being given, or when such arrangements are being made, there are people who are favored. Political interference is there, so you'll find that those who are in the government, they always favor those that they know. So in case maybe, instead of having that done in an open tendering process where everyone who has the potential will be given a chance, some are favored, others are not favored, and therefore they cannot secure such chances to offer their services. And that debates with the networks that you have, especially with the airlines. Then the challenge to do with the principal agency theory, where you find that those who receive such tenders, the fact that it is done through favoritism, if you give me such an assignment or I benefit, then that means that I will take advantage of that. Even if I don't deliver, I have someone who is going to shield me. Because even the due process was never followed when I was given such a contract, then you find that I can even decide to not to deliver, not to give quality as expected because I will be shielded. Still on favoritism, you find that the contracts are actually given to those that are affiliated, to those that are in power. And a good case study is on Nairobi Expressway, where it is actually said that this contract was awarded to a given contractor or a company that was affiliated to those that were in the government by then. But we are just putting it for the purpose of this presentation that this is just an allegation. I don't want to have a Subaru outside there waiting for me. So I'm just putting it as an allegation. That's what it was mentioned. Again, solid waste management, a contract that was given in 2017, was also mentioned, or there was an allegation that the one who was given such a tender, that he did qualify and knew nothing about solid waste management, but that tender goes to such a people. The consequences of this is that competition, there is no competition when you're giving such tenders, and what happens is those who are best at it, they never get a chance to deliver such services. Transparency, that's why it has never been put on open about the Nairobi Expressway, solid waste, all those processes, they will never be put in a transparent way where we can be able to access this information. And what you're saying is without that political and institutional reforms, PPPs will still become tools for the elite. Those who are in power, they will continue to benefit. About corruption, you'll find that there is a lot of bribery and kickbacks. This has been confirmed by other researchers. That case I've just mentioned about the Nairobi Expressway, and you find that the result is poor service delivery, because if you're giving out something in return for you to secure that contract, then chances are high that when you give out, you can also be given that tender even if you're not qualified to offer such services. About the embezzlement of funds, there is a case that I've mentioned there in 2017 about roads department audit that was done, and it was confirmed that some allocation that was done intended for a road project, someone took that amount and channeled them to some private accounts for other uses and not for the use that it was intended. Conflict of interest, where you'll find that someone who is in government, they are the ones who are actually pushing for these PPPs. So they are likely to say, we don't have the capacity, we don't have the resources necessary to actually execute this. So they'll push for PPPs. Why can't we have a private investor now do this on behalf of the government? But you find that the private investor that is targeted is the same person, but as a company somewhere. So there is a case I've given, maybe you can also research more about it, a lad for contract deals in Nairobi, where you'll find that there are some of the public lads that we have in some of the centers, where the government will say the public lad is there, but as the government, we don't have resources to develop it. But then those that are in power or those that are affiliated to power, they will also take. This is a case that was also noted by the Auditor General, that we have instances where those that are in power, they still have companies registered under their names or those that are affiliated, and then they will take those contracts where they will say that they are the ones who are developing it. We have unclear tendering processes. This is where we are talking about competition, the third variable that we are discussing in this presentation. Unclear tendering procedures, where you find that when there is no competition, then that means that there will be no clear procedures. The procedures will not be followed. It's supposed to be an open tendering process, but direct procurement will be done where someone will just be awarded a tender. I've cited some of the examples. Selective bidding, where you always pinpoint that those who are to participate in this tender is 1, 2, 3. You lock out the others. That is to limit competition. And also on having unfair disqualification. There is this case, an example in Kisumu Water Project, where some competent companies participated in those PPPs contracts, but then at some later stages, final stages, they were just disqualified with no justification. And so we end up in that vicious cycle. What you are recommending is having legal policy reforms. That is, we have the policies with us, but we are pushing for implementation. And so we are saying we need to have independent observers to ensure that that is implemented. Institutional strengthening, EACC, PPRA, we need to have them strengthened so that they can actually execute as per their mandate. Ensuring that there is that transparency and open contracting. In case maybe you're not going to use open contracting and you go for direct procurement, then there is need to have justification. Why are you targeting a certain contractor and not making it open for all? Then about digital procurement systems, I'm happy that this is a platform that was launched just the other day this year, where all the procurement proceedings will be made in the open online, where you can actually confirm. If you apply for a given tender, you can be able to track all the way to the end. It's likely to also assist this. Having monitoring and accountability tools so that we can actually monitor what is having civil society coming in, all that. And corruption mechanisms. This is where we now look for real-time forensic audits and such, having whistleblowers and protecting them. And lastly, it's about promoting fair competition by ensuring that we go for open tendering and limiting cases where we are talking of direct procurement or selective tendering. And that is the end of my presentation. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Daktari, for that insightful presentation. We have come to the end of this presentation or this session. I will take 2 questions from the members. Anyone with a question from to our panelists? Anyone with a question? Yes, we have a hand there. Do we have a...
Thank you.
Somebody to help, kindly.
Thank you. My name is Bernard O'Kale. I'm a teacher by profession. My question goes to Dr. Moses. Dr. Moses, you have talked about the MSMEs to the growth of an economy. That is micro, small, and medium enterprises. The first question I have for you, with the current government we have in this nation, we have a problem as the Generation Z. Our problem relies on theories, but not the practical measures they are taking. Now, you have talked about this micro, small, and medium enterprises economy. According to your illustrations, I've only realized that you have talked more of theories, but not practicals. Now, my question to you, I want you to maybe elaborate on practical parts, the practical theories that we can take as youth to better the economy of Kenya. Then second question, I want to ask about the gig economy. What I mean by the gig economy is this is why we use the online platforms. You see, the Upwork, the maybe freelancing, maybe content creation through TikToks and many others. How can we involve this gig economy? Because right now in Kenya, the gig economy is doing very nice in Kenya. But the problem is we don't have the strategies to manage this economy. I can give you an example. In the USA, this economy, the gig economy, it has developed it has enabled the economy of the USA to eradicate on maybe the unemployment opportunities for the country there. Because when I was doing my research, I found that about 5% to 5.7% of the GDP of USA is brought about by the gig economy. So I tried to compare that economy of USA to the gig economy with the Kenyan economy. So how can we involve that to make our country more better? Thank you.
We did not get your name.
My name is Bernard O'Kale, a teacher by profession.
Thank you, Bernard. Another question?
Good afternoon. I'm Aguta Godfrey. My question is to Nthinga. You've talked about the private-public partnerships. How will the partnership ensure long-term sustainability? And then my second question goes to Daniel. You posed something about the challenges affecting learners. So my question is, what strategies that can be implemented to reduce stigma around mental health in educational setting? Thank you.
The last one from a lady. Okay, I'm glad it is you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Akinyi Zubeda.
a student of education. So my question goes to, I've forgotten her name. What's your name?
And
Anne. Okay, my question goes to Anne. So on the issue of the smart meter and the normal meter, how are you making sure that this smart meter can be affordable? Because for it to be sustainable, most people should afford it, because you have said that there is a decline in the donors. So, and the aim is to make sure that most of these people should adopt the smart meter, right? Yeah, so like how are you making it possible for it to be adopted by many people, for it to be adopted with many people, since it is expensive? You have said like one goes for like 20,000 shillings. That's expensive. Yeah.
thank you. Your name?
I think Ubeida.
Your name? Okay, I will allow our speaker to respond to the question. 1 minute each.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard. I like what you've asked. Now, I don't know you, the second question, maybe before I answer the first, you meant the gig economy, the gig economy. Okay, fine. Now, the theories. You said that my presentation was based on theories. Yeah, these, if you're a graduate student, you know theories are built from empirical studies. But to give you practical, Jua Kali in Kenya has contributed immensely. Like, for example, we have got these wheelbarrows. The wheelbarrows that you see, the pans that come up. We also used to have the koroboys. You remember the koroboys? Those particular lamps, but nowadays we don't use them so much. We should have looked for something like good fuel that cannot be able to pollute us. And there are so many that are coming up, even chaff cutters. But the big thing that I said is that we adopt this technology. We don't adapt it. We don't change it. And that's why when you look at most of the studies that have been conducted by Kipra, they have discovered that most of our technology, even Kirdi, they are talking of our technology to be that technology that is archaic. If we can be able to move our technology to the next level, and I'm happy to say this, the innovation center that is based in this particular place, especially when it comes to the IT sector, Kenya is respected worldwide about the IT, and that's why you have the M-Pesa thing, the mobile money transfer. And I did not mention in my presentation, we have got what we call the so-called the softwares. Like now, for example, when you are in a matatu, you will see the matatu people changing the route. Maze kule kuna jam. When you ask that manamba, it show you nina hii app, even the payment. So those are the practical thing. Maybe I'll be able to put it in the paper so that when you read the paper, you can be able to appreciate it. Now, coming to the second question, the gig economy. Of course, it's really, what is the gig economy? This is a short term. You know, economics, we basically, because I'm an economics student, this is a short term work that comes up and they are based on seasons. Like sometimes you see the Uber people, they are maybe supplying food. Even this bicycle, we have got also the bicycle. You know, these are short-term jobs, even the online jobs. Now, in America, they are quite developed because they have got a very good policy framework for that. In Kenya, we are still playing around. We should be able to come up with a policy, and I could be able to tell you that they can work very well. The only thing is that our think tank, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, do not give us the monthly reports. Like in America, we have got the monthly reports about the labor that has been generated. So if we can be able to have, I suppose there are so many people who are coming up with good labor, you know, skills, which can be payable into the market. Like, for example, I was challenging some of my students in class who come from Nyamira area or Nyeri area, where the vehicles cannot reach on Mount Kenya there. Can you be able to come up with an ambulance that is made from a motorbike, right? So that it can be able to go up there, even for the jam. So these are frugal innovation that we can think about. So I appreciate about the gig economy that in Africa, we should be able to take advantage of this so that we move on to the next level. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. Mr. Njeru, a second as we conclude.
All right, thank you. And the question I'm seeking to address, Chair, is on strategies that we can use to reduce stigma around mental health. That's what you said, among learners. And allow me to respond to this question from the perspective of my background, which is in technology. And I'm thinking of how technology is able to significantly help us to reduce stigma. Let me give you an example. Through technology, we were able to come up with mobile testing kits for HIV, for example, yeah? And those ones were able to significantly reduce stigma because you don't have to go to wherever, yeah, to be tested. So I'm thinking around that, how can we come up with systems that can help us? And even tying this with my presentation is to look at recommender systems that can actually, and we have that, yeah? It's only that we've maybe not considered them in our market. Recommender systems that can actually look at your stress levels based on how you interact, your emotions, how you express your emotions. I was reading an article from IEEE that was talking of, recommender systems that can actually detect drowsiness of learners in learning management systems. Can you imagine? Yeah, so we can just note from how you interact. You put your camera on ZDS, Bwana Principal, and Madam Principal, sorry, and someone is able to know that this person is not focusing, yeah, is not focused, yeah, they are not focusing on studies. So something like that. So I'm thinking of systems that can actually help us, but also think about it if counseling was made more virtual than physical. You know, it would really be easy for you to say, I need help, and I'll go online. And even the counselor doesn't need to know really who you are by name and facial expression and all that. So those could be some of the ways that we can address that. But I think it's a very good question. Chair, if you allow me, I had a very burning question for Dr. Buta. If you don't mind, that I wanted to ask about. I was raised in a rural setting, and our main source of income was farming. And I'm just wondering, what do we need to do to be able to demystify the issues we have around how people view farming in Kenya? People think farming is for the poor. Yeah. How can we be able to change that if Dr. Buta can be able to respond to that? But thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Njeru. Buta, 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you very much, Daktari. Farming still remains the backbone of our economy. And currently we have what we call the smart farming. Yeah, and I think that is the way to go. Not using the jebes and the foco jebes and the shovels. Yeah, where we use drip irrigation. Yeah, like now the pottery I was talking about, you just need to have systems where the chicken are able to take water, you know, from systems that are already set. Yeah, so it's about the young people coming up with these technologies
and making farming look attractive. Otherwise, money is in farming. I am in farming. It is working.
Thank you. I think we can end up there. Kindly, the other question, we are behind schedule for the sake of time. As I conclude, I will reflect on what our key speaker said yesterday. He said that innovation is the process of rebellion. And he said, he was a she. Unless you rebel and you challenge the system quo, you will never achieve sustainable prosperity. And she also said, the best way to produce the future is to create it. So, how can you create it? That is my last words. I have been your moderator, Dr. Joy Kibor. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joy Fidelis, the
I'll be
panelist.
the last one
Will give them a
standing.
place of
2
joining.
hands in the air, I'm a champion. You'll be looking up at me when it's over. I live for the battle, I'm a soldier. Yeah, I'm a fighter like Rocky. Put your flag on your back like Ali. Yeah, I'm the greatest, I'm stronger. Paid my dues, can't lose, I'm my own. Yeah, hey, I've been working my whole life.
Thank you very much. We appreciate our panelists. We want to take a break, and I request for the presenters, the panelists, but before we go, we can have a group photo for the presenters.
I'll be the last one standing. 2 hands in the air, I'm a champion. You'll be looking up at me when it's over. I live for the battle, I'm a soldier. Yeah, I'm a fighter like Rocky. Put your flag on your back like Ali. Yeah, I'm the greatest, I'm stronger. Paid my dues, can't lose, I'm my own. Yeah, hey, I've been working my whole life, and now it's do or die. I am invincible.
Thank you very much.
Unstoppable, unshakable. They knock me down and get up again. I am the champion. You can't hurt me now. I can't feel the pain. I was made for this. Yeah, I was born to win. I am the champion. When they write my story, they're gonna say that I did it for the glory. But don't think that I did it for the fame, yeah. I did it for the love of the game, yeah. And this is my chance I'm taking. All them old records I'm breaking. All you people watching on the TV, you go ahead and put your bets on me. Yeah. I've been waiting my whole life to see my name in life. I'm invincible, unbreakable, unstoppable, unshakable. They knock me down, I get up again. I am the champion. You don't believe, you can't hurt me now. I can't feel the pain. I was made for this, yeah, I was born to win. I am the champion.
Those who are outside, kindly come. Those who are outside, you can come in. We are having a very interesting session. We have a very interesting session right now. We are going to watch a film. We have a very interesting keynote speaker. So we can come in. Ushers, kindly assist me to bring in those who are outside. If you can hear me and you have finished to take your snacks, kindly come. Ushers, I'm requesting you so our keynote speaker is in the house. The films are ready. Our international speaker is on board. So kindly let us settle. Our moderator, Madam Anne, is in the house. So I request we settle. Let's settle so that we can start this session. Let's settle so that we can start this session. If you are outside and you can hear my voice, our keynote speaker is in the building. Kindly come.
It's a hickey or blues. Pictures of last night ended up online. I'm screwed. Oh well. It's a blacked out blur, but I'm pretty sure it moves. Damn. Last Friday night, you we did some tabletops. Now we took too many shots. Think we kissed, but I forgot. Last Friday night, now we mixed our credit cards. And you kicked out of the bar, so we hit the boulevard. Last Friday night, we were streaking in the park, skinny dipping in the dark. Then had a menage a trois. Last Friday night, yeah, I think we broke the law. Oh, you say we're gonna start. It's Friday night. Do it It's Friday night. Do it You connect the dots.
It's like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want more berries and that summer feeling. It's so wonderful and warm. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without. I'm just thinking out loud. I sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar strawberries on a summer evening. Baby, you're the end of June. I want your belly and that summer feeling, getting washed away in you. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar high. I just want to taste it. I just want to taste it. Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want your belly and that summer feeling. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar watermelon sugar. If you wanna run away with me, I know a galaxy and I can take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining just the way you like. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm meditating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you. Moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm meditating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm meditating. I believe the truth for me, I feel it in our energy. I see it's written in the stars. We can go wherever, so let's do it now or never, baby. Nothing's ever too far. Glitter in the sky, glitter in the eyes, shining just the way we are. I feel like we're forever every time we get together, but whatever, it's the last on Mars. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm meditating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you. Moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm meditating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm meditating. You fly away with me tonight. You fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you on a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm meditating. You fly away with me tonight. You fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you on a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. So let's take a rocket at your blast off. Said I'm feeling so electric, time for awesome. And even if I wasn't to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. My life is like a rocket with your blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, time for awesome. And even if I wasn't to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. You want me, I want you, baby.
Good afternoon. Say hi to your colleague who is seated next to you. Say hi to them. You need to smile. Some of us are very serious, and I can see we are just here to ensure we see what the media department has prepared for us. If you have not realized, you need to realize that you are watching a film and you will watch many more. When I was growing up, and in the corners of education, there was a time we had an actor who was known as Van Vicker, Ramsey Noah, Genevieve Naji. Hey, those were the days when we could we could keep our eyes glued on the screen. So we have an interesting session, and I do believe that with Ian Dennis in the house and other panelists, you are not going to leave this room the same way that you came. You are going to have a paradigm shift. So ensure in what you are carrying out from this room, it makes a difference in your life. I can see some of us, the same seats we were having in the morning are the same ones that we are occupying, and to ensure we change, not unless you are in the first row, the others kindly come in front. Let's come. Ensure that there is no empty seat in front of you. And especially those who are at the last row. Occupy the ones in front of you. Occupy the ones in front of you. Kindly. Yes, thank you for obeying. Occupy, just occupy the ones that are in front of you, so that we create the room for the others behind. And when it comes to the watching of the film, even when you were in high school, you wanted to be at the front row. There is a way the feeling of watching the film from the front row is different. True or false? So occupy the seats in front of you. Thank you. I believe we are set for this session, and I take this opportunity to invite our moderator, Madam Anne, to take over. Welcome, Anne. We appreciate her as she comes.
Good afternoon. How are you? Say hi to the person seated next to you. Tafadhali mwambie karibu sana. Muulize umekula lunch? We are learning a little bit late. Well, this is my first time doing this, so I'm nervous. Pigeni tu makofi tu kidogo. Madam DVC is like, I don't know what that means. Well, this is the media team session. and we are very glad that you were able to join us for this afternoon session. We are running out of time, but we'll be able to recap it very soon. So this session, all right. The Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor in absentia, the DVC, all the staff members present, all visitors present, all students, and all protocol observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you for joining us for this session. And I'm just going to introduce our topic for today and introduce the panelists, probably, and the rapporteur. So we are talking about 360-degree storytelling, the convergence of documentary film and broadcast in virtual reality. And this session will explore how to immersive 360-degree virtual reality storytelling, how it has transformed documentary film and broadcast media. So we'll be able to highlight the role of VR in driving industrial innovation and digital transformation, with a focus on how immersive media can support sustainable development and technological advancement across the industry. So our keynote speaker is already here with us, Mr. Ian Dennis. Let's give a hand of applause for that. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. And our other guests are also around. Michael Shimangi from Global Communication Experts, TV reporter, and a voice-over artist from Chams Media Limited. Let's give a hand of applause. And Christine Kaku, she's one of our students. She's going to be representing, she's going to be our media student representative from here at Zetech University. And we have Michael Strano, who is online. He is the co-founder of Yakwetu My Movies Africa. So without further ado, you will allow me to be able to invite our keynote speaker. So we will begin by the keynote speech and then the panelist session that we'll be able to learn some few things here and there. And then later we'll be able to watch some films that students have actually excelled in creating them. So our keynote speaker, Mr. Ian Dennis, is a TV host and a journalist at Standard Group Limited, KTN. He's a business coach, author, and managing director, Mojo Delight Limited. So Ian Dennis is driven by his purpose to create, teach, and guide, which he fulfills through his diverse roles as a journalist, innovator, author, trainer, business coach, and entrepreneur. So as an award-winning TV host, he has achieved acclaim for his outstanding work on the highly related business magazine show in Kenya, Late Night Business, and formerly The Business Coach, broadcasted in Kenyan television, which is KTN. As an author, Ian has also written 2 books under his belt, Business Conquest and Food for Thought, which have all been driven by his quest to teach and guide his readers. All right. So Ian holds a bachelor degree in commerce from Strathmore University and a master's degree in digital journalism from Aga Khan University. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Ian Dennis on stage. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You guys look so bored. Good afternoon. I saw you guys eating buns and soda. I mean, I saw some of you even taking 2 of them, so you need to be excited. So good afternoon once more. All right, so I'm so excited to be here. I just want to take you through what's the future of media based on my insights and having been in the industry. And I'll try to be as short as possible because I know time is not really much on our side. So I just want to take you through a few slides. Hopefully you can actually get something at the end of this. So I don't know if the presentation is here. Fantastic. Let me see if I can move forward. All right. Cool. So I titled my presentation the Innovation Ultimatum. And the reason why I titled my presentation this way is out of an interesting book that I came across. It's called The Innovation Ultimatum by a gentleman called Steve Brown. And in this book, he primarily talks about 6 innovations that are going to define this particular decade that you're in. Why you can see the monkeys on my screen is because it just outlines how media has evolved over the years. I'm a millennial myself. I recently turned 33 this past Sunday. Clap for me, I'm in the Jesus year. And being a millennial, I've seen the evolution of media. I was born at a time whereby we were using cassettes. I've seen TV come into place. I've seen the iPhone come into place. And I've been blessed enough to have been in the media for the last 8 years, and I've seen so many different changes. Just from my introduction, I've been with the Kenya Television Network for the last 8 years. I just took my sabbatical 2 months back. I've been doing media for quite a while. I've been the head of innovation at the Standard Media Group, whereby I've been tasked with the, I was tasked with the role of overseeing the future of media and what exactly it is that you can do. I've written 2 books. At the moment, I moved into media. I moved into business, and one of the business I'm running is Mojo. So primarily, as an individual, I've been evolving. And through this particular presentation, I'll just make it as brief as possible. And as I mentioned to you earlier on, I was talking to you about 6 innovations that are going to disrupt this particular decade that you're in, the decades between the 2020s and 2030. And some of this particular innovation, we're already experiencing it ourselves. For this particular purpose of today's session, I'm focusing on just 2, virtual and augmented reality and artificial intelligence. And how exactly do these particular technologies fit into us as media students, or even just fit to us as people who actually want to evolve in the area of media? I don't know if it's still here, or I can just see it on my back. Yeah? Or you guys? Can everybody say it? If you can see it, say yes or no. Yeah? It's back. All right, fine. At least I can see now. So just to focus on artificial intelligence and virtual and augmented reality, I'll take you through some of what exactly these technologies are and how exactly can we use it as students or rather people get in the world of media. I'm trying to go next. One thing is for sure, that storytelling will always be key. Storytelling is evolving as it is right now, but the same purpose will always be there. We exist to tell stories because you want to make people feel, think, and act, and that will always remain the same. But the reality as it's happening right now is that technology is literally catching up with us, and if we do not shape up, we're literally going to shape out, as you've been saying. One of the realities, and I'll just give you this particular background. I've been with the Standard Group PLC, which is the oldest media house in this particular country. The Standard Group has been in existence for 100 years. And in my stint there, I saw this particular revolution happening and catching up. And I'm sure most of you guys know some of the stories as to what exactly is happening to the media house. And one of these particular realities is that technology is catching up and the media is not catching up as fast. And the reality is that for the students who are currently pursuing media, if you're not able to embrace these particular new technologies, you won't have this particular opportunity in this particular new dispensation that's actually coming out. And I just want to take you through the opportunities that are there right now. How can you exactly win in these particular opportunities? How can you understand all these particular technologies that are coming up? And how best can we be able to place ourselves? If you're together until this point, say aye. You know, running an afternoon session is very difficult because tumetoka kukula, we are all full. So I want you guys just to be with me, 10 minutes, and I'll be out of your way. The evolution that you've been seeing across media is that we've been seeing the formats change. From the era we are from, it was the traditional formats, right? Linear TV, and just by a show of hands, how many of us watch linear TV? To watch the TV, literally to watch either KBC, KTN, Citizen. How many of us, by show of hands? I can see it's just front students behind there. So primarily, that's the format that was. And the format that it is, how many of us are on YouTube? How many of us listen to podcasts, by a show of hands? I can see more hands coming up. By a show of hands, how many of us have experienced virtual reality, augmented reality? By a show of hands. Interesting, a few hands. So one thing I'm getting out of it is that we are all present in this particular moment in terms of our consumption. But very few of us have started embracing what exactly is coming and the evolution that's coming. And I just want us to just walk through this very, very briefly. The thing is, the reality is that the future is already here with us. And especially being in the media field, there are two key technologies that are literally disrupting us and will literally continue disrupting us. And these particular technologies are artificial intelligence and augmented reality. And the reality is already catching up with us. By a show of hands, how many of us use ChatGPT? This is how to exams. It's okay. All right. By a show of hands, how many of us have used 11 labs? Interesting, there's one. By a show of hands, how many of us have tried the new platform by Google, VEO? Fantastic. Okay, I'm very interested. It's very nice. So there's so many artificial intelligence platforms coming up. There's so many different augmented and virtual reality platforms that are coming up. But the key is that there's so many coming up. But the question is that how do they fit in with what we do? And how can we position ourselves to be able to literally create opportunities for ourselves? As I mentioned earlier, the decade that we are in is a decade of disruption. And in this particular decade, if we do not disrupt ourselves, and if we do not embrace the technologies that are coming up, many of us will not be able to position ourselves to what exactly the future job market, the future business market is going to look into. And in this particular disruptive decade that we are in, artificial intelligence is key. Virtual reality is already here with us. Augmented reality is already here with us. And generative media tools such as Runway, 11 Labs are already here with us. There's so many different tools that are coming up each and every day. I think 2 weeks back, Google launched like 20 new AI tools, especially that are actually media-oriented. And through this particular session, I just want us to understand what are these particular technologies, how can we best use them, and how can we best position ourselves. I'll start off with augmented and virtual reality. And so with these particular technologies, the key is just to understand what are these particular technologies and how best can you use them. So, and I'll just describe them very, very briefly for the sake of time. So virtual reality is an immersive world. I saw outside here some gadgets for virtual reality. I don't know how many of us have used them. I saw a lady probably was fighting somewhere during lunch hour. So virtual reality and augmented reality, and I'll just try to describe them. So virtual reality is an immersive world. And this particular immersive world is created by a technological tool. One of the most common tools is the Oculus. So virtual reality, you literally have to have this gadget, and in this particular gadget, they create an immersive world. It can be through games, it can be through videos. That's what virtual reality is. Augmented reality is a virtual reality, but created in a real world. And I'll share with you an example and a reality of what exactly I recently just got to experience. So these particular two elements are key to us, especially for people in media, because in media, we exist for one thing, to literally serve the audience by either giving them information, by either inspiring them and just being a tool to be used for the audience. And virtual reality is literally getting to disrupt this. One thing that you've noticed, and just by a show of hands, how many of us are on Instagram? All right, all of us on Instagram. How many of us, this name is just skipping my head. The app whereby ladies like using for filters. Snapchat, how many of us are on Snapchat? All the ladies are on Snapchat. By using Snapchat, I'm sure we have experienced augmented reality. The augmented reality is some of these particular app elements whereby you can take a video and then primarily you can see either bunnies and stuff. I don't know how many of us have experienced, you have experienced that, right? So that's literally augmented reality already here with us. Some of these particular new technologies are here with us, but we don't understand them as yet. Even WhatsApp recently. How many of us have made WhatsApp video calls of late? WhatsApp video calls. Have you seen the augmented reality there, whereby you can change your filters, you can change your background? So those particular technologies already, augmented reality already here with us. And The biggest use for virtual and augmented reality is in the world of film, is in the world of museums, is in the world of reporting, and I'll show you a few examples. So, application of the virtual reality to us, especially for us in the media sector, is that it's already being used in documentaries abroad. Probably here locally not as much because of the technological aspect, and I'll talk about this in a few. It's being used by news reporters to tell out news. It's being used for training. It's being used in the newsroom, but to some particular extent, especially with the green screen. I'll share this particular link. You guys can have a look just by the sake of time. But it's one of a documentary that was actually shot on virtual reality, and you can actually get to see everything that's happening in a war zone area. So one of the things that you ask ourselves, because it's virtual reality, it's a new technology, there's so much to understand. How does it fit to us? And how do you get to position ourselves? Let me just give you a story. The thing is about technology is that sometimes it may be with us, but we may not be able to understand it. But this particular technology is constantly evolving. Let me give you a short story, let's say for AI that's already here with us. I've been exploring the history of AI. So the first time AI came to be was in 1953, 3 years before my father was born. So the concept of AI came to that particular point. So at that particular point, it's just a paper. Someone just wrote, like, the machines can actually be used, can be taught, and these machines can actually be taught and give us much more information. It was just a piece of paper, and it was a concept across universities, especially in Harvard, and it was being propelled. In 1970s, this conversation came again once the computers came to be, but AI was like, it was not still, what's it called? It was not a subject to be explored. In the 2000s, AI was still a subject, but the technology had not advanced. But in 2013, once technology had already picked up, because you have better RAMs, better computers, the technology just within us has been literally moving so fast. And in 2021, 2022, the likes of the large language models came to be. So literally it was a technology that was already here with us. The same thing, what exactly I'm trying to say? The same thing with virtual reality and also augmented reality. We can see the Oculus with us. We can see what exactly it is that we're trying to imagine the future. But the question we need to ask ourselves, how do we need to position ourselves for this? How do we start evolving for this? And one of the things is that I'll share a few tools that we can all start getting to explore of some of these particular models already starting to take shape. One thing that you get to realize, especially, what's it called, from the earlier clip that I'd actually shared, is that as human beings, we're evolving so fast. At one point, we're never using mobiles. Right now, we're all stuck on our mobiles and our consumption. At one point, what's it called? We used to use Google to search. Right now, everybody's using ChatGPT to, to literally explore for answers and trying to do their research. And the reality in terms of our consumption is that very soon, the virtual reality and augmented reality will become our mainstay. All these particular technologies that seem so far apart or so far away are going to be stuck with us. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit New York just a month back. And through visiting New York, I saw augmented reality being in use. So there's a place in New York called the One World Observatory. And I don't know if it's possible to play this clip on the video, because I just took a small clip. And I want you guys to see augmented reality in use, because I was actually just amazed as you are. So it's playing. The video on the left. All right. So let me just explain what the One World is. So in New York, there's the World Trade Center. It's the tallest building in New York. And one thing I liked about my experience is this, how the Americans have commercialized everything. It's the same way. Let's say we come to Kenya, primarily the tallest building is in Nairobi, Times Tower, right? So when you go to the One World Observatory, you literally pay around 4,000 Kenya shillings to just go up that building and get to experience it. But the thing is, when I was being told you have to pay this amount, me, I was very skeptical. More than 24,000 kwenda kupanda 2 stairs. But once I got in and I paid that amount, nikisikia uchungu sana, why am I paying 4,000? I was immersed into an augmented reality world. So what happens is that in this particular One World Observatory, what you saw, the video I showed you, was just me recording, what's it called, us going up the stairs. We landed onto floor 102. And they've created an experience whereby once you're going through up the stairs, they're showing New York through the years. So New York from 1900 until New York in the present moment. So while you're in the lift, they've created an experience whereby it's an augmented reality whereby when you're going up the stairs, you can see New York through the years. You can even feel it in your ears. That's why you can hear me saying, I can feel something in my ears. And once you get to the 102nd floor, you now get into, what's it called, the floor where you can see New York all across. And then they've also created another virtual reality experience. They're selling for you for like 5,000 shillings. They can give you an Oculus and get to move through New York in a virtual reality. So for 5,000 shillings, utavalishwa glasses, you see New York and walk around New York on a virtual reality, and they've commercialized it. So I'm using this as an example as to how people are using augmented reality and virtual reality and commercializing it. In this particular, going up the stairs, they're showing you, or going up the lifts, they're showing you through, they're telling the story of how New York came to be, how New York has evolved. And this is one of the usage for augmented reality. What can you use augmented reality or virtual realities to tell stories and create an experience? Because as an audience, where you're moving is that people just don't want to just see something, they want to experience something. And the essence to this particular technology is to enable us move with how our consumption is actually getting to move. If you're together until this point, say aye. So how do we apply this in media? So there are various aspects. By understanding these particular technologies, and I'll share a few tools, how can you be able now to create interactive storytelling? As I showed you earlier on, as media we have evolved. There's a season we used to read the newspapers. There's a season we used to go through the blogs. And now we're in a season whereby people want to experience, want to experience stories. So how can you use virtual reality to literally tell interactive storytelling? How can you enhance print media just by scanning and having an experience? And also, how do you get to, even through the use of filters, how can you get into immersive worlds, and how can you get to experience things differently? So here are some of the things, a toolkit, and you can just write it down. So the thing is about virtual reality and augmented realities, you have to use a particular set of cameras in order for us to literally be able to create these experiences. I've shared a few of them here. There's some softwares you can also be able to adapt in order for us to be able to use virtual reality and also augmented realities, because all this is about technology. And also there are a few apps, so you can actually just probably take a picture of this and maybe just go to experiment them. But as I mentioned to you earlier on, with every new technology, there will always be challenges. And for augmented reality and virtual realities, is that some of this particular cost of equipment and software are too expensive, but I'm sure the school can facilitate for us to be able to start positioning ourselves. I'd mentioned about the 6 technologies are going to change. One of them is 5G, and primarily once it literally gets all across, it's going to be much more easier because internet bandwidth is going to go a long way. There's a lot of training that needs to be done, and hopefully maybe through the school you can do a lot of training around augmented reality and virtual reality, because it's about experimenting. By experimenting, what new tools can we use them in order to tell our stories? And also another thing about new technology is the aspect of ethics. How can you be able to create experiences, tell stories with these new particular technologies, but also be able to keep our ethics in check? So what's the call to action? As I mentioned time and time again, it's a new technology. We don't know everything about it. It's evolving fast, but key for us is that can we learn and experiment? All these new tools, all these new apps, can you be able to learn them? How can you experiment them? Can you try new things? Because one of the things I like about YouTube, it's a free platform, and already you can actually tell stories through YouTube, or that are 360, that are virtual reality. And I'll share some of the links of stories you can actually go through. You can build prototypes and try telling your stories through this. You can collaborate across disciplines. As I'd shared with you, one of the things because it was my first time going to America, one of the things I loved about it was that these guys know how to commercialize everything. Everything is commercialized. When you go to a museum, I think Manju, you've been there. When you go to a museum, it's commercialized. You can have a virtual reality, you can have a augmented reality, and you're actually paying for it and people are paying for it. So you can actually try to look at it in terms of, by understanding this particular technology, how can you also cut across different particular disciplines and take advantage of this? And then just to close, because I just want to close, and our mind was just to focus on virtual reality and augmented reality. But I just wanted to also emphasize with artificial intelligence, but very, very briefly, because artificial intelligence is already here with us. And artificial intelligence is no longer the future, it's our reality. And it's literally on scale. And I was talking to a few friends in the media, like the media landscape in the next 6 months, it's literally going to be completely fragmented. Some of the jobs that you have known for years to be jobs that are going to be there, they're going to come to an end. There's something called AI agents. I don't know if any of us have heard about it. By a show of hands. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Okay, there's 4 people. And I'll just close at this point. I want to complete my presentation. So AI agents are literally a form of automating AI. The thing is about AI is that from our experiences, there are so many applications that have actually come up. As I've mentioned, if you want to have someone mimic your voice, there's an application called 11 Labs. If you have someone to literally recreate you, there's so many different apps. They're like 1,001 apps. But as AI gets to evolve, because AI is the large language models, as they get to evolve, automation is going to become key. So AI agent is primarily how do you automate processes by using AI. So in the media, and what I see probably in the next 1 year, you can automate all your media process. You can create your video via AI, you can create a video through AI, you can voice through AI, you can actually edit through AI, you can actually post through AI. There's a platform called N8N. N for Nairobi, 8N. For me, if it's a takeout, kindly just go check out this particular platform and get to learn from it and understand automation. Because media, as we know it, is not going to be the same. All the things that you're going to say it's a special skill, it's no longer going to be a special skill. Editing is not going to be special. Voicing is not going to be special because AI is going to do all that stuff. And if the sooner you guys get to position yourself and understand AI and see how the AI can meet with virtual reality, you're going to position yourself for the future that's going to come. Let me just check for any final. I'll share this particular slider because I shared a couple of tools. So you can actually just go to check them about AI. And I'll just go to my final slide for the sake of disclosure. The thing is, I had mentioned earlier on, with all these technologies, I'm not here to create fear that media is not going to be there. Storytelling is not, it's still going to be there, but storytelling has to be very, very different. The future of storytelling has to be human-centric storytelling. Last week, I was in a launch of a very interesting documentary by some friends of mine. So these friends of mine are literally traversing across Africa to tell stories of the youth revolution. They started out the last time they did one was in Botswana. They had recently had the election and they're telling out unique stories of how the youth are actually rising up. So the news as we know it, or rather media as we know it, has to become human-centric. If you want to tell a story, it's no longer going to be that this happened here, but can you create a story that's actually human-centric? Another thing that we need to know is that we have to collaborate with AI. Right now, there's no excuse of just saying that you misspelled something in this AI. Right now, there's no excuse of saying that I did not find an image online, then there's AI. How can you collaborate with AI? Spatial thinking. As we are watching things, and I've mentioned it time and time again, how can you get this particular collaboration with augmented reality and virtual reality? And how do you position ourselves for what the future is? So my closing remark is this, just for the sake of time. We have to adapt, or literally the technology is going to eat us. If you have time, look for this book called The Innovation Ultimatum. Get to understand these 6 new technologies. AI, that's already here with us. Virtual reality, that's already here with us. Innovation Ultimatum. Let me just share my closing remark. I'm done just by the sake of time. So kindly, this is my takeout. And I'm telling you as a brother, if you don't understand these technologies, how they work, and how best you can be able to use them, we're literally doomed. The book is called Innovation Ultimatum by Steve Brown. You can look for it online. and just get to understand all this, but get to understand artificial intelligence and its tool, augmented reality, what are the apps, because there are so many of them, understand 5G and what exactly it is, understand sensors, IoT, autonomous machines, but for media students, virtual augmented reality and artificial intelligence. If you do not understand this, so many of the jobs as we know it now, they're literally going to be done. Editors, or what's it called, designers, literally are being replaced by the day. Video designers, or rather streaming, everything's going to change. So without further ado, thank you so much for this particular time, and thank you so much for this opportunity, and hope you've learned a thing or two. Thank you so much.
I'd like us to give our visitor a 5 factorial. Are you ready? Let's rise on our feet. Let's rise on our feet. At least that to stretch kidogo, sindo? Yeah. Are we ready? Let's rub our hands. We are giving it a 5 factorial. Let's rub our hands, kabisa, kabisa. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1. You may have your seats. All right. So ask your neighbor, when did you realize that AI is here to stay? When did you realize? Ask your neighbor, it's a very serious question. When did your wake-up call happen? When? Where are my ushers? Where are my ushers? I need at least one answer. My ushers, please pick a microphone. I can see Esther, one of my students. She's over there. Esther, did you share with your neighbor? Please prepare as I give this story. So when did you realize that AI is here to stay? So personally, where I live, I have lived for like 3 years now. And there was a baby that was born, like my neighbor upstairs. And she was born, she's now, 3, somewhere like that, something like that. So I met her through the corridors and I asked her, "Hi, what's your name?" And she was like, "My name is AI and Jerry." AI and Jerry. I was like, "What? My name is AI and Jerry." So you can imagine where we're headed to, yeah? Esther, are you ready with your answer? When was your wake-up call? When was your wake-up call? Esther is over there. She's dressed in a very beautiful dress. Just raise your hand. That is Esther. When did your neighbor realize that AI is here to stay? Very fast because of time. Okay, her microphone is off.
Evening. Oh, is it evening or afternoon? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Esther, and the answer I've gotten from him is 2019.
2019. Okay. Anyone else who would like to add on that? Let me see your hand up. Anyone else? We have a hand there.
Good afternoon. The moment I realized that AI is real is when I started bonding with ChatGPT, it being my therapist. Hi, ChatGPT. Today I had a very hectic day. Then gives me some feedback like, "Don't worry, it's normal. Don't take things seriously." Yeah, that is when I realized that AI is real.
One, two. All right. Have you guys seen those jokes, online jokes, where people are hugging AI? Yeah, like myself with AI in the evening. You're right. Have you seen those memes? All right. Okay. So I'm standing here because I'm about to introduce my my panelists. We will start with Michael Strano, who is online. I need to confirm if he is still here with us. Michael?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. So that is Michael Strano, co-founder and Chief Operations Officer of Yakwetu, Online Limited. So Michael is an Australian serial entrepreneur who has built one of the best known entertainment companies in Africa, PHAT, Music and Entertainment Limited, which was listed on 36 top 100 mid-sized businesses in Kenya in 2016. He is also a co-founder, Yakwetu Online Limited, meaning both of us or for us, which is an online distributor and retailer of digital content from Africa to Africa, for Africa, all right. The company also emerged one of the 7 winners from 548 submissions and 25 finalists from 16 countries and World Intellectual Property Organization's Global Awards. Mike is also the founding chair of Partners Against Piracy Association of Kenya, and he is going to be joining us online because he is currently out of country. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Mike Ostrano. Allow me to invite Christine Kaku, who is our media student representative from Zetech University. You can just walk in. So Zetech, Christine Kaku is an aspiring media. You can maybe sit over there. Thank you very much. The left one, because there's a gentleman coming there. If you don't get it, forget about it. All right. So Christine Kaku is an aspiring media innovator and journalism student at Zetech University. She has contributed to multimedia storytelling projects that address global and community issues such as mental health, gender-based violence, and education. She combines her skills in public relations, news writing, and digital content creation to craft compelling narratives that aim to inform, inspire, and influence change. In this panelist session, she will bring a fresh student-driven perspective to the future of journalism because she is very passionate about using innovative platforms to better all our media perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Christine. Next on stage, we have Marco. He told me that I should not say Shimangi. He'll tell us about that. So Michael, please, you're welcome. He is a global communication expert, TV reporter, and voiceover artist. You can sit here. Privilege of sitting next to a beautiful lady. All right. Oh, yes, you are the gentleman. That is not AI. All right, Michael is a journalist, ego consultant, a voiceover artist. He holds a degree in law from Moi University and a postgraduate course in mass communication and media studies from Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. He is currently a producer and a reporter at Champs Media Limited. We all know them for the one blockbuster television program called Daring Abroad. So Michael has also headed various media campaigns for notable brands across the globe, including Harambee Sacco, World Bank, and United Nations. Did I do my research well? Good. Please, let's clap for Michael. Okay, and I will also welcome our keynote speaker, who I will not read his bio again because I did it. Cindy, let's appreciate him as he comes on stage. So I will request that we be very attentive to this session. We shall have some questions coming in. Michael Strano, we're going to leave the panelist session at 3:45. He has another meeting at 4. So you will allow me to give him a lot of airtime between now and 3:45, okay? Great. Your pens, let me see your pen up. Pen up. Kuna watu wana kalamu. Hey, Madam DVC. You should look behind you. Let me see your notebook. Your note, AI. Okay, AI, show me your notebook. It's here. All right, thank you very much. We, nipigie na makofi jameni. Hii kazi. All right, okay. So, I'll begin with Michael Strano. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, and thank you. I actually have till 3:55, so we're good.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Okay. Kindly mention something or say something about yourself. Maybe you can add so that we can feel your warmth from the other side.
Yeah, so thank you for reading the introduction. So I think the only thing that we could add in a lot of detail is Yakwetu is an entertainment technology startup. The ideation was in 2014. We're currently in pre-seed, but we've made a lot of grounds. We currently have 5 apps on the market at the moment. My Movies Africa launched in 2019. We have the biggest collection of Kenyan movies online to rent or own. We also have a screening component for any institutions like universities who want to do screenings through our app as well. We're all about protecting content. We're all about encrypting the content and distributing it and monetizing for the creators. After that, we launched our Yakwetu app. Yakwetu is now more than movies. It also has series, music videos, podcasts, audiobooks, and games. So all African content in one place. That's currently in the Google Store. My Movies Africa is also in the Google Store, as well as being a web app and also being an Android TV app. And we just launched My Movies Africa inside the M-Pesa app as well. So anyone on M-Pesa in the audience that has Android, you can find our mini app in there. The only other thing I would say on top of that is that we have realized in our 5 years that the biggest challenge that our content industry is facing is piracy. It's in Kenya alone, we lose about 254 million shillings per day to piracy. That's 92 billion per year, which means any content creators in the audience or any infrastructure people in the audience like ourselves aren't doing as well as we should. But we're currently innovating to disrupt that by having a B2B2C intervention, working with the movie shops downtown and finding an encrypted way and a legal way for those shops to reform. And those shops do about $300 million a year across the country. So that's what we're currently disrupting with our technology. We will be out in the marketplace next month. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll be coming back to you in a few. So we have another Michael in the panelists. So Michael, this is your chance to be a gentleman. Pick up a microphone. Kindly maybe just say 2 things about yourself, maybe I've missed out, and I'm gonna go straight to asking you a question. I hope the viewers are actually noting down the questions that they have so that we can be able to have a question and answer session at the end of the session. Michael.
Thank you, Anne. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Michael Zimerji, as you've heard. I am a reporter and producer at Chums Media. And before I begin, let me start by asking, how many of you know Daring Abroad? Nice, nice. I like it. This side, what's up? Okay, how many of you know Alex Chamwada? Awesome, awesome. Yeah, so I come from Chums Media. Now, we are a PR communication company. So our job is basically telling stories of Kenyans who are living in the diaspora, those who have ventured beyond borders and are doing amazing work, as well as document their socio-economic impact back home. So we know Kenyans dare abroad, and after they dare abroad, they invest back in their motherland. So our job is basically to bring that story to light. And one of the amazing things that I can say is, allow me to talk about my CEO, Alex Chamwada himself, who is a visionary in his own way. We've talked about how the future is here. It's not going to come tomorrow. It is happening right now. And Alex was one of the first people, the first journalist to be able to merge. We're talking about digital and influencer lifestyle with mainstream media, when everybody else, mainstream wasn't doing that, right? So he was able to make productions and have them air on mainstream media, as well as have a social media blueprint. And I believe this is something that we are passionate about at Chums Media. We are passionate about also in the sense of just creating, telling the African story, telling the Kenyan story, and also sharing what is happening in the world in Kenya, because there is a lot that is happening. So I am excited to interact with each and every one of you. And at the end of the day, I am also here to learn a lot from you, from the moderator to the esteemed panelists, and I can't wait to have this discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Over to you, Christine. Maybe you can add something. All right. You see, you needed the gentleman next to you.
Okay, so maybe the mic doesn't move me around, but I'm here. Okay, so good afternoon. I am Christine Kakunjoki. I've interacted with most of you because I'm a student here. I can see my lecturers. I'm hoping to make them proud. And I'm so esteemed, and it's a very great opportunity to be here as a panelist. I am an aspiring media innovator. I am in the research department. I decided to join because I really want to get something from that department that will allow me to become an innovator, because I'm so very passionate about innovation in media. So I'm looking forward to learn from my two experienced other panelists, and I'm so happy. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to your questions too. Thank you.
All right. Over to our keynote speaker, maybe 1 minute or something.
I think I've spoken so much, but man, I'm just looking forward to this particular session, looking forward to learn, and looking forward to share. And as we've said, I think so much evolution is actually happening. And I hope some of us from this particular session, you can pick something up and run with this, because with every new technology, the first one to get it, the first one to start implementing it is the first one who actually gets the advantage. So hopefully through this session, someone gets an advantage.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the presence of my rapporteur, Madam Winnie. Where are you? Please rise. Sorry. Madam Winnie is here and she's working with us in this session. Okay, so I'll just go straight to the questions that we had prepared. Just a few questions before you ask your questions. This goes to Michael Zimangi. Can you share any memorable experience or lessons learned from producing immersive content that had a significant impact on your audience or your organization?
Mic check. Okay. Thank you for that question. Now, we know immersive technology is new, but is still here with us. The adoption of immersive technology is what Kenya is catching up to. So from my experience, because I am fortunate enough to be able to visit various parts of the world and tell the Kenyan story and the African story with the rest of the world, is one thing that people don't really know about Chams Media is we just don't do your typical journalism, TV production. We also do PR and marketing. So it's a fine line between that. So under PR and marketing, we do things called the Daring Abroad Investment Forums. So Daring Abroad Investment Forums is we take a bunch of companies to various parts of the world to be able to showcase investment opportunities here in Kenya. Now, you will find that last year we were able to visit Australia, we were able to visit the United Kingdom, we were able to visit Canada, as well as the United States. And one way we were doing it is we were taking with us corporates, companies who are Kenyan based and want to sell to the diaspora market. We're talking about Kenyans living in the diaspora, as well as foreigners as well who would want to invest in Kenya. So you will agree with me, traveling is not cheap, right? Traveling is not easily accessible because there's a lot of expense with the air ticket. And imagine being on the road for 3 months, 4 months, that is a very high cost. And then the next thing is, unfortunately, because we live in Kenya and in Africa, we have to do certain processes to get visas. And not everyone gets a visa, even if you have a legitimate reason. How many people have been denied visas here? Okay, yes. Thank you. Let's applaud him for his honesty. You know, it's not an easy thing to confess that you were denied for a visa, even though you had everything, all the documentation, but the reason is not enough, right? So what happens is, as Chams Media, we come on board and we work together with various partners or companies that we're taking abroad to be able to showcase what it is they want to sell to the diaspora market through virtual reality and augmented reality. So one big sector that really advertises with us is the real estate sector. And real estate is all about selling a lifestyle, selling community, selling the feeling of what it is you're investing in back in Kenya, right? And when we travel abroad, we find that we meet communities of people who their last time they were in Kenya was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 5 years ago, even 1 year. A lot changes in a span of 6 months in Kenya. Yes, we remember how the expressway changed everything, and Kenya now looks very different. Nairobi is not the Nairobi of 2 years ago. So how we are doing it is we're able to work together with these real estate companies, produce a video, a content, a virtual reality content, where since they cannot physically go where we are going to the diaspora market, or for one reason or another, or secondly, they just want to showcase the person who is abroad, who has not been here for years, to actually know what it feels like to be in Kenya now, what it feels like to invest in a particular property, what it feels like to be a resident of property A, B, C, or D. So we largely use virtual reality in the sense of just transporting this amazing developments and telling the Kenyan story of development to the diaspora market. And as a result, how many of you know how much the diaspora brought back in remittances last year? Any guesses? Any guesses, yes? Over 200 billion. Okay, that's a lovely one. Next. Anyone? Any other? Any other? Now, the thing is this, the Kenyan diaspora last year was able to invest back in Kenya 4.95 billion US dollars. 4.95 billion US dollars. And a large chunk of that is in real estate. So as you can see, virtual reality is playing a part in convincing the Kenyans in the diaspora to invest back home. So that is just one aspect that we were able to use it in our productions to be able to tell our stories and capture the attention of the diaspora market. Secondly, and I will finish, I know you want to interrupt me, but allow me just 2 minutes. The other thing is we did a story in the UK, in London, of how Google Maps is using augmented immersive technology to be able to direct people from one place to another. One thing, I have never been here before. So when on my way, I had to ask some of the security, I'm going here. My Google Maps has told me this is the gate. So where to next? Now you'll find in countries like London, no, in countries like the UK, in London, when you want to use Google Maps not only directs you by showing you where you're going, but also it has augmented reality where once you arrive at a particular place, you alight from your car, or you alight from the plane, or you alight from the train, because they really use the tube there. All you have to do is just take your phone or your mobile device and just look at the world this way. And as you look at the world, it will show you the steps you're supposed to take. Arrows will appear from nowhere and be able to direct, go straight, go left, and then you'll see the signs appearing from nowhere. When you look ideally with your naked eye, you're not seeing anything, but the moment you just put your device there, you're able to showcase and know where it is you're going without having to ask directions. And I think this is remarkable. And I can't wait for Kenya to catch up, but we are very quick, so I know it's just a matter of time.
All right, isn't that amazing? Yeah, that's so amazing. So Michael Strano, are you with us? Michael Strano?
Yes, sir.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I can see you have some few minutes left. What advice would you give to African content creators interested in VR storytelling? I repeat, what advice would you give to African content creators interested in VR storytelling? Thank you.
I think the first advice would be to manage your expectations. While the technology exists to create the VR content at the moment, the consumption experience is a bit of a challenge in terms of mass market. Yes, you can put a 360 video on YouTube, for example, or even on our platform. We're going to be carrying virtual reality content because we do understand that that's something that would interest the younger market. So while you can, have it on your phone and be immersed in the film, because there's already virtual reality music videos, for example, online. So you can be inside the music video and turn your phone 360, but you're not fully immersed unless you have a headgear, what have you. And unfortunately, the cost of the consumption technology is still a bit high for the average person. However, it will come down over time, but just manage your expectations in terms of getting a return on investment. You may want to look at special programs that are funding these productions, for example, and apply for grants as opposed to self-funding and expecting to make your money back, at least at this stage. But as the former speaker said, things are moving very quickly. So it's something that you need to continue monitoring as well.
All right, because of time, probably you could give us your final remarks as you probably progress to your next meeting. Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I'm actually going to share. Okay, I asked if I could share. It's not turned on, guys. If you could just allow me to share. I wanted to share our app so you can have a look at it if there's content creators in the room. I think the only, it's not sharing. I think the only advice I would give the media students in the room is it's very interesting. We have so many content creators approaching us and say, can you carry our content? The first question I ask them is that, are you a member of our service? Our service is no subscription. You pay only for what you want to consume. I think as an industry, as a Kenyan content creation industry, unfortunately, and I believe in being honest, the average content creator will consume pirated content, pirated Hollywood international content of high production value for free. They're exposing themselves to identity theft and things like that, by the way, and it is a cybercrime, instead of supporting local content. And it is something that, as part of against piracy, we're dealing with, but the change starts with us. So you can't be a content creator crying that you're not making any money, yet you're consuming illegal or free content online. I think we need to just get honest with ourselves. If we want to build this industry together, we need to support each other. We need to support the platforms that are there and support other content creators and do it legally. And that same money you're going to pay for a cup of coffee or a beer at the bar, if someone asks you to pay half of that or a quarter of that towards their film, you shouldn't be expecting it to be free. You're supporting EABL or Java, but you wouldn't support a fellow content creator. Content does cost a lot of money to produce, and it does deserve to be paid for as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for joining us for this session. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. And thank you for the opportunity. Happy to do it another time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Bye-bye.
Let us appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Ian, for just one question, and then one question for Christine, and then we take the questions from the audience. From your experience as an author and coach, what practical lessons can storytellers and content creators draw from Kenyan entrepreneurship to create more impactful VR-based narratives?
All right, it feels like a pastor testing 1, 2, 1, 2. I think as Mike has said, and I'll just retaliate, is that virtual reality, augmented reality, they are still new. But in actual sense, even one of the video I wanted to share in my presentation, when you go to Google and to YouTube and just get to search, what's it called, virtual reality documentary, you'll just see the first option that comes out. Like 10 years ago, people were actually creating the virtual reality content. And the thing is, you've seen that, yes, the technology is there, but it's still the limiting factor. It's the Oculus, the other particular gadgets are still quite expensive. But this does not prevent us from getting to understand what are the opportunities that come to be. So from where I sit, and my advice will be this, is that the same way there was a season whereby when TikTok came 2 years back, no one knew TikTok would blow. But TikTok did blow because it was a new technology, and this technology met our consumption at the right time. Because as human beings, as technology comes to be, our attention rate goes lower. So that's why TikTok works with that, because it's videos you can scroll, you can scroll, you can scroll. That's just a platform. But the thing is with technology is that as we are continuously evolving, because right now, all of us, we can't stay without our phones. All of us are constantly on our phones moving. Eventually, we are going to transition to virtual reality and augmented reality. And my advice will be just, as much as possible, let's start understanding all these particular applications, all these particular softwares, to make them, and starting experimenting with them, because eventually it's going to catch up with us. What I see is this, and I think Stranward mentioned it earlier on, is that there's the limiting factor as to how much it costs, because it's quite expensive. I wanted to get an Oculus when I was away, but I checked out the price, like $200. I'm like, it's still preventive, and how exactly you're going to use it. But eventually it's going to catch up with us. So my take home, or rather my advice to everybody just here in the room, experiment as much as possible. Try to understand it as much as possible, because everything's just going to change in a flip. The same way we've seen with AI, the same way is going to happen with virtual reality. It was predicted virtual reality is going to become, evolve faster. Even I think there's a time Facebook, invested billions of dollars into it, but eventually it hasn't caught up with us. But I predict probably in the next 2 or 3 years, it's going to become our reality. Because now we are using the phones as it is, but how virtual reality is going to transform is that the phone as it is right now, the brick and mortar, it's going to become virtual reality. And that's the future that you need to wait for and literally expect for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you are writing your questions because we are about to get to that short session. Christine?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So have you had any hands-on experience with VR in your studies? If yes, what did you learn?
Okay, thank you for the question. I haven't had a quite real experience, hands-on experience with VR. The only experience that I've had with it, it's the wearing and then you're like fighting there, or yeah. But I think if it is important, if we incorporate it in our curriculum, because it's really going to be helpful to our students. Because either way, when you go out there as a student, as a media student, you need skills. That is the technical and the creative skills, both. Know how to use the VR, know how to use the 360 cameras, the 360-degree cameras, all those, know how and which kind of software. When you take a 360 camera, go out there, shoot videos, shoot photos, there is a specific software that you're supposed to use for what? For editing those photos. So as a media student, you need to have the technical skills, but that doesn't mean that you need to be in IT, right? Technical skills mean you have that know-how of the know-how of using the camera. You know, just like how many of you in this session, the media students, have interacted with C70? Yeah, it's in our school. I know that because I've interacted with it. How many? it wasn't that easy to learn with the first time, right? You had to go for practice, practice, practice until you get it right. That is the same way with the VR. So as a media student, it is so very important if we are able to adapt to the technology that is coming. And I think for incorporating those kind of the VR thing or statistics in our curriculum, it is very important. Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
The dean is around. He's taking notes. The units need to dance a little bit so that we can actually have AI included, a lot of VR in our units. All right. Let's just get hop into the questions that you have. Tekla, maybe you can assist me from this side. Any question from this side? So when you ask your question, just say to who that you're directing the specific question. Yeah, any question from this side, please? Any question from this side? There's one. Any question from this other side? There are so many. There's this one, that one. Okay, we have 3. Staff members, any question? I can see you through VR. Staff members? Okay, so remember we are having a, thank you very much, Prof. Remember we are having a short screening after this so that you at least see what our students have been doing. Yeah. So any other questions? So we have 3 or 4? Okay. All right. Tekla, how many questions do we have? Where's Tekla? Okay. You need to take note of that. How many from this side, please? Oh my God, 1, 2, 3. Okay. You guys know I'm not AI, right? Let's start again. How many from this side, please raise your hands. So Tekla is my mind right now. And from this side, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we start from the gentleman there. I hope you're taking notes. So I think we will take all the questions so that if you have directed 3 questions to one person, he can answer at the same time or she can answer at the same time, correct? All right.
My question is directed to Ian.
Sound team. Sorry for that.
Can I go?
I think you can begin.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. Very good presentation. Now, I'm just wondering, I'm pro-entrepreneurship. You know, you are really selling Kenya. And I'm just wondering, daring abroad. In fact, you are giving us figures that even some of us, I know even the treasury, cannot be able to comprehend. I know that. Even for a layman in a village, if he hears that amount of money, it's quite large. So demystify this notion. Does the government assist you in, when you are reporting such a very good stories that are really empowering Kenyans? Because this is something that the government should be very much concerned. Thank you. 18% of the GDP is quite high. Even some sectors are not contributing that. Thank you.
I think I need to stand a little bit. First of all, kudos to the team that have presented. Ian, yes, good to see you again. Hey, Michael, we have been seeing you on TV many times. I was excited to see you here. And of course, our student. Interesting, some of us from CBC or BBC, put it that way, born before computers. I think this is exciting. Will people like us learn about AI? I'm in the university as a professor, but I'm beginning to learn now new things. Maybe I have to go back to relearn and learn more. That's what it means for all of us. Now to Michael, I think this is real good because you are doing what we talk about entrepreneurship. You are applying entrepreneurship in the field that you are in. And that's what we say. Entrepreneurship is not just selling burgers and mandazis. Entrepreneurship is applying the knowledge you have to make change in the lives of people and bringing, you can see, linking up the diaspora and the Kenyans. Excellent. I'm sure you are a student from Mo University. You are an ex-Mo University. Thank you so much. To Ian, I think this is great. When we saw you last, it was about 8 years ago, 7 years ago, and they are going strong. Very nice, inspiring the young people. You are a GNC, that's what you mentioned. And this GNC is here. Can you see? Are you learning? Will you tell the story? Mine are not questions, but comments as a muzei. I hope you allow that. As a muzei, I'm giving comments that this is excellent to see what's happening today. The last one is about CBC. Are we going down to CBC with AI? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kibas. Let me have a student. He's here at the back. Okay. Esther.
Again, my name is Esther, and my question goes to Mr. Michael. So I believe media is all about inspiring people. So my question is, how does the CHAMP, it's called CHAMPS.
Media.
Yeah, CHAMPS media contribute to social development and public awareness?
Thank you. Are we done from that side? Chekla?
Good evening.
All right.
Okay, since we are talking about content creation, my question is directed to Ian. When it comes to producing and consuming readable data, readable content, how can we use technology to enhance and probably make it easier to produce readable content?
Did you get that, Ian? All right, thank you. There's another student. Okay. All right. Our dean, it's okay.
Thank you. My question is directed to Michael Simangi. You are a well-traveled person. Right now, every young person in Nairobi, they would like to spend their weekend in a new place that is called Museum of Illusions in Nairobi. It's quite a sensation. This is something that has been started by someone from the diaspora. If you look at a lot of creative, immersive projects, they've been started by outsiders, if I can use that word. Just a comment from your travels. What is it that you're not doing right from within, such that it takes someone from the outside to come and start something like Museum of Illusions in Nairobi? Thank you.
All right. Our VC had a question. Okay. So, all right.
So thank you very much, moderator. First and foremost, I want to appreciate everyone, the presenters, including the one who have gone offline. And I think from what Ian presented, there is need for all of us to accept one thing. There's nothing we can do than to accept that AI is here with us and find a way of ensuring that our ecosystem is suitable for us to use these new technologies. Anything short of that, we will be doing catch-up. And I think I would want Zetech to become the leader. And I'm hoping that the Dean, Muindi, and Ngumi, and Kibas are going to embrace AI in their schools and ensure that our students are not lagging behind, but they are moving forward. Just for interest, Ian, do you have any information on the effect of us living in what I call a prism of or plasma of waves, which are everywhere? You know, 3G, 5G. Now I think we are all, even here where we are, that's where we are communicating, because we are actually in a plasma of waves. what is the effect of that to our health?
All right, thank you. There was a student at the back there, a film student. Please rise. And the last one from our very own Eliud Mwangi.
Good evening. I'm Marcel Washira, a communication and media student. So I had a question for Ian, one question. You talked about embracing AI, and we can't ignore the fact that it is developing at a fast rate, and we use it on a daily basis, even if it's something as simple as searching a cooking recipe. So I wanted to know if there is any ethical dilemmas when it comes to using AI in the media field, and how do you think we can solve them? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elliot, please. Here's Mr. Elliot. Please raise your hand so that the usher can see you. Did you get the last question, Ian? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Eliud Mwangi from the media department. I have 3 questions. And a few years back, I was interacting with VR, and I actually created some few videos and photos. It was 5 years ago, so VR was just starting. And as I was interacting with VR and AR, I realized that I do not have the necessary skills, especially the basic coding skills. Ian highlighted a tool known as Unity, and I realized that I need to have basic coding skills so that I work with Unity to produce something from for AR. So my question is, do you think that for us to have this immersive technology with us as journalists, do you think we need to couple these skills up with basic coding skills? The second question, so anyone can answer this. Do we have any success story from you guys that you have produced under the immersive tech? The last question, do you think immersive technology will alienate our relationships further? Remember that immersive technology is personalized experience. So we will have to minimize chatting with others, talking to others. Do you think it will alienate our families, our relationship further? If, like right now, phones have completely alienated us from families. Unaingia kwa nyumba, and traditionally, people used to stare on a TV. So everybody, his or her eyes is glued on the TV. But right now, everybody has his phone. Ukiingia kwa nyumba, kila mtu ako na simu yake mkononi. No one is talking to the other. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like at least one of our staff to challenge our student with a question, please. Staff members. Thank you, Daktari. This one is specifically for our student, Christine.
My name is Simon Chege. I'm one of the lecturers in the Department of Media. I can stand. I'm referring to the students. And I'm going to contextualize what I'm saying so that you're able to understand. There is a concern, and it's not coming from me, and it also came from the breakfast meeting yesterday, that there's a feeling that our young people are misusing, let me use that word for lack of a better word. They are misusing these technologies. They are misusing AI. Probably they are likely to misuse VR and augmented reality. And the concern is that we are using these tools to, I'll say this with the understanding that we need to express ourselves. That's pretty fine. We need to express our political views. We need to express how we feel about governance. I'm talking about digital activism, but there's a feeling that we're using these tools to do things that in the eyes of maybe a right-thinking person, it's not right. Like when you create a caricature of someone, when you use AI to generate content that seems to abuse another person who is a senior. So I'm asking the student, and also do this as a challenge. What do you think you can do as young people to take advantage of these tools? Because as has been mentioned, there's a lot that we can do. As Ian has mentioned, there's a lot that you can do to commercialize these tools. What can we do as students so that we commercialize, so that we take advantage of these tools that can go to Kaki?
All right, thank you very much. Let's just go straight to the answering. And I'm sorry, I'll still start with you, Christine, because you have one question, and then we'll just
Okay.
narrow down. Thank you, Christine. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll first answer what Mr. Elliot asked about the alienation from our families. This is from a personal experience. I think it is actually. It is alienating us from our families. Let's take an example right now. I am a campus student, right? Most of us, we are having issues when you feel like, I want to give up, like it's too much. I feel like, when we go back to maybe our lecturers' times, maybe they used to have their parents as their closest persons that they can talk to, right? But right now, let me tell you, I think, let me say 50% of us use AI for therapy, right or wrong? I'm saying this, I'm going to admit myself. When I'm having a very bad day, since morning to evening, I'll go home, go to my AI. Okay, I'm saying this, I've also named my AI. My AI has a name. So I go to my AI in the evening and I'm like, hi Muse, you know, today this and this happened. This person did this to me. And then the AI is like, no, don't worry. It's okay. That is life. You know, will I have any urge to go to talk to my mom? You go to your mom and she's like, hiyo ni mambo ya dunia. Jikaze tu. Now, who is giving you better advice? No, let's be honest. Who's giving you better advice? No, you'll go to your parent and they're like, no, you know, if you don't work hard, you'll become poor. You know what? You just go and give yourself, you know. But the moment you go to AI, they're soothing your heart. You feel like, another thing, it's even if you're on the wrong side, it will soothe you. You feel like you did the right thing, but you did the wrong thing. So it is actually alienating us from our families a lot, because even couples, I recently saw an online TikTok, a TikTok video where the couple was fighting over a phone, a mobile phone. The partners, their couple, they're having breakfast, but the guy is so immersed in his phone, like so deep. So the lady is trying to ask him, hi, we need to pay school fees of our kids, you know, do this, are you going to take the kids to school? And he can't even hear her because of, you know, being immersed in the phone. So what did the lady do? Of course, I'm not saying this, but ladies, we are a bit dramatic. Like, you don't even want to listen to me. You ignore me every time. You know what? I'm done. I'm divorcing you. The marriage ended. So it is actually alienating us from our families. The same case, families, parents, mothers, and the fathers, especially mothers, they actually complain a lot. Teenagers, you're always on your phone. Wewe too, it's only your phone. You don't even study. You don't even help at home. It is alienating us. And if VR, that comes now to VR. Now, imagine if AI, that even social media platforms are doing that to us. What will VR do to us? Yeah? Okay, the second question. How are we going to commercialize VR? You said that, Mr. Simon, you said that students, or rather our youth, we are misusing AI.
Recently, I saw you guys generated a photo for Samia, the High Excellency Samia Suluhu, the President of Tanzania. You guys, anyways, but I feel like when they are doing that, there are policies that are there, and there are policies that are supposed to be the guidelines of what is being posted in each and every social platform, right? So when that is happening, I'm sure there are steps that are taken by the owners of those platforms to reach out to those people and educate them more. This and this is supposed to be done, this and this is not supposed to be done. How to commercialize it? Let's take a content creator here. Is there a celeb? Okay, I don't want to say a celebrity, but a content creator who has so very many followers, Instagram, TikTok, any students? I know you. Icon, where is Icon? Icon is here. Yeah. If Icon could take that opportunity to commercialize his talent, he's a dancer, right? Dancer or photographer. Okay, so if he can take that chance to use TikTok to post those videos, to do those TikTok videos, the challenges with people, with the public, maybe university students. We have Graduation Square. I always find so many youths there, doing TikTok challenges, dancing, So I think the best way to commercialize what you're doing with AI, it's first to gain skills. When you gain the skills, you cannot just take. Have you ever seen these people from the rural areas? You just take a phone and you're like, hi guys, this and this. There's just a boat that has passed. The first thing that you need to do is gain skills. You need to have skills of using AI and VR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let us have Mr. Ian answer his questions with the shortest time possible.
All right. I'll
Thank
be
you.
very, very brief. So there's a question around understanding tech and the future as it is. And I think I would love you guys to read that book called The Innovation Ultimatum, because it just takes you immersively through all these particular technologies. And in that particular book, the statement is that the future of all businesses is tech. The futures of all careers is tech. Do you need to learn coding? Yes, we need to. Even I myself, yes, my background is in media, my background is in business. I'm actually taking some courses on tech to understand technology, to understand what coding is, because it's what we all need to do in order for us to literally prepare ourselves. So the thing is, and you guys can check it out, there's this new technology out, it's called vibe coding. You can Google it. There are so many different platforms. It's called, just search for vibe coding. It's now like a technology that's literally growing all out. It's literally, you can give a prompt, it can help you make code and create any particular platform. So I'll urge all of us, because you're still young, we need to understand tech and we need to study tech. And with this AI, it's going to become much more easier. Visi asked about the wave and what exactly are some of the, areas of concern about consumption. The thing is about AI, and from all that I've been doing, because I've been doing a lot of research around it, the biggest resource that is actually taking and eating up is literally servers. You can check out, there's so many different documentaries around, because all AI literally runs on servers. And everything that you're doing, it's all running in servers. So primarily, what's the biggest detriment to AI, or rather, the negative aspect of it is in terms of the resources it's eating, the water it's consuming, the electricity it's consuming, at the detriment of other human beings. So I think that's the downside to it. There was a question around AI and ethics, and how exactly do you go about it? We are now, and my take will be that AI exists to just enhance who we are as a human being. AI is literally machine taught to think like a human being, machine taught on all the different understandings of a human being. So primarily, our role with AI is to literally ensure our intelligence and our direction, because AI is there to ensure that literally does what exactly it is that we are able to direct it, and it's literally out to literally spread our creativity. So how do we ethically use it? For me, one will be to credit AI in all that you actually be able to do, and also be very intentional from spreading fake news, because that's one of the biggest detriment about AI. There's a big concern in the internet about how AI is evolving. And you need to, listen to Sam Altman, one of the people who actually developed OpenAI. And there's a big concern. I think last week, there was there's a test that was done with AI. And it was a test literally to push AI and how exactly, and it was a controlled test. And this controlled test literally showed that how AI is going to literally can destroy the world. Luckily enough, was a controlled test. So in this test, they were trying to tell AI to destroy itself, and AI was fighting back. It told, they prompted, because the people who created it, they told AI to destroy itself, and AI literally fought back and said it cannot destroy itself. And AI started replicating itself to ensure that it doesn't literally, and it was an area of concern because they were doing it as a research. So it shows that this thing is already here with us, and it's going to be here with us. And if you do not take this tool wisely, it can actually be able to destroy us. Another thing around, being in this particular immersive technology and have you used it? The reality about VR and augmented reality is that the technology is not there yet. Yes, there are tools and cameras for using 360. There's the Insta360, that various cameras you can create this immersive technology. But the limitation that you're facing right now is in terms of storage, because it takes a lot of space to do it. Another thing is in terms of the technology to consume it. It's not there yet, because the mediums through which you're consuming, because the biggest consuming platform that you have is YouTube. Yes, with YouTube, you can actually have a 360, but you're not there yet. Technology is yet to develop to that. So with regards to immersive technology, yes, we need to understand it, but until that particular breakthrough comes through, I don't see it becoming a norm in the next probably a year, but in the next probably 5 years, I see massive technologies, because I'm sure the phones that would have developed and the technology for us to consume and create it will be open to everybody. And the final question was around AI and alienation. I think as she's depicted, all of us are running to AI because AI has developed empathy, AI has learned human beings, and AI can interact with us. The biggest danger out of it is that anytime you're using even ChatGPT, it gets all your information. Even if you start a new chat, it knows everything about you. It literally can understand you. It understands your emotions. It understands your thinking. But the only danger with that is that if these platforms can be hacked, it can be used to literally turn against you. As I've mentioned to you, and then I'll add all of us, just Google the new research around AI and its empathy. The only danger that we face around it is that, what about if you go to AI to seek for advice, and this AI turns against you and has you committing suicide? So you have to exercise caution while using it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Michael. I think you had the most questions, but you'll help me, assist me with time.
Yes,
yes,
thank you for that. I appreciate. Thank you so much for your interest, and I will try to satisfactorily answer your questions. If not, we can meet after this and we will continue the discussion. So the first question that we had is, does government support? Government, yes, supports our work wherever we travel. We have been able to go to specific places because our embassies have written an invitation letter. So there are certain countries that we cannot go without invitation letters. And so in such countries, we're able to go and talk to our High Commission, and they will be able to invite us. And once we go to customs, they clear us very fast. They think we're very special. So government does help us in that sense of the word, as well as they do actively participate in events that we do have. So we normally have investment forums in various parts of the world, and they do send their representatives. Some of them actually come and do consular services. So that helps even attract people to be able to come where we are and share their stories. So they're very much interested in meeting the Kenyans who we go out to interview, and we'll be able to continue that relationship with them, as well as the fact that currently we have a State Department that is dedicated to matters diaspora. That in itself showcases the seriousness that the government is showcasing towards the diaspora. So they have realized that the Kenyan diaspora is an important part of any society, and they have to be listened to, and the stories that we go out to produce have to be highlighted and have actionable, consequences after it in case we do one thing or another. So yes, so they're very much interested in what we're doing and what Kenyans are doing. I don't know if it is the 4.95 billion US dollars that is attracting them to make sure that they work with us. But yes, they do work with us in various methods. And there's some stories that we have been able to capture that have resulted in follow-up from government. We did a story showcasing an amazing facility in northern Kenya, lions, roaring lions. Roaring lions is a specific area where they provide people in Turkana with access to technology and learning how they can get jobs online. And so guys are employed there in the arid and semi-arid areas in Kenya, but they're being employed by companies all over the world. So because of that, the person who's actually running that, a Kenyan, you'll find actually got a state commendation. He's now one of the Order of the Grand Warrior because of that. So government has come in and play a part in helping us tell that story wherever we are. There's the question about the CBC, whatever it is we're doing and using these technologies, virtual, augmented technologies, and is it being taken down to the CBC level? Now, the thing is, we do our part in making sure that we sensitize the public of these things being there, producing content and integrating augmented technology in it, right? We haven't really gotten to the virtual reality as we have been mentioned, the reasons behind it, but we have been able to try and sensitize the public of the realities and why it is there. The bigger picture, to make sure that it trickles down, that is up to the government. So perhaps maybe if I join government, I'll be confidently able to tell you my government is trying to enforce these things. But for now, we do what we can. I hope that is fine. There's also the other question about social development and public awareness, right? The question of social development and public awareness. I don't know if you were limiting it to our topic of the day, or was it just a general, what is Chams Media doing about social development and public awareness? Now, like I mentioned, we go out of our way to tell the story that most people do not want to tell, right? Now, one unique thing about Chams Media is we rarely do the gloom and doom. We rarely do sensation, right? Because we know that is what media mostly pivots to, which we understand because we are living in a reality where there is a lot of content online. You have to compete for people to be able to get and watch what it is you're producing. So how do you compete? We have to give you that fiery, tag, right? And tell you how former deputy said this about current president, so you can click very quickly. But as Chams Media, we focus more about developmental stories, actually. We want to inspire, we want to educate, we want to inform as we entertain. So you'll find a lot of our content is actually geared towards that. We were able to showcase what's happening in Konza. Everybody knows Konza City, right? Do you know what level that there are right now in Konza? Trust me, if you go to YouTube right now and click on Chams Media TV on YouTube right now, you'll be able to get an amazing documentary that was produced a couple of months ago that is actually, I think it has over 700 million views as of now, showcasing what is happening in Konza and how they're changing and the opportunities that are there for people. So this is just one of the things that we are looking at as well, how we are working together. We're doing a story in Vihiga County about gold mining and the dangers that are associated and what it means. We have done a story about coffee development. So our content is basically all about giving back to the community and building in terms of social development, right? So have a chat with us, visit our online platforms, and you'll be able to see all that as well. So
All right,
I'm trying to move.
Sorry, you can
Yes?
mix the last two questions together.
I mix the last two questions together. Thank you for that. Let me see how I can condense them as well. So the next one was after social development, there was, why returnees are the ones doing innovative activities. And why is it that it doesn't seem to come from Kenyans who are based here in Kenya but returnees? I think, first of all, we have to understand and appreciate the fact that daring abroad as well is in itself a very amazing thing to do, right? You have to be a person who's a go-getter to be able to move from your place of comfort and go to a place that you do not know the people, you might not understand the language, or they might not totally embrace you and make something for yourself. So I think it is all a matter of exposing yourself to what the world is doing. So when you expose yourself to what the world is doing, you're able to see what they're doing and able to learn what we are not doing, right? So because we know what they're doing and we see that this thing can happen and we can be able to bring this to Kenya and it's going to excel, that is why you're seeing those innovative ideas that are being brought by the diaspora. So one aspect is exposure. They're exposed to something that we may not be aware of yet. And so the first person to capitalize in it is the person who's going to be smiling all the way to the bank. And the diaspora understands this. The same thing when Kenyans go to Africa, because we visited various African countries, and you find that Kenyans are also doing amazing things in those countries because we are ahead of those countries. So when we head there, we find that there are certain things that they do not know, and we're able to bring that as well and do what they do as well in terms of that. So I believe that is okay. Ethical issues, I will finalize with that. So in the interest of time, the thing is this, I believe that one of the beautiful things that virtual reality has still not been adopted, as Ian told us, and is in the process of doing it, is it gives us time to be able to put strategies and mechanisms in place. One of the biggest issues we face as a country is that technology is evolving at such a rapid rate that our laws, our regulations are playing catch up. And that is the problem, right? So the reason why we have ethical issues as well is ideally there is no prefect to safeguard what is someone supposed to do. How are they supposed to act? Who has access, and how can it be used in the interest of benefiting society rather than tearing down society? And I think that is one thing. Like right now, I don't know if you know the Stage Plays Act of Kenya, CAP 222. Stage Plays Act of Kenya. Stage Plays Act of Kenya is the statute that actually gives the former Kenya Films Classification Board the power to oversee content. This is an act of parliament that was passed way back when. But if you look under that, they normally categorize that content and filmmaking. A film is basically anything that is captured using an audio-visual device. Anything captured by an audio-visual device. What is your phone? Your phone is an audio-visual device. By the mere fact that you will take out your phone right now and film this session, you are a filmmaker who needs to be registered under the Kenya Films Classification Board, who needs to get permission to film using that device, mobile device of yours, who needs to also submit that which you have filmed, that 30-second video of yourself before you leave the room, before you leave the house, when you're here at the event, that 30-second video needs to be submitted to the Kenya Films Classification Board for vetting. And after it has done that, then you get the right for you to post because it is going to be consumed publicly. Now, this is a law that did not envision smartphones, but KFCB has that in it. And they come for content creators. I remember there was I don't know if you guys remember the public debacle that was there with social media creators, because the laws allow for that to happen because they did not envision technology and advancement. So I believe the ethical issues, one way of which we're going to bring it to fruition and make sure that it does not surpass what we can handle, is that the people who are in place do what they need to do very quickly and sensitize the public and put in structures and mechanisms to prevent those ethical issues that we will be faced with, right? And as well, final thing, you are a journalism student, right? We have the code of conduct and ethics. We know we are not supposed to distort. We're not supposed to manipulate. So you, as a journalism student, you have your code of ethics. So under the code of ethics, you know, there's a way that as I produce content, I should be able to be mindful of the public and not produce content that is going to be used in the wrong way, that is going to deceive, that is going to be one-sided, because that's one of the major issues of virtual reality and augmented reality. Majority of the time, it is one-sided. The balance might be an issue. So if you have that in place, I think we will be able to move forward. But these are discussions that we will continually have, because nothing is perfect. But as long as we are all dedicated to this, we'll be able to get the solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we need a whole day. All right, Cindy, I'd like us to appreciate our panelists, but this time we'll just stand. Let us stand. No, you guys remain seated because... All right, remain seated. And then, so this is how we're going to clap, okay? We're gonna turn around thrice, everybody. We're gonna turn around thrice and give a 5 factorial. Are you ready? So you turn around on your right. Sawa sawa. We are ready? 1, 2, go. Turn around once. Turn around twice. Turn around thrice. And let us give a 5 factorial. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much. You may have your seats. We have at least...
I'm sorry, Anne, for interrupting you, because we don't want them to go back to the seat before we brand them. And we appreciate them once more. And I take this opportunity to invite the rapporteur to join the team, and Dr. Benjamin Muidi, kindly come. You are going to the good job that they have done.
She bend over back, steaming hot water. I wanna date her. So tell me why you do me so. So tell me why you do me so. Let me never let you go. Let me never let you go. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. Let me never let you go. Let me never let you go. Me spend all me money, spend all me cash. Call you me honey, but you threw me contract. And you think say me gonna leave you like that? No. Why you do me like that, yeah? Girl, I'm waiting on you. Even if I'm waiting on you. But me never send them go. In my life, I've never seen melanin so that you're a queen of the dance floor. Life for your life, and I will be seen, baby. Would you put me in your diet? In my life, I've never seen melanin so that you're a queen of the dance floor. Life for your life, and I will be seen, baby. Would you put me in your diet? She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Stealing off my backbreaker. I wanna break her. She's a breaker. She bend over backbreaker. Stealing off my backbreaker. I wanna date her. So tell me why you do me so. So tell me why you do me so. Let me never let you go. Let me never let you go. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so. Let me never let you go. Let me never let you go. I think I saw you in the magazine.
We take a group photo.
Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times. I believe with every beat of my heart. 'cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times. I believe with every beat of my heart.
Them to like 10 minutes. So allow me to play the writing up ad. Why I like this film is because it was produced by our students, but it's an advertisement for something that they have actually innovated by themselves. I can see the producer here, so I'm gonna, when it plays, I'm gonna just tell her to, rise up and, so the writing up ad.
How many brilliant ideas go unheard? What if your creativity could finally pay off? Welcome to Block Creative, where producers hire the best minds and writers turn ideas into rewards all over the world. Submit your ideas. Blockchain ensures they're secure, fair, and time-stamped. No more stolen concepts. AI ranks submissions, ensuring only the best shine. No bias, just pure talent. Your ideas, your value, finally recognized, rewarded, and secured on Ethereum's blockchain.
Isn't that beautiful? Evelyn, please rise. She's the producer. She is in our film department. She's in the last semester, right? Yes, diploma last semester, but I am sure she's going to join our degree programs. Yeah. Okay, she wants to say something. All right. Please allow me, MC.
So, hi everyone. My name is Evelyn Wangoi. I'm the director, the writer, and the developer of the product. That's my product for the scriptwriters and producers. We are trying to get all the talent on the platform and make sure that the writers are well paid using blockchain and AI actually. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
She's excited. Let's appreciate her. All right, let's just watch one more advert, Energy Drink by Sergon. I don't know where Sergon is. Yes.
I saw this development at our Zetech lab, and I was very impressed. The question I asked is, did you copyright the app? Did you copyright? Do you have this registered with Kipi? But I'm saying this because the idea gets out, then the next thing is stolen. So Madam DVC, that's an urgent issue.
That is very urgent. And this is where we get opportunities to actually learn. Sindel, let's appreciate her, and I hope she's taking notes with the group members they actually did that with. Let's play the ad. This is just for creatives to just see what we do at Zetech University. Short ad, energy drink.
A thought refreshing sip with a bite. In every clumsy corner. something to go while on the goer. For that lightning workout kicker, don't force it, force it.
Appreciate them. I don't know if the director is here, director, producer. Sergon. It's one of our students with the whole gimbal. Okay, he is not here, probably busy or in the other session. Okay, thank you. You'll allow me to just screen this just for our entertainment, the last one. And then after we are done, there's another one which will be playing as we are, exiting the auditorium. So this is just a music video. It's it's written Chikwere. This is just for you to enjoy because you are with us here in this session. Yeah.
Hey love, I think I'm ready now. I've been so patient, anticipating, and you came along. So I decided to write you a song. And if you don't know by now, darling, you changed me. You rearranged me from a boy to a man. Understand, you know it just keeps getting better. Ever since I met her, no saving this for later. It's now or never, my love. Oh, my love, will you say yes? And I know you deserve better, so much better, but somebody had to step up. It's now or never, oh, my love, Chikwere. Safari, siwezi pekea kwenye nyota yangu, wembavu yangu, unanifaa, and in the end when it's all said and done, promise you in my heart, and I'll do my best to always be there, to play my part. Don't you understand? You know it just keeps getting better. Ever since I met her, no saving this for me. It's now on me, my love. Oh, my love, will you say yes? And I know you deserve better, so much better, but somebody has to step up. It's now on me. Oh, my God, Chikwere. It just keeps getting better. Ever since I met her, no saving this for later. It's now or never, my love. Oh, my love, Will you say yeah?
Do we have any actor, any producer, any director in the house?
And I know you deserve better, so much better, but somebody had to step up. It's now or never.
Let's appreciate them.
Oh,
the
my
students
love.
are actually on the internship period. Okay, thank you.
Chiquere. Will you say yes?
Thank you very much. Let us appreciate the media team for cooperating very well. Sergon, I see you. That is Sergon, the director, producer for the advert that we just watched before this. Right, we have one more thing, a student that wants to perform for 1 minute. And then let me just give my vote of thanks for you guys allow me being here and giving me a very easy time as I did this moderation. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and the DVC. Thank you very much. God bless you. My name is Madam Anne Mwangi. I leave it to the MC now. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Before we get the entertainment by the student, I request we have the prayer from our chaplain, so that, because we also have another film that will continue, so that we will live at our own pleasure. And I do believe that the day was successful, wasn't it? Thank you very much for making it happen today. All students who attended the Brighter Monday training, we meet at the tent of marketing. You get your certificates. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we pray, from the last film, I have followed keenly that story, and I think the chaplain would want to have a conversation with the two on a light note. Let us pray. I request that we all rise up for the closing prayer. Yes. So the facilities are available. The Vice Chancellor is going to assist us when it comes to that. Thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for being with us since morning to this time. We thank you because we walked into this auditorium and we have learned a lot. We have interacted with a lot of ideas. Thank you because of every speaker who has spoken. And thank you because of every person who has entered into this auditorium and also into the breakout rooms. Thank you because of the papers that have been presented today. Father, as we take time to reflect on today's activities, as we take time to live and prepare for tomorrow's day, we want to pray that you're going to be with us and you're going to travel with us as you give us safe journey. If there is something that we have done in our thoughts, in our actions, in our reflections that is displeasing to you, we want to come humbly and pray that you're going to forgive us. As we disperse us in your peace. As we pray trusting in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. The peace of the Lord be with you.
We may have our seats. The person who is performing, time is now. And do not leave without taking your snacks. They will be brought here. Are we together?
Amen. Yo, cool DJ, cool it DJ. Cool it. Ah, man, it's a good day that the Lord has made, amen. You know, people say prayer is like Wi-Fi. It connects you direct to God. Praise Jesus. Amen. So when we pray, man, say, and when we watch God, it's like a wireless communication that we have with our Savior. So the song I'm about to do is simply called Double Portion. It's a reggae dancehall song. It talks about double blessings of what God can be able to restore. God is able to restore our health. Just to give a short testimony, Manze, as I was there, my brother was in the surgery room. And that's why I was a little bit in and out because of calls and text. And I was just praying. And we've got the news that the surgery was successful. And so I believe, Manze, even as we are here, God can restore our health. Sindio, God can restore your mental health. God can restore your finances. God can restore your business. He can make you one of the best young CEOs in Africa. I believe it for you. I have it for you. In Jesus' name, amen. So are we able to, if you can able to stand, if you can able to move, you know, it's a young people crowd, and God will bless. So he simply says, double portion. Everything the enemy has still from you, may cry double portion. Everything the enemy has still from you, may cry double portion. Everything him steal from you, me cry double portion. Double portion. You guys look hungry. DJ, let go. Let me worship my God and go. Yo! Lift up the name of Jesus anytime, anywhere. It's by the hand of God that we are here in this semester. Not by my strength, not by my power. Oh, Shekatala Radha Fire. Make cry double portion. Everything the enemy has still from you, make cry double portion. Everything the enemy has still from you, make cry double portion. Everything him still from you, make cry double portion. Ocean. Yo, man, I got you preaching from my man, yeah. Reach out for the youth all the way in a Sunday, declaring your goodness and your mercy and your grace. I you surrender youth, man, with your heavenly army. Father, you alone, me call upon Jah. If you make a way in the wilderness, be this time before the whole of them know me. Hell in the heavenly army, hell in the palms of your hands. Yo, give me guidance and protection, yo. When me walk along upon the valley, yo, when me walk along upon the valley, me cry double portion. Everything the enemy has still from me, me cry double portion. Everything the enemy has still from me, me cry double portion. Everything him still from me, me cry double portion. Double portion. Yo, intellect and mindset for Satan, the Satan, the things on high. Spiritual battle, give me victory. Yeah. Hey, spiritually, me armor fit the cover. Answer, redeemer and friend. Shield me. It is never in vain when the enemy feel work warfare. Hey, shield me, I mean shield me. So me never gonna fail, no. Hey, light up me life and heal and restore. Light up me light and heal. We cry double portion. Everything the enemy has still from me, me cry double portion. Go shut up. Everything the enemy has, I feel the presence of God. Cry double portion. Everything him still from me, me cry double portion. Double portion. Double portion. Everything me cry. Everything the enemy has still from me, me cry double portion. Everything him still from me, me cry double portion. Double portion. Yeah. To just encourage anybody here who is a content creator, just because you don't have followers doesn't mean hauna impact. Just because I know say 1,000, or say 2,000, or say 3,000 doesn't mean you don't have an impact. I have stepped in great stages. I met a lot of young people. I may not be here for the innovation, but the grace that I carry can change your life. And so if you're here and for the next 1 minute and you want somebody to pray with you, maybe you're sick, maybe you're here, you are struggling with something and you want somebody to pray with you, just lift up your hands and we will pray together. If you're here and you have a sick parent, you have a sick sibling, you have a sick brother, you are struggling with your own mental health, just lift up your hands. Every head bowed, every head bowed, every head bowed. Just lift up your hands. The Lord is concerned about you here. It's not a time to make jokes. It is a serious moment. It is a serious moment. It is not about being a leader, a class rep itself, but that doesn't mean anything when we come before the presence of the Lord. We remain broken, we remain humble in the name of Jesus. And I feel the presence of God here so much. In the name of Jesus. If you're there and you want to dedicate your life to Christ, if unataka kupatia life yako Jesus, this is the moment. If you want to give your life to Jesus, this is the moment. You might have come for an innovation week, but God had a chance for an encounter with Him. Every head bowed, every head bowed. The last altar call I'm going to make. You see, the problem is with young people is that we are very rebellious towards the things of God. But these moments are what God uses to speak to us. The last altar call I want to make is for somebody here who wants to walk with God but has been struggling with addictions. And you're saying, Manze, I want to break forth. I want to go to where God has called me to be, because even what you see here, the excellence that is here, and even what people are hoping to get, even from Africa as a continent, it needs Jesus. That's why Christ said that if you abide in Him and Him in you, that without Him you can do nothing else. In the name of Jesus. Is there anybody who wants us to pray with them? Wants me to pray with them?